Chapter 310. Many aristocratic families raise their juniors in a free-for-all manner, causing them to compete with each other. It was like raising poisonous insects. If there was a genius that could suppress the others, the family would use all their resources to groom that genius to inherit the family's authority. As for the others, they would eventually give up on competing and find a suitable position in the family. In the Dragon Seal family, Long Tianming was that kind of person. Although the others had the qualifications to be the successor, none of them could compete with Long Tianming. In the Gu clan, although Gu Heng's talent wasn't bad, he couldn't suppress everyone. When they thought of Gulan, all the Gu clan's juniors felt a little regretful. Only someone with Gulan's talent was qualified to lead the Gu clan. However, there was a problem with Gulan's cultivation. Gulan's younger brother, Gu Bei, was once placed high hopes on. After all, the two of them were siblings, so they should be somewhat similar in terms of talent. However, to everyone's disappointment, Gu Bei was a licentious young master. Although he had a heaven's spiritual root, he wasn't disciplined in his lifestyle. At such a young age, he already had over 20 wives. Furthermore, he didn't make any progress in his cultivation. Therefore, everyone could only ignore Gu Bei. But now, the Gu clan's juniors vaguely felt that things weren't that simple. Gu Bei might be concealing his strength and biding his time. Long Tianming couldn't help glancing over. He remembered that the youth was called Gu Bei, a descendant of the Gu clan. He shouldn't have gotten so much money from the family. Could it be that Gu Bei had his own business? Aside from Gu Hong, the rest of the Gu clan's juniors didn't seem to have much talent. However, even if it was Gu Hong, Long Tianming didn't care much about him. In the entire Hagami Myunmyun, there were only a few people that could make him look at them seriously. The Ashen Flames family's Li Yufeng was one of them. Then there was that person. A cold light flashed through Long Tianming's eyes. That person was the biggest threat to him when he stepped onto the position of patriarch of the Hagami Myunmyun. As for Gu Bei, he was only slightly surprised, but he didn't pay too much attention to her. Soon, he turned his head to chat with the others. Another extraordinary growth rate dragon bloodline demon spirit was being auctioned. There are so many dragon bloodline extraordinary growth rate demon spirits being auctioned this year. Someone exclaimed from the seat beside them. In previous auctions, it was already amazing for 1 or 2 dragon bloodline extraordinary growth rate demon spirits to appear. But this year, there were actually over a dozen dragon bloodline extraordinary growth rate demon spirits. Furthermore, it didn't seem to be over yet. This was a very remarkable matter. Hearing this, Gu Bei and Nieli exchanged glances and smiled. Gu Bei had taken out 20 dragon bloodline extraordinary growth rate demon spirits at once. It'd be strange if there weren't a lot. It's only a dragon bloodline extraordinary growth rate demon spirit. What's the use? Li Xingyun looked a little resentful as he drained the cup in his hand. Although his talent couldn't compare to Long Tianming and Li Yufeng, it wasn't too far off. However, because of his status as a bastard, he wasn't valued by the Ashen Flames family. Without a dragon bloodline, god, level growth rate demon spirit, he would forever be a head shorter than others. Wanting his family to give him a dragon bloodline, god, level growth rate demon spirit was simply too difficult. This made him extremely resentful. It wasn't just Li Xingyun. Mu Rongyu, Yi Xian, and the rest also didn't have the qualifications to obtain a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit. They couldn't help being a little silent. Once a person had a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit, their status would be completely different, regardless of whether they were in a family or in a divine sect. Nieli glanced at Li Xingyun. In his previous life, Li Xingyun had become an overlord-level figure. Naturally, she'd obtained a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit. However, right now, she was still in a depressed state. Although Nieli could get his hands on ordinary god level growth rate demon spirits, he couldn't do anything about it. However, Li Xingyun didn't believe that Nieli could obtain a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit. Therefore, she didn't discuss this matter with Nieli. Nieli transmitted his voice to Li Xingyun. "Brotherly, I have a deal for you. I wonder if you're interested." "What deal?" Li Xingyun couldn't help but look up at Nieli. If Brother Li is interested. Who knows, I might be able to obtain a dragon bloodline, god, level growth, rate demon spirit. Nieli lightly smiled. After interacting with Li Xingyun for this period of time, Nieli realized that Li Xingyun's character was exactly the same as his impression in his previous life. Li Xingyun was a very loyal person. Therefore, this idea popped up in his mind. You can obtain a dragon bloodline, god, level growth rate demon spirit. Li Xingyun transmitted his voice to Nieli. The hand holding the wine cup couldn't help trembling. Although he was excited, he still managed to calm himself down. I'll need some time, but it's not impossible. Nieli transmitted his voice back. Then what do you mean by a deal? As long as you can obtain a dragon bloodline god, level growth rate demon spirit, you can name your price, said Li Xingyun. He pondered a while. A dragon bloodline god, level growth rate demon spirit was indeed priceless. However, if he, Li Xingyun, were to sell all his businesses, he could still gather quite a bit of money. Although it wouldn't be enough to buy a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit, it wouldn't be too far off. If it's spiritual stones, then I'll only charge you 100,000. However, I want Brother Li to agree to 3 of my requests. Nieli lightly smiled. Sure, Brother Nya, just say the word. Li Xingyun's voice was slightly trembling. A dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit was the pillar of the entire divine sect. Even if it was 1,000,000 spiritual stones, it still wouldn't be bought. Even if Nieli asked for 1,000,000 spiritual stones, there would still be many people scrambling for it. However, Nieli was only asking for 100,000 spiritual stones. This wasn't selling it, but giving it away for free. My first request is to form an alliance with Brother Li. In the future, no matter what happens in the Hagami Myunmyun, no matter who I clash with, Brother Li must stand by my side. Nieli transmitted his voice as he looked at Li Xingyun. Li Xingyun was slightly stunned as he looked at Nieli. After pondering for a brief moment, a trace of determination flashed through his eyes as he said, Of course. Brother Nieli is willing to sell a dragon bloodline, god, level growth rate demon spirit to me for 100,000 spiritual stones. Li Xingyun, I'm not a disloyal person. If Brother Nieli has any requests, feel free to state them. As long as it's within my means, I will definitely do my best. As long as it's not a betrayal of the sect. I naturally won't ask Brother Li to betray the sect. It won't do me any good. Nieli smiled. As for the other 2 requests, I haven't thought of them yet. Let's talk about them after I've thought them through. As for a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit, I will definitely do my best to find one. Hearing Nieli's words, Li Xingyun's heart was filled with hope. If Nieli could really help him obtain a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit, then no matter who Nieli asked him to fight, even if it was Long Tianming, Li Xingyun wouldn't be afraid. He was a loyal person. Whoever helped him, he would help that person without any hesitation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made so many trustworthy friends. Even without this transaction, he still felt that Nieli was someone worth befriending. The transaction between Nieli and Li Xingyun was based on his impression of Li Xingyun from his previous life. Nieli didn't know if he would make a profit, but as long as he didn't lose out, it was fine. 100,000 spiritual stones was enough for Nieli to obtain a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit. No one knew that Nieli had just made such a shocking transaction with Li Xingyun. Nieli transmitted his voice to Gu Bei. Gu Bei, how's your influence in the Gu family right now? Gu Bei rubbed her head as she bitterly smiled. I've always been a silk pants. What influence do I have? At most, I can mobilize some people with the connections my father's generation has left behind. Even if I suddenly appear now, I'll only be slightly noticed by the Gu clan's younger generation. I don't have much prestige in the Gu clan. If my sister stands out, she'll naturally be able to rally hundreds of people. Nieli pondered a while and said, It's better for your sister to concentrate on her cultivation. I might need you to do something for me. What is it? As long as I can do it. Seeing Nieli's serious expression, Gu Bei couldn't help saying. Nieli had saved his sister. Just for this favor, he was willing to pay with his life. You suddenly bought so many things today. Your shocking wealth will definitely attract the attention of some people in the Gu clan. On one hand, you have to keep it a secret and not reveal the source of your wealth. On the other hand, as we've discussed before, you have to stand out and pull Gu Hong down. Nieli said, "We have to take it step by step. If my sister is poisoned, that brat Gu Hong definitely won't be able to escape responsibility." However, Gu Hong is deeply rooted in the Gu family. He's also the #1 genius of the Gu clan. I'm afraid it'll be very difficult to pull him down. Gu Bei bitterly smiled. It's not that I want to boost the morale of others and diminish my own. My current strength is still too far away from Gu Heng's. Naturally, this matter can't be completed so quickly. I'll guide you in your cultivation during this period of time. Furthermore, when the time is right, you should show your dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit in front of your clansmen, said Nieli. Since he decided to fight for the title of patriarch of the Hagami Munyan, there were many things that needed to be arranged now. Once Gu Bei revealed her dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit, her position in the Gu family would be completely different. At that time, she could slowly shake Gu Heng's position in the Gu family. I also feel that it's about time. A trace of cold light flashed in Gu Bei's eyes. He and Gulan had indeed endured for far too long. Of the three major families of the Hagami Munyan, Li Xingyun and Gu Bei both had the qualifications to fight for the position of successor. Only the Dragon Seal family was left. Nieli pondered for a moment. Then his gaze fell on Long Yuan. Long Yuan was also one of the successors. Although her ranking was rather low, she still had the qualifications. However, with Long Yuan's character, she was obsessed with the martial Dao and didn't seem to be interested in power. However, people who were obsessed with the martial Dao also had an advantage. They were stubborn. If Nieli wanted Long Yuan to compete with Long Tianming, he would have to rely on Nieli's guidance. However, this matter had to be done slowly. Chapter 3:11. Although Nieli had recently given some pointers to Long Yuan, and his relationship with Long Yuan had improved a bit, he still had some misgivings about Long Yuan. It was still rather difficult to communicate with Long Yuan. Just like right now, Long Yuan was standing to the side like a block of wood. She didn't interact with anyone at all. She had a stern expression on her face, as if she didn't want anyone to get close to her. Who knew what Long Yuan was thinking? Fortunately, Long Yuan was much more restrained now. She wasn't as annoying as before. Gu Bei was still shopping. After being provoked by Gu Bei, both Yi Xian and Muron Yu felt ashamed. All the limelight had been stolen by Gu Bei alone. The auction lasted for half an hour before the bill was settled. After calculating, Gu Bei had spent a total of 170,000 spiritual stones. Of course, she still had a lot of spiritual stones left. She stuffed all the spiritual stones and the items she bought into an interspatial ring and secretly gave it to Nieli. A sweet smile appeared on Qin Yu's face as she said, "I'm sure everyone can't wait to find out what the final item is. This item is extraordinary. It's a heavenly treasure from the ancient times. It's just that we still don't know what its uses are. We only know that it can increase one's cultivation speed if one carries it. However, no one can deny its value." An extremely mysterious higher-up of the divine sect, who didn't want to reveal his name, put it up for auction. He wants to give it to the fated person. Hearing Qin Yu's words, everyone was filled with curiosity. What exactly was the item Qin Yu was talking about? Why was it so mysterious? At this moment, even Long Tianming, Mingyue Wushuang, and Yin Yang couldn't help but cast their gazes on Qin Yu. An ancient heavenly treasure. Just this name alone was enough to attract the attention of countless people. The disciples of the other three major sects were also looking forward to it. "Miss Qin Yu, quickly bring the item up." Qin Yu seemed to be very satisfied with the result. She smiled faintly and said, "Since everyone is very curious about the items that are about to be auctioned, then bring the treasures up." Two young girls slowly carried a plate covered with red brocade. Not expecting them to be so cautious, Nieli's curiosity was piqued. What exactly is this ancient artifact? A sweet smile appeared on Qin Yu's face. She lifted the brocade and revealed a scroll-like object. Qin Yu picked it up and slowly opened it. She said, We still can't find out what this thing is. We only know that it's extraordinary." Everyone stared at the item in Chinyu's hand. What she held in her hand was not a scroll, but a picture scroll. On the picture scroll, there was an endless stretch of mountains. It looked vast and empty, with a river flowing in between. On top of it, there were 4 bold and powerful ancient characters: 10,000 li rivers and mountains. Just by looking at these 4 words, everyone felt as if they had been struck by lightning, producing a strong feeling of shock. These 4 words contain some kind of powerful will. This item is extraordinary. That was the first thought that appeared in everyone's mind. The one who was most shocked was Nelly. Others didn't know the use of this treasure. They only felt shock when they saw the picture. However, Nelly knew its use. According to the ancient records in the Temporal Demon Spirit Book, this was a treasure left behind by a supreme expert during the primordial era. After drawing this 10,000 li rivers and mountains painting, that supreme expert died from exhaustion. Its use wasn't just to aid in cultivation. If one only carried it on their body and absorbed the aura on it to cultivate, it would be a reckless waste of a heavenly treasure. That was just a trace of heavenly energy that leaked out from it. Such a shocking treasure. It actually appeared here and was even being auctioned. Nelly felt that it wasn't simple. However, such a treasure, Nelly definitely wouldn't let it go. If he could uncover all the uses of this 10,000 li rivers and mountains painting, he could even use it to fight against the Holy Emperor. The Holy Emperor covered the sky with one hand and sealed the endless space. If he wanted to break the seal of space with his own strength, he would need extraordinary means. The 10,000 li rivers and mountains painting. It definitely couldn't fall into the hands of others. Gubei buy this 10,000 li rivers and mountains painting at all costs. Nelly transmitted his voice to Gubei. "I'll pay for it." "Okay." Gubei nodded. Although she didn't know the use of this 10,000 li rivers and mountains painting, she knew that it wasn't simple. That was enough. Wasn't money meant to be spent? Gubei was a little eager to try. Chinyu smiled as she looked at the crowd. "I'm sure everyone knows that this item isn't simple. Under normal circumstances, this item definitely wouldn't appear in an auction. However, if you don't know its use, you'll only be able to look at it. Even the divine sect's higher-ups don't know its use." Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Indeed, although everyone understood that this item definitely contained boundless power, even the divine sect upper echelon who had consigned this item for sale hadn't been able to figure out the uses of this myriad miles rivers and mountains painting, let alone them. Since this item was the finale item, its price naturally wouldn't be cheap. If they spent such a large amount of money to buy a useless item, that would be too much of a loss. This myriad miles rivers and mountains painting's upper echelon said that no matter who it is, as long as anyone knows any of its uses, he's willing to buy it for 200,000 spiritual stones. Then he'll take it back. If no one knows its use, then he'll sell it at a starting price of 100,000 spiritual stones. Chinyu said with a smile. Nelly furrowed his brows. This mysterious divine sect's higher-ups were truly at a loss. It seemed that he really didn't want to sell this 10,000 li rivers and mountains painting. However, he couldn't figure out the use of this 10,000 li rivers and mountains painting, so he had no choice but to sell it. That divine sect's higher-ups definitely couldn't decipher the 10,000 inscription patterns within the 10,000 li rivers and mountains painting. Under such circumstances, he still wanted to know the use of the 10,000 li rivers and mountains painting. The only person who could open the 10,000 li rivers and mountains painting was probably Nelly, a starting price of 100,000 spiritual stones. Hearing this price, many people were dumbfounded. This starting price was enough to make the majority of people completely lose any desire to compete. Among all the people present, there were only a few people who could participate in the competition. 100,000 spiritual stones wasn't something an ordinary person could afford. The auction fell into a long silence. With such a price, who would continue to bid? 110,000 spiritual stones. Long Tianming said after a slight hesitation. Finally, someone made a bid. After the silence was broken, everyone looked at each other and bitterly smiled. Probably only people at Long Tianming's level could compete for this 10,000 Li Rivers and Mountains painting. The amount of items sold this year had completely exceeded the previous years. The price of this 10,000 Li Rivers and Mountains painting was also daunting. 120,000 spiritual stones. Yin Yang said indifferently. After such a long time, Yin Yang hadn't made a bid. It was as if nothing could attract his attention. But now, for this 10,000 Li Rivers and Mountains painting, he finally made a bid. Hearing Yin Yang's bid, Long Tianming couldn't help furrowing his brows. Once Yin Yang joined the bidding, he definitely wouldn't be able to compete. He could only hope that Yin Yang wasn't interested in the 10,000 Li Rivers and Mountains painting. 130,000, 140,000, 150,000. The price of the two soared. By the time Yin Yang made a bid of 160,000 spiritual stones, Long Tianming could only bitterly smile and withdraw from the competition. Senior brother Yin Yang has made a bid of 160,000 spiritual stones. Is there anyone else? Qin Yu looked at the crowd and asked with a faint smile. At this moment, Mingwe Wushuang's clear voice rang out. She smiled and said, I'll bid 190,000 spiritual stones. If there's anyone else, I won't take it. After a moment of silence, Yin Yang said, logically speaking, if senior sister Mingwe wants it, I should give it to senior sister Mingwe. It's just I'm a little curious about this 10,000 Li Rivers and Mountains painting. Moreover, this item seems to be compatible with my cultivation technique, so I don't want to miss this opportunity. I hope senior sister Mingwe can forgive me. Yin Yang didn't seem to get along with Long Tianming, but he was much more polite to Mingwe Wushuang. Mingwe Wushuang smiled and said, It's fine. Junior brother Yin Yang, please do as you wish. She was just casually raising the price. 200,000 spiritual stones. Yin Yang continued to raise the price. The price had actually been raised to 200,000 spiritual stones. This was too shocking. This was a frightening number. For people like Yi Xian and Mu Rongyu, even if they went bankrupt, they still wouldn't be able to take out that many spiritual stones. Yin Yang was indeed worthy of being the holy son of the Skyblaze sect. He was too rich. With Yin Yang's frightening wealth, no one else would dare to compete with him. Just when everyone thought that the 10,000 Li Rivers and Mountains painting would definitely fall into Yin Yang's hands, Gu Bei's voice rang out. I once heard from a senior that the 10,000 Li Rivers and Mountains painting had a 10,000 spiritual lock placed inside it. Even a martial ancestor realm expert wouldn't be able to open it. Even if it was given to young Master Yin Yang, it shouldn't be of any use to him. I bid 210,000 spiritual stones. Everyone couldn't help feeling a little amused. On one hand, Gu Bei said that the 10,000 Li Rivers and Mountains painting had a 10,000 spiritual lock placed on it, so it couldn't be bought. On the other hand, she was raising the price herself. Wasn't this a little too funny? Gu Bei was probably telling Yin Yang that she wasn't targeting him, so that Yin Yang wouldn't lose face. After all, no one wanted to provoke an enemy like Yin Yang. Yin Yang represented the entire Skyblaze sect. He was the future ruler of the Skyblaze sect. Yin Yang glanced at Gu Bei. He didn't expect that after buying so many things, Gu Bei still had the spare energy to compete with him. He calmly said, The purpose of this gathering of the three great divine sects is to interact with each other. Harmony is the most important. Everyone is free to bid. The highest bidder wins. There's no need to care about your identity. Junior brother Gu, please do as you wish. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but inwardly sigh in admiration. Yin Yang was indeed worthy of being the holy son of the Skyblaze sect. Chapter 3:12. 220,000 spiritual stones. Yin Yang continued to raise the price. 230,000 spiritual stones. Gu Bei calmly raised the price. Everyone was shocked. Just how much money did Gu Bei have? For some of the grand elders of the Divine Feather sect, it'd already be impressive if they could accumulate over 100,000 spiritual stones in a few years. This Gu Bei couldn't have dug up some treasure, right? Yin Yang was silent for a moment. Over the years, after deducting his cultivation expenses, he only had a total of 250,000 spiritual stones left. Such a price was already extremely high, but Gu Bei still continued to raise the price. He'd heard that Gu Bei was only an ordinary descendant of the Gu family. How could she have such frightening wealth? It seemed like he couldn't win against Gu Bei, even if he continued to raise the price. After a moment of silence, Yin Yang said, "I'll withdraw from this competition. Junior Brother Gu, please give this myriad miles rivers and mountains painting to me." Although he felt a little regretful, he quickly calmed down. Everyone was shocked. Even Yin Yang couldn't win against Gu Bei. Had he given up? They couldn't help glancing at Gu Bei. Gu Bei's wealth was simply too shocking. "Then, I'll have to thank senior brother Yin Yang." Gu Bei lightly smiled and cupped her hands towards Yin Yang. After the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting was auctioned, quite a few items were auctioned off. There were also quite a few valuable items. Nieli calculated that he'd sold 20 Dragon Bloodline Extraordinary Growth Rate Demon Spirits and bought the Myriad Miles Rivers and Mountains painting, 30 bottles of Heavenly Note Dew, Demon Soul Essences, and various other items. In the end, he still had 130,000 spiritual stones left. In addition to the 100,000 spiritual stones in Nye Li's interspatial ring, he still had 230,000 spiritual stones left. Sure enough, selling high-level Dragon Bloodline Demon Spirits was really profitable. However, it was only because of this auction that it was easier to transport goods. Normally, even if he had a Dragon Bloodline Extraordinary Growth Rate Demon Spirit, it would be a little difficult to find a suitable buyer. The auction continued, and many items were sold one after another. However, most of the items were not particularly eye-catching, so Nieli did not compete for them. After secretly obtaining the Myriad Miles Rivers and Mountains painting, Nieli couldn't help feeling excited. Once he returned, he would find a way to open the Myriad Miles Rivers and Mountains painting. Was this Myriad Miles Rivers and Mountains painting as recorded in the ancient records? Did it have boundless uses? Even the higher-ups of the divine sect. He hadn't been able to open the Myriad Miles Rivers and Mountains painting either. He didn't know if he could. Although he didn't have absolute confidence, with his understanding of the various inscription patterns, there was still a high possibility of success. Even if he could develop a single function, it would be worth the price. After auctioning off dozens of items, the auction was finally over. From time to time, loud chatter and laughter could be heard. Qin Yu, who was at the front, lightly smiled and said, "The auctioning of our various treasures has come to an end. Next up will be the Dao discussion segment. Our Dao discussion segment this time will be rather interesting. The topic will be zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. We'll integrate the intent and understanding of the Dao into the zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting for everyone to appreciate. In the open space in front of them, attendants had already brought the zither, chessboard, brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. In the side hall, the gazes of the disciples of the three major divine sects fell on these items. Their hearts trembled. This was a very interesting matter. If they could see the words of Yin Yang, Mingyue Wushuang, and the others, or listen to their zither music, they might be able to take a step forward in the martial Dao. Qin Yu walked to the side of the zither and lightly smiled. "Since I'm the one who initiated this segment, then I'll throw a brick to attract jade. I hope everyone won't be stingy with their guidance." Hearing that Qin Yu was going to show off her skills, the disciples below cheered loudly. Qin Yu sat down beside the zither. With an elegant posture, she stretched out her flawless hands and slowly plucked the strings with her slender fingers. The mellow and deep zither music was like the sound of decadence. It echoed in the sky. It was like a drizzle hitting a banana leaf. It was silent from afar, but still lingered in one's ears. It contained a trace of melancholy and a trace of emotion. It was gentle and beautiful. Then, the sound of the zither rang out. It suddenly turned urgent, like a silver bottle splashing. Although it was urgent, it didn't contain any killing intent. It was dignified and steady. Everyone couldn't help but be intoxicated by this beautiful music. Their soul realms seemed to be stirred and vibrated along with the music. Along with the zither music, it was as if they had suddenly arrived at a paradise. The sun was warm. At Nye Li's table, Yi Xian revealed a trace of intoxication. He lightly tapped on the table, and as the music gradually calmed down, he couldn't help but sigh. This zither music is like music from beyond the heavens. It's really refreshing. The Tao intent contained in it is even more memorable. After the music ended, the crowd's praises were endless. Miss Chin Yu's zither music is like the sound of flowing water. It's really extraordinary to comprehend Tao intent through emotion. Miss Chin Yu's zither music lingers in the air. It's really memorable. The praises were endless, but Long Tianming, Mingwe Wushuang, Yin Yang, and the others were indifferent. They smiled but didn't say anything. After all, Qin Yu's understanding of Tao was still at a very basic level in their opinion. Compared to them, she was still too inferior. After listening to the zither music, Nieli faintly smiled. Compared to his master's ethereal music, Qin Yu's emotional music was far too inferior. Although Nieli wasn't good at playing, his ability to judge was still good. Qin Yu stood up and bowed slightly. Qin Yu has embarrassed herself in front of everyone. Qin Yu threw a brick to attract Jade. Next, it's everyone's turn. Hearing Qin Yu's words, many people couldn't help but blush. Qin Yu's zither music had already reached such a level. If they went up, they would really embarrass themselves. For this segment, it was better to let the true experts go up. At this moment, Yi Xian glanced at Xiao Ninger, then stood up and walked forward. Since Miss Qin Yu has displayed her zither music, then I'll also embarrass myself. Gu Bei curled her lips. She seemed a bit bored. She didn't have any expectations for Yi Xian's performance. Senior brother, Yi Xian, please. Qin Yu politely smiled. I wonder which of the four art senior brother Yi Xian chose. Books. Yi Xian lightly smiled. Then I'll grind ink for senior brother Yi Xian. Qin Yu smiled. She walked to the table and started grinding ink. It's my honor to have such a beauty. Yi Xian laughed. He took out a brush from the table, dipped it in ink, and stared at the white paper in front of him. He slightly lowered his body, waved his brush, and began to write. His brush moved like a dragon. A brief moment later, a vigorous word appeared on the paper. It was the word love. Every stroke of the character contained some kind of wondrous realm. Qin Yu's eyes lit up. She picked up a word and showed it to everyone. The audience couldn't help cheering. Senior brother Yi Xian's comprehension of the Tao of love is much more profound than Miss Qin Yu's. Nice word, senior brother Yi Xian. Many girls from the Heavenly Notes sect couldn't help looking at the word with splendor in their eyes. The word contained the understanding of love and the profound Tao. Just this comprehension alone was enough to make many people blush with shame. Yi Xian ignored everyone as his gaze faintly fell onto Xiao Ninger. Nieli couldn't help whispering to Xiao Ning, Ninger, it looks like Yi Xian has deep feelings for you. Nieli, you're making fun of me. Xiao Ning lowered her head in embarrassment. Seeing Xiao Ning's expression, Nieli couldn't help laughing. Since Yi Xian has gone up, it looks like I'll have to show off my skills as well. Otherwise, I'll lose my momentum. Li Xingyun glanced at Nieli in astonishment. Nieli's confidence meant that he wasn't inferior to Yi Xian. He couldn't help looking forward to it. He wondered what Nieli would show off. After all, Nieli had just stepped into the heavenly fate realm. How could he have the same level of comprehension as Yi Xian? Xiao Ning only chatted with Nieli in a low voice. She didn't even cast her gaze over her. Yi Xian couldn't help feeling a little disappointed as he returned to his seat after coming down from the stage. After everyone appraised Yi Xian's word, they quickly calmed down. All the disciples in this side chamber are undoubtedly led by senior brother Yin Yang, senior sister Mingyue, and senior brother Long. I hope that the three of you can give us some pointers. It was unknown who said this. Everyone began to chime in. Yin Yang, Mingwe Wushuang, and Long Tianming's comprehension of Tao had definitely reached a shocking level. As long as they showed off a little, the others would definitely benefit. Long Tianming looked at Yin Yang and Mingwe Wushuang and laughed. Among the three of us, I'm the weakest. Then I'll embarrass myself first. After that, I'll invite senior sister Mingwe and senior brother Yin Yang to go up. Hearing Long Tianming's words, everyone couldn't help but secretly praise Long Tianming's bearing. The three of them were all well-known figures among the younger generation of the three major divine sects. It was inevitable that there would be some competition between them. However, Long Tianming took the initiative to admit that he was the weakest. This wasn't something an ordinary person could do. Nieli glanced at Long Tianming in the distance and sneered. This Long Tianming was indeed scheming. Since the three of them were going to show off their skills, the disciples of the three major divine sects would inevitably compare their strengths. Rather than calling it a display, it would be more appropriate to call it competition. Long Tianming first admitted that he was inferior. The disciples of the three major divine sects felt that even if Long Tianming was inferior to the other two, there was nothing to be ashamed of. However, if he could win against the other two, it would be an extremely brilliant matter. In any case, Long Tianming was already in an invincible position. Looking at Long Tianming's back, Yin Yang disdainfully curled his lips. How could he not see through Long Tianming's thoughts? It was just that he didn't care about this kind of small trick. As for Mingwe Wushuang, she still had a calm expression. Things like winning or losing had no meaning to her. Under everyone's gazes, Long Tianming walked to the front. Chapter 3:13. Walking to the front, Long Tianming swept his gaze over the crowd and faintly smiled. Qin Yu and Yi Xian performed their zither and calligraphy respectively. There's no need for the two of them to spar in chess. I'll make a fool of myself and draw a painting. Long Tianming dipped his brush into the ink and looked at a piece of white paper before him. At this moment, Long Tianming, who was originally smiling indifferently, suddenly burst forth with a frightening aura. This aura contained a terrifyingly tyrannical aura that pressured the surrounding people to the point that they couldn't breathe. Long Tianming's entire body was like an unsheathed sword. His aura made it seem as if he wanted to make everyone submit to him. He slowly lowered the brush in his hand, and ink began to spread on the paper. He forced the dragon and snake away and quickly began to draw. Gradually, a ferocious beast appeared on the paper. It was a celestial blood saint dragon spreading its wings and swooping down. Dragon bones, dragon scales, dragon wings. Every part of the painting was filled with the power of the brush. The celestial blood saint dragon looked as if it was about to leap out from the paper. Its eyes emitted an awe-inspiring aura, as if it was looking down on all living things. It contained a boundless Tao intent and the aura of a sovereign descending upon the world. Just looking at the celestial blood saint dragon made the surrounding disciples feel as if their hearts were being sucked in, making it hard for them to breathe. Clearly, whether it was Qin Yu's zither or Yi Xian's word, emotion, they were all inferior when compared to this painting's overbearing aura. Compared to Long Tianming, Qin Yu and Yi Xian's understanding of the Tao were like fireflies compared to the bright moon. They weren't even on the same level. I've made a fool of myself. Long Tianming placed the brush to the side and retracted his powerful aura. Senior brother Long Tianming's painting is extraordinary. It's filled with the aura of a king. It's truly amazing. Yi Xian stood up and respectfully said, "The celestial blood saint dragon in senior brother Long Tianming's painting overlooks the earth. It stands proudly above the masses, showing how broad senior brother Long Tianming's heart is." The corner of Nieli's mouth twitched when he heard Yi Xian and the other's words. Long Tianming's painting contained Tao intent. At most, it could be called a domineering qi, but it was still far from the qi of the king. As for Yi Xian, he was broad-minded. This painting had nothing to do with broad-mindedness. It could only be said that Long Tianming had great ambitions. Long Tianming. He was a scheming man with outstanding talent. If Zhang Xian were to face him, he would definitely be a tough opponent. Long Tianming looked at Mingwe Wushuang and Yin Yang and lightly smiled. Zither, go, calligraphy, and painting, but you're still lacking go. Would the two of you be willing to show us your go skills? Playing chess required two people to compete against each other. It was easy to determine the winner and the loser. Moreover, if the Tao intent of one of the two sides was suppressed by the other, the Tao intent of the two sides would be suppressed. In that case, it would be very difficult for him to display his abilities, and he would inevitably be embarrassed. Long Tianming wanted Minghua Wushuang and Yin Yang to fight without batting an eyelid. Between Minghua Wushuang and Yin Yang, one was the holy son of the Skyblaze sect, while the other was the holy maiden of the Heavenly Note sect. If the two of them were to compete, what would the outcome be? Everyone couldn't help but look forward to it. It doesn't matter to me, Yin Yang lightly said. Although he knew what Long Tianming was planning, Yin Yang didn't mind and didn't refuse. No matter who he faced, Yin Yang wouldn't have any thoughts of retreating. Minghua Wushuang couldn't help smiling. I've let everyone see a joke. I rarely play Go, so I'm not proficient in it. My Dao and Tint can't be compared to junior brother Yin Yang's, so I won't compete with junior brother Yin Yang. I don't want to make a fool of myself. Let me show you my zither skills. Everyone couldn't help feeling a little disappointed at Minghua Wushuang's words. They didn't dare to guess that Minghua Wushuang was afraid of fighting with Yin Yang. Although they couldn't see the pinnacle battle between Yin Yang and Minghua Wushuang, they could hear Minghua Wushuang's zither music. This was already something to be excited about. Long Tianming's brows twitched. It seemed that Minghua Wushuang was cowering. Indeed, neither he nor Minghua Wushuang had much desire to challenge Yin Yang. Yin Yang was too strong. Minghua Wushuang walked to the front of the zither. She didn't sit down, but stretched out a slender finger and lightly plucked the zither strings. Clang! A clear and melodious voice, like the flowing of a clear spring, spread throughout the entire side hall, and the sound lingered in spirals without end. In that instant, everyone felt as if they'd been transported to a beautiful fairyland. The ethereal sound made everyone feel carefree and happy. Everyone's faces were filled with infatuation. Even Yin Yang and Long Tianming, who weren't too affected by the zither's music, felt their hearts calm down. The zither's music calmed everyone's hearts. Everyone was unable to extricate themselves from the zither's miraculous realm. Although the zither's music stopped after a long time, everyone was still reminiscing about that strand of zither's music. That zither's music was much more profound than Long Tianming's painting. That kind of power that could move people left an endless aftertaste in their minds. Long Tianming cupped his hands and bitterly smiled. I never thought that senior sister Minghua would cultivate the heavenly, auspicious zither. This music is truly extraordinary. Long Tianming admits defeat. Although Long Tianming admitted defeat, he pointed out that Minghua Wushuang had played the heavenly, auspicious zither. He admitted that he'd lost to the heavenly, auspicious zither, not to Minghua Wushuang. Minghua Wushuang didn't mind and smiled. The reason why she played the heavenly, auspicious zither was to calm everyone's fighting spirit. She didn't have any intention of competing. She said, "This is indeed the heavenly, auspicious zither. Junior brother Long Tianming has good eyesight. I'm done playing. Next, please." When she finished speaking, Minghua Wushuang calmly walked down the stage with light steps. At that moment, everyone woke up from their daze. When they looked at Minghua Wushuang, their hearts were exceptionally tranquil. Although it was only a single zither's music, the impact it had on their hearts was far greater than Long Tianming's painting. Long Tianming's painting had suppressed them with its power, while Minghua Wushuang's zither's music was like a celestial tune, giving them a deeper comprehension of the Tao. Even now, they were still reminiscing about that zither's music. Minghua Wushuang's tranquil state of mind was also transmitted to everyone. She was indeed worthy of being the Heavenly Note sect's holy maiden. Her attainments in the Tao of the zither had already reached an extraordinary level. Nelly glanced at Minghua Wushuang's back as he fell into deep thought. Regardless of the outcome between Long Tianming and Minghua Wushuang's mental state had, at the very least, surpassed Long Tianming's. Perhaps only one person could firmly suppress Minghua Wushuang's attainments in mental state. That person was Nie Li's master, Ing Yueru. Now, only Yin Yang was left. Yin Yang calmly walked forward. Everyone's gazes couldn't help falling onto Yin Yang's body. They were all guessing which of the four arts Yin Yang would display. Since someone asked me to display my Go skills, and senior sister Minghua refused to exchange pointers with me, I feel a little regretful. I'll just casually display them. Yin Yang said with a smile as he walked to the side of the go board. He bent down and picked up a black go piece, his gaze falling on a go board. The moment he picked up the go piece, Yin Yang seemed to have suddenly disappeared. No one could sense his existence. At that moment, the go board below him had become boundlessly vast, as if it was a world of its own. The mountains and rivers seemed to have been contained within the go board. However, there didn't seem to be any signs of life in the mountains and rivers. Yin Yang slowly raised the go piece and placed it down. The instant the go piece landed, boundless vitality, flowers, and trees were born within the mountains and rivers. The exuberant energy stirred everyone's hearts. The changes in this small world shocked everyone. At that moment, they felt as if they were plants within the world, feeling the exuberant vitality between heaven and earth. That go piece contained Yin Yang's boundless Tao intent, and the place he placed it happened to be the heaven's yuan position on the go board. For a long time, everyone was still immersed in that small world. After placing his go piece, Yin Yang withdrew his hand and lightly smiled. Since there's no one else to play, I'll play my next piece. Yin Yang's demeanor was calm as he slowly walked down. Nieli looked at Yin Yang in astonishment. He never imagined that Yin Yang's comprehension of Tao intent would reach such a level. Long Tianming's comprehension could only be considered overbearing, but Yin Yang's comprehension was the true king's Tao. No wonder Yin Yang was able to lead the Sky Blaze sect to a flourishing age in his previous life. Among Yin Yang, Mingyue Wushuang, and Long Tianming, Yin Yang was clearly on a higher level. However, it was difficult for the three of them to influence each other's auras. This proved that although Yin Yang was stronger than the other two, he wasn't able to suppress them. After Yin Yang went down, everyone regained their senses. They were still shocked by what they had just seen. Qin Yu lightly smiled. The three senior brothers and senior sisters have broadened our horizons. I believe that the outcome of this competition isn't important anymore. What's important is that the three senior brothers and senior sisters have given us a new comprehension of Tao intent. Today's result was worth several months of bitter cultivation. This trip was truly worth it. Qin Yu's words caused the disciples of the three major sects to agree. Indeed, the outcome wasn't important anymore. This time, they had truly broadened their horizons, and they were still immersed in the three different intents. Yin Yang's group of three was always the focal point of the side chamber. Aside from some comprehensions, many of the disciples felt a deep sense of inferiority. Their realms were simply too far away from Yin Yang's group of three. It was simply too difficult to reach the realm of Yin Yang's group of three. Qin Yu lightly smiled as she swept her gaze across the side chamber. Are there any other senior brothers and junior sisters who would like to come up and display their skills? Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Now that Yin Yang's group of three had displayed their skills, who else would be willing to go up? If anyone else went up, they would truly be displaying their slight skill before an expert. Chapter 314. At this moment, anyone who went up would only be laughed at. Qin Yu's gaze swept across the crowd. Just as she was about to say that it was fine if no one came up, Nellie stood up and calmly smiled. Can I go up and give it a try? The entire hall fell into a deathly silence as everyone stared blankly at Nellie. What was going on? Who was this kid? After Yin Yang's trio, there was actually someone who dared to go up? Who is this kid? He doesn't know the immensity of the heavens and earth. I know this person. He's the #1 genius of the younger generation in Hagami Myunyan. But even if he was the #1 genius of the younger generation in Hagami Myunyan, he was still too arrogant to compete with Yin Yang's trio. Yin Yang, Mingyue Wushuang, and Long Tianming all glanced at Nieli. They were clearly a little surprised, but they calmly watched on. They wanted to see what Nieli was planning. Yixian glanced at Nieli and couldn't help thinking disdainfully, what a display of slight skill in front of an expert. Even if Nieli really had the ability, no one would say anything if he had displayed it in front of Yin Yang's trio. However, if he still dared to go up after Yin Yang's trio had displayed it, then he would be too arrogant. No matter how strong Nieli was, others would still compare Nieli to Yin Yang's trio. Yi Xian inwardly thought that Nieli probably couldn't hold himself back after seeing his performance in front of Xiao Ning. He glanced at Xiao Ninger, who was standing beside Nieli. Xiao Ninger's eyesight really wasn't that good. She actually found such an idiot. Even if she wanted to compete with him, she shouldn't have found this opportunity. Murong Yu sneered in disdain. Nieli couldn't possibly think that he could challenge Yin Yang's trio right now, right? He was overestimating himself. Li Xingyun looked at Nieli in astonishment. Why did Nieli choose this moment to stand up? He felt that Nieli always had a reason for doing things. He probably wouldn't go up just to embarrass himself. Just what was Nieli planning? He couldn't understand. Gu Bei was also stunned. He naturally didn't believe that Nieli's comprehension of Tao intent could surpass Yin Yang and the other two. If that was the case, then what was Nieli doing up there? However, Xiao Ninger, Lu Piao, and Xiao Shui weren't surprised at all. They've known Nieli for a long time. They'd interacted with Nieli for a long time, and they knew that Nieli wouldn't speak without thinking. Therefore, they weren't worried that Nieli would embarrass himself. Long Yuan also looked at Nieli in confusion. Ever since she was taught a lesson by Nieli, she felt that Nieli's cultivation in the martial Tao was unfathomable. However, she still didn't think so. Nieli was able to suppress Yin Yang's trio. She just witnessed Yin Yang's trio's astonishing strength. Their attainments in the Tao had reached an extremely profound level. However, why would Nieli choose this moment to go up? An intense curiosity rose in Long Yuan's heart. Nieli patted Gu Bei's shoulder and said to Gu Bei, "Watch carefully later. Use your heart to feel the intent within. It'll definitely be of great help to your cultivation." Oh, Gu Bei nodded her head. However, she still had a blank expression on her face. She heard Nieli's words. Long Yuan paused for a moment. She was even more curious about what was about to happen next. She sat upright and still with a serious expression on her face. She wanted to take a good look at what Nieli was planning to do. If Gu Bei could comprehend it, then why couldn't she, Long Yuan, do the same? Yi Xian and Murong Yu couldn't help but snort disdainfully. Did Nieli really think that he was a master? Li Xingyun looked at Nieli in surprise. She was also looking forward to it. Nieli turned around and walked forward. Xiao Ning, and the others all focused their gazes on Nieli. Everyone's gazes fell on Nieli, including Yin Yang's trio. They were also sizing up Nieli. They realized that Nieli's cultivation hadn't even reached the heavenly fate realm. They couldn't help but laugh. What kind of understanding could someone at this level of cultivation have towards the heavenly Tao? Qin Yu's gaze fell on Nieli, and a sweet smile appeared on her face. This junior brother seems a little young. Since he's willing to come up and show off, his courage is commendable. We can't be too demanding. At Qin Yu's words, a chuckle sounded out from below. Qin Yu was leaving a way out for Nieli. Nieli didn't seem to have any stage fright as he calmly said, "Someone wrote the word love earlier. This little brother is untalented, so I'll also write a word." So Nieli was really targeting him. Yi Xian had a look of understanding on his face. Nieli was an idiot. Even if he wanted to compete with him, he should have done it before Yin Yang's trio. If he went up after Yin Yang's trio, no matter how good Nieli's writing was, he would still be ridiculed for his ignorance. Even if he didn't want to compete with Yin Yang's trio, it was wishful thinking to want to compete with him. Nieli's gaze swept across the crowd below the stage, and he faintly smiled. This word of mine is for the fated one. The crowd in the side chamber looked at each other in dismay. Did Nieli really think highly of himself? In this side chamber, which one of them wasn't a super genius from the three major sects, who would need Nieli's guidance? They were all waiting to see Nieli make a fool of himself. All they saw was Nieli calmly walking to the table, picking up a brush and writing on a piece of paper. Nieli's body didn't emit any fluctuations of intent, just like an ordinary person. Every stroke he wrote was extremely serious. The crowd was dumbfounded and looked at each other in dismay. This segment wasn't about calligraphy, but about one's comprehension of the Tao. Nieli didn't even emit the slightest bit of aura and just casually wrote a word. This word couldn't possibly contain any Tao intent. Is this guy an idiot? I'm really speechless. Where did such an idiot come from? The crowd discussed among themselves. They thought they'd sensed wrongly, so they turned to look at Nieli. However, Nieli just stood there calmly, writing. They couldn't sense any Tao intent from him, not even any fluctuations of aura. Could it be that Nieli was really just here to show off his calligraphy? Was he trying to be funny? Murongyu's face turned red, but he soon burst into laughter. That brat's brain must be damaged. This round's a test of Tao intent. What's the point of that brat going up there and writing a few words? Yixian also smiled and didn't say anything. Nieli was indeed a joke. He was still far from being able to compete with him. Everyone else at the table calmly glanced at Murongyu, but didn't say anything. Their gazes were still focused on the stage, including Xiao Ning. They really wanted to know what Nieli was writing. What did Nieli mean when he said it was for the fated? Long Yuan was a little restless as she watched Nieli slowly write stroke by stroke. In her heart, she couldn't help but want to take a look. Could it be that Nieli was really just showing off his calligraphy? Based on her understanding of Nieli wouldn't do something like that, right? As for Gu Bei, after hearing Nieli's words, he was filled with anticipation. His eyes were fixed on Nieli, who was standing on the stage in the distance. Qin Yu couldn't bear to see Nieli make a fool of himself, so she reminded him, Junior brother, in this segment, we're competing on Tao intent. You have to integrate your comprehension of the Tao into your calligraphy, and not just purely calligraphy. However, Nieli didn't even raise his head. Instead, he had an extremely serious expression on his face. His breathing was calm and even, and the strength of his wrist was extremely precise. With every stroke, a complicated ancient character appeared on the paper. Finally, with a forceful hook, he retracted his brush and lightly smiled. I'm done. Qin Yu looked at the paper and saw an extremely complicated ancient character. Although she didn't know what it was, she could tell that it was the word sword. Even though Zhang Xian's calligraphy was indeed excellent, it was just an ordinary sword character. Zhang Xian could not feel any Tao intent from it at all. Qin Yu couldn't help shaking her head and sighing. She originally thought that Nieli would give her a pleasant surprise. Nieli's brain couldn't have been damaged, right? Was he only here to make a fool of himself? However, out of politeness, she still picked up Nieli's calligraphy and showed it to everyone. Qin Yu felt that this was truly a hilarious matter. What was he trying to show everyone? Calligraphy? Even if Nieli had written this word beautifully, it didn't contain any Tao intent. What was there for others to appraise? The disciples of the three major sects looked at each other in dismay. They were a little speechless. This was indeed just ordinary calligraphy. If it weren't for the fact that they were a group of cultured people, many of them would have burst into laughter by now. When Long Tianming saw the word written by Nieli, the corner of his mouth twitched. He originally thought that there was an extraordinary talent in this batch of disciples from the Hagami Munyan. He never imagined that it would be a fool. In this kind of situation, he was simply making a fool of himself for the Hagami Munyan. After taking a glance, he couldn't be bothered to look any further. Yixian couldn't help but laugh. Junior brother Nieli has misunderstood. I admit that my calligraphy isn't as good as junior brother Nieli's. But what's the use of having good calligraphy? Yixian's words contain a trace of mockery. Even senior brother Yixian sighed at his own inferiority. Junior brother Nieli's calligraphy has truly reached an extremely high level. Murongyu laughed heartily as he cursed in his heart. What an idiot! Long Yuan carefully stared at the word in Qin Yu's hand. However, no matter how she looked at it, it was only an extremely ordinary word. She couldn't help furrowing her brows. Could it be that Nieli's word truly didn't contain any Tao intent? Gu Bei's brows were tightly knitted as she stared at the word in Qin Yu's hand. Most of the disciples present were discussing and ridiculing Nieli for not knowing what to do. However, Nieli calmly swept his gaze across the crowd. Everyone's expression fell into his eyes, especially the expressions of Yin Yang and Mingwe Wushuang. Mingwe Wushuang was no longer as calm as before. Her brows were slightly knitted, as if she was pondering over an extremely complicated problem. Traces of shock, astonishment, confusion, and doubt flashed through Yin Yang's eyes. His brows were sometimes tightly knitted and sometimes relaxed. Chapter 3:15. When the others saw it, they couldn't sense the profoundness hidden within the word that Nieli had written. In fact, they couldn't even sense a trace of Tao intent. Although the majority of them were well-mannered, a few of them still laughed mockingly. Sure enough, Nieli had come up to embarrass himself. At that moment, Gubei seemed to have sensed something. Her eyes lit up and she said, Nieli is a true genius. His understanding of Tao is much, much deeper than yin-yang's. As he focused his attention on the word, he felt a surging sword intent rush towards him. The word wasn't written with any Tao intent, but he could sense boundless Tao intent from it. This was the most shocking part. The word that Nieli had written was written for Gubei. Gubei's comprehension of sword intent was definitely much stronger than anyone else's. In her previous life, Gubei had relied on sword intent to become a martial ancestor realm expert. The word contained boundless Tao intent, as well as the essence of sword intent. As long as Gubei could comprehend it, it would definitely be of great help to her cultivation. Hearing Gubei's words, Morong Yu disapprovingly sneered. Even more profound than yin-yang? That's too much of a boast. No matter how much you two flatter each other, no one will believe you. Could it be that among the geniuses of the three major sects, you're the only one who can comprehend the Tao intent within? Li Xingyun and the rest also carefully studied the word that Nieli had written, but they couldn't sense anything. Even Xiao Ning couldn't sense anything. They only remained silent and didn't refute Morong Yu's words. They only felt that Gubei wouldn't say something without thinking. Therefore, they concentrated even more, trying to find something from the word. Gubei curled his lips and disdained Morong Yu's words. You can say whatever you want. I don't care anyway. It is your loss that you are unable to comprehend the boundless sword intent contained in that word. Long Yuan frowned. Could it be that Nieli's sword really contained boundless sword will? But no matter what she thought, it was just an extremely ordinary sword character, and he couldn't sense any Tao intent from it. Was he really that stupid? Gubei could sense it, but she couldn't sense it all? What kind of sword intent was contained in the word sword? The seed of curiosity in Long Yuan's heart had been planted. She was extremely eager to crack it. Yi Xian also looked at it for a long time, but he couldn't feel any sword intent at all. What the hell was this? There was no way he would believe Gubei's words. There were so many people in this side chamber, but only a good-for-nothing like Gubei could see through it. Even Yin Yang and the others couldn't tell. There was a lot of discussion in the hall, and many people's words were filled with mockery. Everyone's gazes fell onto Yin Yang, Mingyue Wushuang, and Long Tianming. In the end, it was up to Yin Yang, Long Tianming, and Mingyue Wushuang to decide. If Yin Yang and the other two could not see any Tao intent, then Nieli would really become a laughingstock. Long Tianming faintly smiled. Junior brother Nieli's calligraphy is pretty good. In terms of calligraphy, you've definitely reached great heights. However, I can't sense any Tao intent from it. Speaking of which, the word love is better. Hearing Long Tianming's words, everyone couldn't help thinking that Nieli was deliberately mystifying things. Even Long Tianming couldn't sense any Tao intent. That proved that this was just an ordinary word. From the start, Nieli had no intention of letting Long Tianming comprehend the boundless sword intent in this word. Hearing Long Tianming's words, he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart and smiled. This is indeed just an ordinary calligraphy. Since senior brother Long and everyone else can't sense it, then forget it. I'll destroy this word. Nieli took the word from Qin Yu's hands. He was worried that Long Tianming would comprehend something if he let him look at it for a while longer. The reason why Gubei could comprehend it before the others was because Gubei had more contact with Nieli. She had already been unknowingly influenced by Nieli's aura. Furthermore, Gubei's comprehension of the sword was even higher than Long Tianming's. There weren't many people who could surpass Gubei in terms of comprehension of the sword. Just when Nieli took the word, Yin Yang suddenly called out to Nieli, "Wait." Everyone in the side chamber looked at Yin Yang in puzzlement. They were slightly stunned. What was wrong with Yin Yang? Yin Yang was relatively silent. Ever since he arrived in the side chamber, he had only spoken a few sentences. But now, he suddenly called out to Nieli, which surprised everyone. Yin Yang's brows were still tightly knitted. Previously, when Yin Yang saw the word sword, he felt that it was a little strange. When he looked at it carefully, he discovered that the word contained boundless profundities. After pondering for a long time, he felt a torrential sword intent pouncing on him, as if it wanted to devour him. This caused Yin Yang to be extremely shocked. The more he thought about it, the more astonished he felt. There was actually a youth who could comprehend sword intent to such a degree. Compared to that stone he'd placed earlier, the intent of the Skylands realm was simply too far away from Nie Li's supreme sword intent. He was immersed in the boundless sword intent. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that the sword intent was boundless. It was as vast as the universe, and he was like a drop in the ocean. Under everyone's puzzled gazes, Yin Yang took a deep breath and looked at Nieli. He originally thought that his comprehension of Tao intent was enough to suppress all the experts of the younger generation. But now, he realized that there was always someone stronger in this world. At such a young age, Nieli actually had such a shocking comprehension of sword intent. Yin Yang called out to Nieli, but his gaze remained fixed on the word in Nieli's hand. He didn't shift his gaze away for even a moment. Seeing Yin Yang's expression, Long Tianming couldn't help furrowing his brows. Could it be that the word in Nieli's hand contained some sort of profundity? His gaze also fell on the word in Nieli's hand. He furrowed his brows as he tried to figure out something. Mingwei Wushuang had also been looking at the word in Nieli's hand. Although she couldn't comprehend as much as Yin Yang, she could still discover some of the profundities of the word. She could sense a sword intent that was as deep as the ocean contained within it. She wanted to probe it, but she couldn't. When the geniuses in the side chamber saw the expressions of Yin Yang's group of three, they all looked at the word in Ye Li's hand in astonishment. Could it be that there was some sort of profundity hidden within it? Otherwise, Yin Yang's group of three wouldn't have such an expression on their faces. Yin Yang stared at the word in a daze and didn't say anything for a long time. At the sight of this, Nieli understood that Yin Yang was already immersed in that profound sword intent. The word sword that Nieli had written originated from the true intent of the 10,000 heavenly book of 10,000 phenomena that was written by an ancient almighty expert. The characters within the word were all created by that almighty expert and contained the boundless intent of that almighty expert. This word was only the most basic of true intent, but it was enough for an expert of Yin Yang's level to comprehend it for several days and nights. Everyone could comprehend different concepts from these characters, and some people could even comprehend extremely profound sword Tao cultivation techniques. If Yin Yang continued to comprehend it like this, there would be no end to it. He wouldn't even be able to finish it in a few days. Furthermore, Nieli didn't want Long Tianming to comprehend anything from it. The true intent of this word can be written without Tao intent. However, it's just a word. Today, I'll write it down for everyone to observe. If anyone can comprehend it, then it can be considered as having fate with this word. Nieli lightly smiled as he rolled up the word. However, we'll stop here for today. Yin Yang felt a sense of disappointment and frustration as he watched Nieli store the word away. He felt that if he was given a few more days, he'd be able to comprehend the true meaning of this word. Furthermore, it would be extremely beneficial to his cultivation. Regardless, he was still shocked. Yin Yang straightened his body and respectfully said, "I've benefited from the lesson." Hearing Yin Yang's words, the entire side chamber fell into a deathly silence. Those that had ridiculed Nieli earlier couldn't help gaping. They still didn't understand what was going on. They couldn't sense any Tao intent from Nieli's word, but Yin Yang's words couldn't be false. Could it be that the true intent contained within Nieli's word was something that they couldn't comprehend at their current level? I told you that the true intent in Nieli's word is much stronger than Yin Yang's Tao intent. Gu Bei disdainfully glanced at Yi Xian and Mu Rongyu. Yi Xian and Mu Rongyu were both stunned. Yi Xian was extremely puzzled. This was too unbelievable. From his point of view, Nieli hadn't even reached the heavenly fate realm. How could he have such a powerful Tao intent? Could it even surpass yin-yang? Furthermore, when Nieli wrote that word, he couldn't sense a trace of Tao intent from his body at all. However, even yin-yang sighed at his own inferiority. A person of yin-yang's level would definitely not help a nobody like Nieli fake it. Just what was going on. Murong Yu's brows were tightly knitted together. He couldn't understand what was going on. What made him even more depressed was the fact that he couldn't see any profundities contained within Nieli's word. This feeling of being on a completely different level from Nieli infuriated him to the extreme. On the other hand, Xiaoning pursed her lips as a faint smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Although she couldn't see the profundities contained within the word in Nieli's hand, she couldn't help feeling proud of Nieli. Even in the Draconic Ruins realm, Nieli was one of kind. No one could be compared to Nieli. Beside her, Long Yuan's right hand was tightly clenched on the table. Even Gu Bei could see the true meaning of Nieli's word, but she couldn't. Didn't that mean that she was inferior to even Gu Bei? Just what kind of true meaning was contained within Nieli's word? To someone like her who was obsessed with the martial Tao, it was simply filled with endless temptation. She wanted to know the profundities contained within that word too much. She couldn't hold back her curiosity and desire at all costs. She made up her mind. No matter what price she had to pay, she had to obtain the profundities from Nieli. Chapter 316. The geniuses in the side chamber were still in a daze. Nieli put away the calligraphy and prepared to return to his seat. Nieli glanced at Long Yuan in the distance and smiled. He knew Long Yuan's character like the back of his hand. This calligraphy not only taught Gu Bei the sword intent, but it also successfully aroused Long Yuan's curiosity. It wouldn't be long before Long Yuan came looking for him to get to the bottom of it. Nieli would then patiently guide Long Yuan. This would slowly change Long Yuan's mind. It was too easy to control a martial arts fanatic like Long Yuan. Apart from these two goals, Nieli had also successfully attracted the interest of Yin Yang and Mingyue Wushuang. Nieli didn't believe that Yin Yang and Mingyue Wushuang would give up on getting to the bottom of it. Wait! Yin Yang suddenly called out to Nieli. Everyone looked at Yin Yang in confusion. Nieli had put away the calligraphy. What else did Yin Yang want? Nieli looked at Yin Yang and asked, "Senior brother Yin Yang, is there anything else? I want to buy this calligraphy. Is junior brother Nieli willing to part with it? I'm willing to pay 100,000 spiritual stones." Yin Yang said. He originally wanted to say 50,000 spiritual stones, but after thinking about it, 50,000 spiritual stones was too insincere. So, he offered 100,000 spiritual stones. Yin Yang was willing to pay 100,000 spiritual stones to buy the calligraphy that Nieli had just written. The whole hall was in an uproar. All the geniuses in the side chamber were shocked. 100,000 spiritual stones for a single character. Hearing Yin Yang's words, Nieli hesitated. 100,000 spiritual stones was definitely a big temptation. After all, it was just a character. He wouldn't lose anything even if he sold it. Should I sell it? Yin Yang's words shocked Long Tianming. Before he could see through the profound meaning of the word, Nieli had already rolled it up. Long Tianming had no idea what was hidden within it. However, he never imagined that Yin Yang would actually be willing to buy Nieli's word for 100,000 spiritual stones. Could it be that Yin Yang felt that the true meaning contained within Nieli's word was far more than 100,000 spiritual stones? Mingyue Wushuang's clear eyes fell on Nieli, even though she couldn't find a way to enter. However, he could feel the boundless sword intent contained in Nieli's calligraphy. If he bought it, it would definitely be worth more than 100,000 spirit stones. Seeing Nieli hesitate for a long time, Yin Yang said, "If junior martial brother Nieli doesn't want to sell it, how about I offer 150,000 spirit stones?" Although this price, compared to the value of this word, it's far from enough. However, I still hope that junior martial brother Nieli can part with it. It was understandable that Yin Yang wanted this word so urgently. After all, Nieli knew the true value of this word. When Yin Yang comprehended a little, Nieli put the word away. It would be strange if Yin Yang wasn't anxious. Hearing Yin Yang's words, Long Tianming's brows twitched. He smiled and said, "Since junior marshal brother Nye Li isn't willing to sell it, then junior marshal brother Yin Yang doesn't need to force it." Long Tianming could feel that Yin Yang was extremely anxious. His desire for Nye Li's word was even greater than the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting. As long as he left this word behind, Long Tianming would have thousands of ways to get his hands on it. That way, it wouldn't fall into Yin Yang's hands. Naturally, Nye Li wouldn't let Long Tianming have his way. He immediately waved his hand and said, "Senior brother Long and Yin Yang are exaggerating. I can write dozens of this word in a day. It's just one word. If senior marshal brothers and sisters want it, I can give one to each of you." Hearing Nye Li's words, both Long Tianming and Yin Yang were stunned. That's right. Nye Li could write a lot of this word in a day. That's because Nye Li didn't need to circulate his Tao intent when he wrote it. Long Tianming didn't want Yin Yang to obtain this word. He could faintly sense that Yin Yang could comprehend profound Tao intent from it. However, Nye Li had said that he could write a lot of it in a day. He no longer had any way to stop Yin Yang from obtaining the word. Long Tianming felt depressed in his heart. Did Nye Li have a screw loose in his head? Or was he pretending to be ignorant? Yin Yang took a deep look at Nye Li. He knew the meaning behind Nye Li's words. Indeed, Nye Li could write a lot of words. However, the value of this word couldn't be denied. Regardless of how many words junior brother Nye Li can write in a day, I'm still willing to buy it for 150,000 spiritual stones. Yin Yang said calmly. This was his style of doing things. When a gentleman made friends, he would treat them with sincerity. How could Yin Yang accept such a precious word from Nye Li for no reason? Looking at Yin Yang's serious expression, Nye Li pondered for a moment. He originally wanted to befriend Yin Yang. If he only wanted to sell the word, then it would be meaningless. After pondering for a moment, he said, "How about this? Since senior brother Yin Yang is willing to spend so many spiritual stones to buy it, then I'll give senior brother Yin Yang a word." Nye Li turned around and walked to the table. He spread out the word and quickly wrote the word "Marshal" in the bottom right corner. He then rolled it up and handed it to Qin Yu. "Miss Qin Yu, please give it to senior brother Yin Yang." The Tao intent contained in this word was much more profound than the word sword. Qin Yu was overwhelmed by the favor and respectfully received it. Holding the word with both hands, she walked towards Yin Yang. She had previously looked down on Nye Li, but now, Qin Yu could no longer see through Nye Li. She felt a faint sense of reverence towards Nye Li, treating Nye Li as an equal existence to Yin Yang's trio. Yin Yang received the word from Qin Yu's hands. He looked at the word sword and then the word marshal in the bottom right corner. A majestic feeling washed over him, causing him to be slightly startled. After a moment of hesitation, he rolled up the word. "Thank you, junior brother Nye Li." The shock in Yin Yang's heart was indescribable. This word, marshal, seemed to be much more profound than the word sword. He never imagined that Nye Li would give him such a big gift. He picked up an interspatial ring and earnestly said, "Compared to these two words from junior brother Nye Li, all the ordinary things are too insignificant. From today onwards, junior brother Nye Li is a friend of Yin Yang." Yin Yang looked at Qin Yu and said, "Miss Qin Yu, please pass this to junior brother Nye Li." After receiving the interspatial ring from Qin Yu, Nye Li put it away and said with a faint smile, "Then I, Nye Li, have also made friends with senior brother Yin Yang." Everyone's hearts itched. They didn't know what Nye Li had written for Yin Yang. They couldn't see it, but from Yin Yang's expression, it shouldn't be something simple. However, they couldn't even understand the word sword. Even if they saw the second word, it wouldn't be of much use. Long Tianming felt extremely depressed in his heart. Not only did he let Yin Yang obtain Nye Li's word, but he also seemed to have obtained two words. "I wonder if junior brother Nye Li is willing to write one for me? I'll also pay 150,000 spiritual stones." Mingwei Wushuang sweetly smiled. "Sure. In order not to discriminate, I'll also write two words for senior sister Mingwei." Nye Li wrote the word sword and the word jiao, implying a woman as bright as the moon. In terms of artistic conception, it wasn't much different from the martial word he had written for yin-yang. Nieli received another 150,000 spiritual stones from Mingyue Wushuang. Junior brother Nieli seems to have a soft spot for junior sister Ninger. For now on, I'll take good care of Ninger. Mingyue Wushuang smiled as she glanced at Xiao Ninger in the distance. Hearing Mingyue Wushuang's words, the girls of the Heavenly Note sect immediately looked at Xiao Ninger with envy. Mingyue Wushuang's position in the Heavenly Note sect was extraordinary. She was the holy maiden of the Heavenly Note sect. With Mingyue Wushuang's care, Xiao Ninger's future in the Heavenly Note sect would definitely be boundless. Although Xiao Ninger's talent was extremely astonishing and had attracted the attention of the higher-ups, it was different with Mingyue Wushuang's care. Then I'll have to thank senior sister Mingyue, Nieli said as he cupped his hands. However, in his heart, he was thinking that by writing a few words, he'd made 2 connections and even obtained 300,000 spiritual stones. This was a pretty good deal. Why did he feel that selling words was more profitable than selling high-grade demon spirits? Seeing Nieli talking to Yin Yang and Mingyue Wushuang with ease, Yixian suddenly had the illusion that he and Nieli weren't in the same world. Just a moment ago, he was mocking Nieli in his heart for being a poor bastard. In the end, Nieli only wrote 2 words and obtained 300,000 spiritual stones. Seeing that Yin Yang and Mingyue Wushuang had both obtained Nieli's words, Long Tianming slightly frowned. He couldn't stop Yin Yang and Mingyue Wushuang from obtaining Nieli's words, so he could only give up. As for Nieli, it was absolutely impossible for him to spend 150,000 spiritual stones to obtain words from Nieli. Nieli was a disciple of Hagami Myunyan. As long as he sent someone to ask for words from Nieli, would Nieli not give it to him? Not only would Nieli have to give it to him, he would have to give even more, unless Nieli didn't want to stay in Hagami Myunyan any longer. Long Tianming started to examine Nieli. If Nieli really had talent, it wouldn't be a bad idea to have him under his command. As for suppressing Nieli, he didn't have that thought for the time being. After today's matter, the higher-ups of Hagami Myunyan would definitely take some words from Nieli to study after knowing that Yin Yang and Mingyue Wushuang had asked for words from Nieli. With Nieli's ability, it should be easy for him to get in touch with 1 or 2 higher-ups. In Hagami Myunyan, Long Tianming still couldn't cover the sky with one hand. What Long Tianming was curious about was Nieli's talent aside from writing those strange words. After all, when Nieli wrote those words, he didn't use any Dao intent. Therefore, Long Tianming couldn't see through his cultivation. Even if he was a number 1 genius of a new batch of students, he still couldn't attract Long Tianming's attention. However, if Nieli had such a profound comprehension of Dao intent, why hadn't he reached the heavenly fate realm yet? Could it be that Nieli was hiding something? Long Tianming couldn't see through Nieli, so he decided to send someone to probe Nieli. Nieli walked down from the stage and returned to the table. He exchanged glances with Ning, Gu Bei, and the rest and smiled. Whether it was Gu Bei or Li Xingyun, both of them were completely convinced by Nieli. When Murong Yu saw that Nieli had returned, he gnashed his teeth in his heart. Back in the ghastly ruins, he had done everything he could to prevent Nieli from obtaining spiritual stones. In the end, after all his efforts, Nieli had casually written a few words and obtained 300,000 spiritual stones. Murong Yu had failed at the last step. That was 300,000 spiritual stones. Even if he saved for dozens of years, he still wouldn't be able to accumulate that many spiritual stones. Chapter 317. How did you comprehend it? Nieli looked at Gu Bei and asked. Gu Bei cultivated sword essence in her previous life. Her understanding of the way of the sword had reached a level that was difficult for ordinary people to reach. Therefore, Nieli deliberately reminded Gu Bei to comprehend it carefully, hoping that Gu Bei could gain something. I comprehended the majestic sword essence, but it was too profound. I couldn't fully comprehend it in a short time. Gu Bei blushed with shame. It was normal that Gu Bei couldn't fully comprehend it. The artistic conception contained in that piece of calligraphy was not something that could be comprehended in a day or two. Moreover, it was said that if thousands of people read it, each person would have a different understanding. He didn't know what Gu Bei, who was proficient in sword essence, could comprehend from it. When we go back, I'll write one for you. Nieli smiled. Nieli, thank you. Gu Bei said seriously. Nieli's calligraphy was sold for 150,000 spiritual stones. The value was amazing. He had received many benefits from Nieli. He was a person who knew how to repay kindness. He remembered Nieli's kindness in his heart. We're brothers. There's no need to be so polite. Nieli smiled and said. Hearing Nieli and Gu Bei's conversation, Long Yuan wanted to say something several times, but she held back. What qualifications did she have to ask Nieli for that piece of calligraphy? Nieli's calligraphy was sold for 150,000 spiritual stones. Could she take out 150,000 spiritual stones? If she wanted Nieli's calligraphy, what could she use to exchange with Nieli? Her relationship with Nieli was not as close as Gu Bei and Nieli. However, the desire in her heart for that piece of calligraphy was getting stronger and stronger. That strong curiosity was gnawing at her heart like ants. For someone like her who was obsessed with martial arts, this was really too difficult to endure. Just now, Nieli's calligraphy was clearly placed in front of them. Even Gu Bei had comprehended it, but she couldn't see anything. To Long Yuan, who had always been competitive, this was really too depressing. Could it be that her aptitude was really that bad? What was hidden in Nieli's calligraphy? In the end, Long Yuan mustered up her courage and said to Nieli, Nieli, the word you wrote. Can you let me take a look again? Nieli couldn't help but smile in his heart. Long Yuan had finally asked. Indeed, with Long Yuan's personality, there was no reason for her not to be curious about that piece of calligraphy. However, it was not the right time yet. He only glanced at Long Yuan and said calmly, You won't be able to understand that word. Let's talk about it later. Hearing Nieli's words, Long Yuan's face flushed red. Other than Nieli, if anyone of the same age said that she couldn't do it, she would definitely beat them up until they were looking for their teeth on the ground. However, Nieli said that she couldn't do it. Although she was depressed, she didn't lose her temper, because Nieli had the right to say that. Long Yuan turned her head away angrily. Although she wasn't reconciled with Nieli's words, she couldn't do anything about it. Xiao Ning looked at Long Yuan. Then she looked at Nieli and smiled meaningfully. Although Nieli often appeared indifferent, he was extremely good to the people around him. Under such circumstances, it was normal for many girls to like Nieli. Xiao Ning sighed in her heart. She didn't know what position she had in Nieli's heart. The two girls were tangled up in their hearts, but no one knew about it. Murong Yu and Yi Xian pretended that they didn't see Nieli and turned their gazes elsewhere. Staying with Nieli was simply too shameful. However, they couldn't stand up and leave. If they did, they'd be looked down upon even more. Although they were depressed, they still sat there. Li Xingyin gave Nieli a thumbs up and said, In this huge Hagami Munyan, you're the only one I admire. Nieli smiled and said, Brother Li is too kind. The geniuses of the Hagami Munyan in the side hall all looked at Nieli. Many of them couldn't help but have some thoughts in their hearts. Gu Bei and Li Xingyin really had foresight. They actually made friends with Nieli first. It could be said that the pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first. They reckoned that with Gu Bei and Li Xingyun's relationship with Nieli, they'd be able to make a move. It should be easy to get a piece of calligraphy from Nieli. Many of them were wondering if they could get in touch with Nieli in private. Even if they couldn't become friends, as long as they could get a piece of calligraphy from Nieli, it would be worth it. After all, Nieli was a disciple of the Hagami Munyan. There was still a long way to go. It wasn't just the disciples of the Hagami Munyan. The disciples of the other two major sects also had similar thoughts. Qinyu, who was standing at the front, pursed her lips and smiled. I didn't expect junior brother Nieli's Dao insight to have reached such a level. I was blind before. It's a pity that I'm not talented enough to comprehend the mystery behind it. Qinyu dispelled the awkwardness and continued. If it weren't for the fact that junior brother Nieli's calligraphy is selling for 150,000 spirit stones, I wouldn't have been able to resist asking junior brother Nieli for a piece of calligraphy to relieve my curiosity and confusion. However, junior brother Nieli said that only those who are fated can comprehend the mystery behind the calligraphy. It seems that I'm not fated to do so. After this matter, Nieli's calligraphy had made a name for himself in the three major sections. Hearing Qin use words, Nieli transmitted his voice to Xiao Ning. Before you return to the Hagami Myunmyun, I'll write some for you. When you reach the Heavenly Notes sect, you can sell them if you want. If you don't want to sell them, you can give them to someone who's worth it. Okay. Xiao Ning nodded her head. She was extremely intelligent. From Nieli's series of actions, Xiao Ning already understood what Nieli wanted to do. Since that was the case, she decided to become a support for Nieli. If she could have a place in the Heavenly Notes sect, then she would definitely be able to help Nieli. I never thought that there would be such a genius in the Hagami Myunmyun. I wonder if I'll be able to see junior brother Nieli in the outside world. Qin Yu lightly smiled as she looked at Nieli with a meaningful gaze. Hearing Qin Yu's words, Nieli's heart sank. Heading to the outside world was a step that he had to take. The disciples of the various major sects were all competing in the outside world. If they could stand out, then they would be able to gather a force that belonged to them. At that time, they would have the qualifications to fight for a position in the divine sect. Qin Yu's words were probably a test. The disciples of the three major sects, including Long Tianming, all looked at Nieli, waiting for Nieli's reply. Nieli lightly smiled and said, "Many thanks for senior sister Qin Yu's concern, but I don't have any plans to head to the outside world for the time being." Hearing Nieli's words, some people were slightly relieved. If Nieli were to head to the outside world, then he would become a formidable opponent for many of them. Some people also noticed Nieli's wording. Although he didn't have any plans for the time being, that didn't mean that he wouldn't in the future. Nieli hadn't made a dead end. However, they heard Yin Yang say, "If junior brother Nieli were to head to the outside world, my Skyblaze sect will definitely not make things difficult for junior brother Nieli. If you need any help, feel free to look for me." Yin Yang's words caused everyone to tremble slightly. The Skyblaze sect wouldn't make things difficult for Nieli. These words already carried a lot of weight. Moreover, Yin Yang actually said that he could help Nieli. Was Yin Yang trying to use this opportunity to support another force? Long Tianming's eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't know how he had offended Yin Yang, but he vaguely felt that Yin Yang had a trace of enmity towards him. Could it be that Yin Yang was deliberately targeting him? Long Tianming looked at Nieli. If Nieli really wanted to fight for hegemony, then he definitely wouldn't let Nieli grow. Nieli smiled and said, "Then I'll have to thank senior brother Yin Yang. I've already said that I don't have any plans to head to the outside world for the time being." Hearing Nieli's words, Long Tianming felt like a stone had been lifted from his heart. At least Nieli was tactful. The topic seemed to have strayed a little too far, causing a bad atmosphere in the side hall. Qin Yu swept her gaze across the crowd and asked with a smile, "Is there anyone else who wants to come up for today's Dao discussion?" Hearing Qin Yu's words, everyone smiled bitterly. After Yin Yang and the other two, only Nieli dared to stand up. The others didn't dare to. After Nieli finished his demonstration, who would dare to come up? After a long time, no one answered. Qin Yu smiled and said, "It seems that there is no one else. Then, today's Dao discussion will end here. Thank you for coming to this gathering. I hope that everyone will attend the banquet tonight." The gathering finally ended. Nieli lowered his head and said to Xiao Ninger, "Let's go to my place first." Nieli wasn't interested in attending the banquet tonight. Once one attended a banquet, it was inevitable that there would be a lot of social interactions. "Okay." Xiao Ning blushed as she nodded her head. She remembered that she'd misunderstood Nieli's intentions and felt a little shy. Gu Bei, Lu Piao, and the rest stood up and prepared to leave with Nieli. "Brother Nieli, I'll take my leave first." Li Xingyun cupped her hands towards Nieli and said, "If Brother Nieli has any news, let me know at any time. I'll send someone to deliver the 100,000 spiritual stones." "Okay, if I have any news, I'll let Brotherly know at any time." Nieli nodded his head. He knew that Li Xingyun was talking about God-level growth rate demon spirits. However, the Dragon Bloodline God-level growth rate demon spirits given to Li Xingyun were naturally ranked after Ning. Everyone in the side hall left one after another. Everyone was still talking about what had happened today. Nieli was a dark horse that had suddenly appeared, attracting the attention of countless people. No matter what, Nieli had become famous in the three major sects today. What kind of Dao intent was hidden in Nieli's sword? Why were only Yin Yang and Mingyue Wushuang able to sense it? Even Long Tianming couldn't? This was something that everyone was very puzzled about. Yin Yang glanced at Nieli, who was standing in the distance. He retracted his gaze and sighed. It's a pity that such a character didn't come to our Skyblaze sect. Staying in the Hagami Myunmyun will only bury his talent. If he came to our Skyblaze sect, he'd definitely be a great help to us. Senior brother Yin Yang, aren't you worried that he'll rise and seize the position? A few of the Skyblaze sect disciples asked. What do I, Yin Yang, have to fear? If there's someone with talent above mine who can lead the Skyblaze sect to glory, why can't I give up the position of Holy Son? Yin Yang said indifferently, his gaze distant. Chapter 3:18. Aside from Yin Yang, many other geniuses from the three major sects also watched as Nieli left. No one knew what they were thinking. The disciples of the three major sects chatted with each other as they gradually dispersed. Yi Xian wanted to greet Xiao Ninger, but Xiao Ninger had already left with Nieli. She didn't even spare him a glance. Yi Xian's heart was like a falling leaf in autumn. Originally, he had a sense of superiority when facing Nieli. He felt that once Xiao Ninger recognized reality, she'd understand who was more suitable for her. But now, Yi Xian couldn't help but bitterly smile. How could he compete with Nieli? Muronyu looked at Yi Xian, who was smiling bitterly, and said, Senior brother Yi Xian wouldn't admit defeat, right? Yi Xian pondered for a moment, then said, Then what else can we do? Muronyu murmured, You guys overestimate that kid Nieli. Think about it. His cultivation hasn't even reached the heavenly fate realm, and he didn't use any Dao intent when he wrote that word. I'm guessing that this brat must have gotten his hands on an ancient book that was written by some almighty expert. This brat copied it, and the words he wrote naturally contained Dao intent. Muronyu said, after pondering for a moment. Yi Xian's heart trembled. Murongyu's words really had a chance. Then what should we do? As long as he's in the Sky Soul Institute, there's nothing we can do to him. Indeed, we can't do anything to him in the Sky Soul Institute. However, I'm certain that he'll definitely head to the outside world. When that happens, we might need senior brother Yi Xian's help. Muronyu said. Since he'd already formed a death grudge with Nieli in the ghastly ruins, he might as well go all out. Otherwise, he'd definitely face a crazy counterattack from Nieli. It'd be best if we can snatch that almighty ancient book from him as well. If Nieli was allowed to grow, then he, Muronyu, wouldn't have a place in the Hagami Myunmyun. As long as you can help me vent my anger, I'll give you my full support in the outside world. Yi Xian pondered for a moment. He was also extremely interested in the ancient book that Muronyu had speculated about. Many thanks, senior brother Yi Xian. Muronyu smiled as he cupped his hands. Yi Xian was still able to mobilize a portion of the Fire God Sect's clan's power. With Yi Xian's help, Nieli wouldn't be able to rise in the outside world. The outside world would be a place of sorrow for Nieli, although the party was over. However, many disciples of the three divine sects were still exchanging pointers with each other. Young Master Yi Xian, it seems like little sister Ninger already has someone in her heart. Then there's nothing I can do. Shunling walked over from the side and said with a smile. She was charming and enchanting. Wherever he passed by, a fragrant wind assaulted his face. But I still have to thank Sister Shun for your help. Yi Xian slightly cupped his hands. It's a pity that I wasn't able to help young Master Yi Xian. Shunling shook her head and sighed. I'll return the spiritual stone essence you gave me to you. No need. I might need Sister Shunling's help in the future. Yi Xian had previously asked Shunling to put in a good word for Xiao Ninger, but now it seemed like it was completely useless. However, there was no way he could take back something that he had given away. Muronyu couldn't help but look at Yi Xian. He didn't expect Yi Xian to be so concerned about Xiao Ninger. He actually used so many methods. The more Yi Xian cared about Xiao Ninger, the more he cared about her. The more Murong, you could make use of Yi Xian. The sky gradually turned dark. Gu Bei and the rest left after bidding farewell to Nieli. Lu Piao and Xiao Shui entered the room. Banging sounds could be heard from inside, and occasionally, Lu Piao's painful moans could be heard. No one knew what she was doing. Xiao Ninger and Nieli couldn't help looking at each other and smiling. These two enemies could fight wherever they went. However, Lu Piao was completely subdued and didn't have any temper. Xiao Ninger walked into Nieli's room and looked around. She was a little absent-minded when she arrived at Hagami Myunmyun. Nieli had been living here all this time. The entire room was filled with Nieli's familiar aura. This courtyard was rented by Xiao Yu. Lu Piao and I are staying here. I don't know what Xiao Yu is doing today, but she still hasn't returned. He still hasn't returned. Nieli smiled. Being together with Ning made him feel a little more relaxed. Nieli was preparing to fuse a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit for Ninger tonight. There was a screen in the middle of the room, along with a large wooden barrel. This was where Nieli usually bathed. Xiao Ninger seemed to have thought of something, and her face turned slightly red. She saw Ninger looking at the barrel. Nieli thought about it. Ninger had been traveling with the Heavenly Note sect for a long time. She must be tired from the journey and hadn't bathed yet. Nieli said, "Why don't I go out first? You could take a bath here." "No need." Xiao Ninger immediately waved her hand. She didn't stay in the Hagami Myunmyun for long. She wanted to spend more time with Nieli. She was worried that Nieli might disappear at any moment. Therefore, after a brief pondering, Xiao Ninger said, "Why don't I bathe here? Since there's a screen separating us, just don't peek. You can chat with me." Finishing her words, Xiao Ninger's face turned slightly hot. Although they were separated by a screen, they were still in the same room. Therefore, Xiao Ninger's heart couldn't help thumping wildly. However, when she recalled the words that Xiao Shui often said to her, she couldn't help mustering her courage. Nieli thought about it. He wanted to spend some time fusing with a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit. It was too dangerous to fuse with a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit in the courtyard. It would be troublesome if he was discovered. Therefore, he nodded his head and said, "All right then." Nieli took out the nightmare demon pot and started fusing with a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit. Seeing Nieli lowering his head and getting busy, Xiao Ninger stomped her feet. It wasn't easy for her to come to the Hagami Myunmyun, but Nieli was already busy with his own matters. Xiao Ninger also got busy. She filled the wooden bucket with water and secretly glanced in Nieli's direction. Her heart was thumping wildly. She walked behind the screen and slowly took off her clothes, revealing her smooth shoulders and graceful figure. Her skin was sparkling and translucent like jade. Her bones and flesh were well-proportioned, and her jade-like feet were exquisite, like the masterpiece of the Creator. She slowly took a step into the wooden bucket. "Ninger." Nieli recovered his senses and raised his head to look at the screen. A candle was lit behind the screen. Through the screen, he could vaguely see Ninger's curvaceous figure. Nieli couldn't help awkwardly rubbing his nose. The room was filled with the fragrance of a girl. Xiao Ninger didn't know that Nieli was looking in her direction. After responding, she slowly entered the wooden bucket and took a bath. Nieli retracted his gaze and couldn't help smiling. He focused his gaze on the bottom of the nightmare demon pot. As he placed a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit into the pot, he asked, "Ninger, what level has your lightning dragon cultivation technique reached?" "My lightning dragon cultivation technique has reached the thunder condensation realm." Xiao Ninger's clear voice came from behind the screen. "Every time the lightning dragon cultivation technique increases by a level, my cultivation will rise by 3 realms. I was originally in the 2 fate realm, but from the lightning guiding realm to the lightning condensation realm, I directly reached the 5 fate realm." Hearing Xiao Ninger's words, Nieli couldn't help sighing in his heart. The lightning dragon cultivation technique was truly worthy of being called a powerful cultivation technique. It allowed Ninger's cultivation speed to reach such a frightening level. He had to work hard as well. After you reached the 5 fate realm, did you head to the outside world? Nieli asked Xiao Ninger. Training in the outside world could allow one to quickly raise their cultivation. Furthermore, shocking treasures would often appear in the outside world. I made a trip to the outside world and hunted 3 dragon bloodline demon beasts. I also gathered some spiritual herbs. However, I didn't dare to go too deep by myself. With Xiao Ninger's personality, she probably wouldn't be willing to join a large hunting group. After all, those hunting groups had a mix of members. She wouldn't dare to go too deep into the dangerous areas of the outside world alone. The distant outside world was an extremely mysterious place. Even martial ancestor realm experts had only explored a small portion of the area. If one hadn't reached the heavenly fate realm and had multiple lives, ordinary people wouldn't dare to go there. The major sects could only control the areas around their sections. In the vast areas of the outside world, there were countless powerful dragon bloodline demon beasts. There were even some super demon beasts with ancient bloodlines. Even the pinnacle experts of the major sects didn't dare to casually touch many demon beasts. If it wasn't for the fact that the major sects had laid down their sect-protecting arrays, many super demon beasts with ancient bloodlines could directly destroy a sect. However, upon reaching the heavenly fate realm, many people would head to the outside world to train and seek breakthroughs in their realms. Some would even establish their own forces in the outside world. According to the rules of the major sects, only the descendants of those who could establish their own forces in the outside world had the qualifications to compete for the position of successor. When passing down the position of patriarch, the major families would also assess the successor's ability to manage their forces. Flowers in a greenhouse weren't qualified to become the successor of the family. I understand. Nieli knew that with Xiao Ninger's personality, she liked to be alone. It would be difficult for her to join a large hunting group, not to mention establishing her own. Therefore, Nieli didn't tell Xiao Ninger about his plans. Xiao Ninger only needed to focus on cultivating. As for how to manage her forces in the future, that was up to him. After continuously integrating and exhausting a large amount of dragon bloodline demon spirits, Nieli finally succeeded in integrating with a god-level growth rate dragon bloodline demon spirit. Unfortunately, it wasn't a mutated one. Furthermore, it was a black-winged draconic hawk, which didn't match Xiao Ninger's cultivation technique. Is the demon spirit you've integrated with still a heavenly lightning sparrow? Nieli asked Xiao Ninger. I've integrated with an extraordinary level growth rate dragon bloodline demon spirit. I've already refined the heavenly lightning sparrow that you gave me into a lightning wind sword. Xiao Ninger said as she pursed her lips. How could she be willing to throw away the heavenly lightning sparrow that Nieli had given her? Nieli never imagined that aside from an extraordinary level growth rate dragon bloodline demon spirit, Xiao Ninger had also obtained a lightning wind sword. It seemed that the Heavenly Note sect treated their disciples quite well. The internal struggles of the Heavenly Note sect were far from being as intense as Hagami Myunmyun. Furthermore, the resources they possessed were much more than Hagami Myunmyun. Chapter 319. As Nieli chatted with Ning, they also talked about Yi Ziyun's current situation. Due to the fact that Yi Ziyun's bloodline was compatible, she'd entered a secret realm of the Heavenly Note sect to cultivate. As of now, her cultivation was even stronger than Xiao Ninger's. Due to their astonishing talents, Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ning had become the twin stars of the Heavenly Note sect's younger generation and were highly regarded. Knowing that Ziyun and Ning were doing pretty well, Nieli felt relieved. As for the struggle for supremacy, Nieli wasn't willing to drag Ziyun and Ning into it. Through the screen, Ning could only see a hazy and familiar figure. However, every time she saw that familiar figure, she would feel incomparably at ease. Even if she had to hand herself over to Nieli, she would have no regrets. Nieli, are you preparing to head to the outside world? Xiao Ninger asked. That's for sure. Nieli's gaze was deep as he smiled. I've only just reached the heavenly fate realm. I need to be at least a 2 fate before I dare head to the outside world. Otherwise, I won't even know how I died. Okay. Xiao Ninger nodded. She wasn't worried about Nieli. Nieli had always done things with a plan. Nelly had a way of making others feel at ease. Nelly continued to refine demon spirits. Fortunately, Gubei had purchased enough ordinary level growth rate dragon bloodline demon spirits. Therefore, Nelly could continue to refine them. Nelly continued to refine a second dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit. Ever since he tried to use his heavenly energy to forcefully refine a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit, he'd use his heavenly energy to forcefully suppress it every time he started refining a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit. The second dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit was also refined. Although it wasn't of the wind and lightning attribute, it was a lightning attribute Scarlet Thunderbird. Furthermore, it was a mutated one, so it wasn't a bad idea to give it to Ning-Er. The Blackwing Draconic Hawk could be given to Xiao Shui. However, Nelly still wanted to refine another dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit for Xiao Ning-Er to bring to Yiziyun. A moment later, Xiao Ning-Er walked out of the bathtub. She was wrapped in a piece of brocade and walked out. She raised her head and glanced at Xiao Ning. Nieli's gaze slightly froze. Xiao Ning-Er's hair was still wet. Water droplets flowed down her hair and landed on her smooth, slightly flushed skin. The cloth couldn't wrap around it. He could vaguely see her voluptuous figure. Her exquisite shoulders were so slender that it was hard for him to shift his gaze away from her. Seeing Xiao Ning-Er's appearance, Nelly awkwardly shifted his gaze away. Xiao Ning-Er's face turned slightly red. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something. After hesitating for a long time, she shyly retreated and put on her white training clothes. She gently sighed as she looked at Nelly. In the end, she still couldn't muster up her courage. Ning-Er, I've already helped you integrate with a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit. Come over and integrate with it. Nelly changed the topic, dispelling the awkwardness. Okay. Xiao Ning-Er walked out. Her face was still boiling hot. She walked to Nieli's side. After receiving the dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit from Nieli's hands, Xiao Ning-Er closed her eyes and tried to sense the dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit in the spiritual stone. Nieli looked at Xiao Ning. She looked even more pure and charming in her white training clothes. How could he not know Xiao Ning-Er's feelings? It's just that now wasn't the right time. As if sensing Nieli's gaze, Xiao Ning-Er's eyelashes twitched. She seemed a little uneasy. After a brief moment, she opened her eyes and looked at Nieli with her clear eyes. She shyly said, Nieli, continue to look at me. I can't even calm my heart down to integrate with the demon spirit. Nieli shrugged his shoulders and smiled. I was tempted earlier. Can't you let me look at you a little longer? Hearing Nieli's words, Xiao Ning-Er was so embarrassed that she buried her face in her chest. She could naturally hear the ridicule in Nieli's words. She couldn't help flattening her lips. Nieli was too bad. Seeing Xiao Ning-Er's expression, Nieli couldn't help laughing and said, Continue integrating with the demon spirit. Xiao Ning-Er began integrating with the divine Scarlet Thunderbird demon spirit. Nieli also began helping Yiziyun refine the demon spirit. The night gradually deepened. Hagami Myunmyun's Sky Cloud Palace, a white-haired old man, was quietly sitting cross-legged. He was thin and had a sage-like demeanor. Five-colored light flowed around him, and his body exuded a warm power, like the sunlight of the early morning. Master, Venerable Red Soul slightly bowed towards the old man. This old man was Venerable Red Soul's master, one of the 5 heads of Hagami Myunmyun, Hierarch Skycloud. Unlike the other heads, Hierarch Skycloud rarely interfered in the internal struggles of Hagami Myunmyun. He had always maintained a neutral stance and was only loyal to the Patriarch. He would support whoever obtained the Patriarch's position. Hierarch Skycloud didn't control any forces. He only had 36 disciples. However, no one would ignore the existence of Hierarch Skycloud. Hierarch Skycloud opened his eyes, looked at Venerable Red Soul, and asked, Disciple, why are you looking for me? Venerable Red Soul bitterly smiled. It's nothing important. This year's batch of new students have joined, and there are a few with decent talent. One of them is an 8th-grade heaven spiritual root. His talent is outstanding, and even I can't understand his cultivation technique. Oh, Hierarch Skycloud's interest was piqued. Aside from that, there's a Tao discussion segment in the recent gathering of the 3 major sections. It's about integrating Tao intent into the 4 arts. Yin Yang of the Skyblaze sect, Mingyue Wushuang of the Heavenly Notes sect, and Long Tianming of our Hagami Munyan all displayed their skills. After Long Tianming, Mingyue Wushuang, and Mingyue Wushuang, that student also went up to demonstrate his skills. He wrote a word, which was somewhat profound. The other geniuses in the side chamber, including Long Tianming, couldn't comprehend its profundities. They all thought it was ordinary calligraphy. Only Yin Yang and Mingyue Wushuang managed to comprehend it. Hierarch Skycloud's heart trembled at Venerable Red Sowl's words. Just what kind of calligraphy did Nieli write to make Yin Yang and Mingyue Wushuang concede defeat? Hierarch Skycloud was well aware of the strength and talent of Yin Yang and Mingyue Wushuang. They were well-known figures amongst the younger generations of the Skyblaze sect and Heavenly Note sect, especially Yin Yang, who was the most outstanding genius of the Skyblaze sect in the past 100 years. Which family does he belong to in the Hagami Munyan? Hierarch Skycloud asked. The reason why Hierarch Skycloud didn't ask about the matters of the Hagami Munyan was because the internal strife in the Hagami Munyan was too intense. The Gu clan and the Dragon Seal family both wanted to become the rulers of the Hagami Munyan, causing chaos in the Hagami Munyan. As for the Ashen Flames family, although they maintained their silence, they had other thoughts. Seeing that the Hagami Munyan was declining without being able to do anything, Hierarch Skycloud was disheartened. Regardless of which family Nieli belonged to, he would still be the focal point of conflict. This youth comes from the tiny world and has yet to join any forces. Furthermore, he has clearly announced to the public that he won't join any forces before he graduates from the Sky Soul Institute. However, I don't know how long he can last, Venerable Red Soul said. Venerable Red Soul explained. He was well aware of Hierarch Skycloud's temperament, which was why he'd told him everything about Nieli. Hierarch Skycloud was especially attentive to those geniuses who didn't join any families. Oh, the tiny world? Hierarch Skycloud's heart trembled. The moment he heard about the tiny world, he thought of a certain person. After a brief silence, he said, he's definitely under a lot of pressure for not joining any families. Inform the 3 families that I've taken a fancy to this child. Tell them not to disturb him. I'll continue to observe this child's character. Yes, Venerable Red Soul respectfully replied. Although Hierarch Skycloud hadn't been involved in disputes for many years, he was, after all, one of the 5 major figures of the Hagami Munyan. Furthermore, he maintained a neutral stance. Therefore, the 3 families had to give Hierarch Skycloud some face. After all, no one wanted to offend such an influential figure. Just as Venerable Red Soul was about to take his leave, Venerable Skycloud called out to Venerable Red Soul and said, "Right, when you return, ask him for a piece of calligraphy. I want to see exactly what mysteries there are in it." Even Hierarch Skycloud was curious about Nieli's calligraphy. Venerable Red Soul was a little astonished in his heart. After all, Hierarch Skycloud was a martial ancestor realm expert. Why would he be curious about a piece of calligraphy written by Nieli to the point of asking him for one? "Yes, Lord Master," Venerable Red Soul respectfully replied as he bowed and left. The night quickly passed, and the sun gradually rose. Nieli and Xiao Ninger walked out of the room. Xiao Ninger had already completed her integration with a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit. She could feel the power of a brand new dragon bloodline demon spirit. A dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit was undoubtedly very powerful. Lu Piao also came out of the room. When she saw Nieli, she ran over and looked at Nieli with excitement. Her voice trembled as she said, "Nieli, Xiao Shui, what happened to Xiao Shui?" asked Nieli as he looked at Lu Piao. He noticed that Lu Piao's face was bruised and swollen. Although she'd applied medicine, it didn't look like it had recovered yet. "Xiao Shui, let me touch her," Lu Piao was so excited that she couldn't control herself. Hearing Lu Piao's words, Xiao Ning'er's face slightly blushed. What did you touch? If you touched it, then so be it. Nieli bitterly smiled. Was there a need for her to be so excited? Lu Piao appeared a little bashful as she said with a blissful expression, "She finally let me touch her hand." Hearing Lu Piao's words, Nieli's eyes widened as he stared at Lu Piao. Did Lu Piao run over so excitedly just to tell him that Xiao Shui let him touch her hand? Nieli slapped Lu Piao's head as he scolded. "You good for nothing. I only touched her hand. Is there a need for you to be so excited?" Hearing Nieli's words, Xiao Ning couldn't help covering her mouth as she giggled. Nieli hugged Lu Piao's neck and whispered a few words into Lu Piao's ear. "Really?" Lu Piao widened her eyes as she looked at Nieli. "Don't lie to me." "Of course I'm not lying to you." Nieli seriously nodded his head. Lu Piao hesitated for a moment. In the end, her expression became extremely serious, as if she was going to meet her death. She walked towards her room, where Xiao Shui was still resting. Chapter 320. A brief moment later, Lu Piao's mournful wails and screams came from the room, followed by Xiao Shui scolding Lu Piao for being a hooligan, followed by the sounds of fighting before everything finally calmed down. Those sounds were simply too miserable to listen to. "What did you say to Lu Piao?" Xiao Ning blinked her eyes as she looked at Nieli. Nieli couldn't help smiling evilly. "Nothing much." Xiao Ning pursed her lips. Nieli must have given Lu Piao a rotten idea. Otherwise, Lu Piao wouldn't have been taught such a miserable lesson by Xiao Shui. Nieli and Xiao Ning chatted for a while. A brief moment later, knocking sounds came from the courtyard's door. "I guess Xiao Yu has returned." Nieli smiled as he walked towards the entrance of the courtyard. When he opened the door, he saw 3 people standing at the entrance, emitting a powerful aura. The 3 of them were young men in their 20s, and their cultivations were all above the heavenly fate realm. The one leading them had probably reached the heavenly star realm. Nieli could sense a sharp killing intent coming from him. The young man looked at Nieli and said in a deep voice, "You're Nieli?" The young man's gaze swept past Xiao Ning, and his eyes lit up. However, he quickly restrained himself. "That's right." Nieli examined the other party. He had no idea what the other party's intentions were. "I'm Long Yu, a member of the Dragon Seal family. I've been entrusted by someone to come here and ask for a calligraphy piece." Long Yu said in an indifferent tone. Although he said he was asking for a calligraphy piece, there wasn't any hint of a request in his tone. The heavenly star realm aura coming from Long Yu made Nieli feel a trace of pressure. Long Yu was probably one of Long Tianming's men. On one hand, he was here to take the calligraphy from Nieli. On the other hand, he was here to beat Nieli. This was to prevent Nieli from thinking that he was talented and didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Apart from asking for a piece of calligraphy, our young master is also interested in you. He also wants to invite you to join the Dragon Seal family's Heavenly Dragon Guard. Long Yu glanced at Nieli. In his opinion, Nieli was not qualified to join the Heavenly Dragon Guard. He didn't know why the young master kept reminding him that if Nieli was willing to join, no matter what conditions Nieli raised, he could agree to it first. "I've already announced it to the public. Please forgive me for not joining any aristocratic family. As for words, I will write a few words for your excellency to bring back," Nieli said, his eyes flashing with an imperceptible light. It was just as he had expected. Long Tianming would definitely send someone to ask for words. With Long Tianming's character, he definitely wouldn't be willing to spend 150,000 spiritual stones to buy words from Nieli. After all, that wasn't a small amount. Long Tianming's bearing paled in comparison to Yin Yang and Mingwei Wushuang. Long Tianming wanted to use his power to suppress Nieli and take those words from him for free. Indeed, Long Tianming had thought it through. He didn't need to pay anything, but he still received benefits. Nieli had always been vigilant against Long Tianming. Naturally, he wouldn't let Long Tianming obtain his words so easily. Long Yu originally thought that Nieli would refuse. After all, it was said that Nieli's words were extremely expensive. But when he heard that Nieli would write a few words for Long Yu to bring back, Long Yu's expression calmed down a little. Nieli was quite tactful and knew to give in. Please wait here for a moment. I'll go back and write something for the three of you. Nieli politely cupped his hands. Okay, then we'll wait for you here. Long Yu nodded his head. Long Tianming had told him that as long as Nieli agreed to any of his requests, there was no need to make things difficult for Nieli. Although Nieli might be a competitor, as long as Nieli was willing to give in, Long Tianming didn't intend to make things difficult for Nieli for the time being. After all, he couldn't do anything to Nieli in the Sky Soul Institute. Nieli and Xiao Ninger returned to their room. Xiao Ninger looked at Nieli and asked, "Those three want your words for free. Are you going to give them to them?" Xiao Ninger felt a little indignant in her heart. In the Heavenly Note sect, such a thing wouldn't happen. She felt that those three were rather hateful, taking things for free and acting as if it was only natural. Of course, I have to give them to them. They're the Heavenly Star Realm expert amongst them, Nieli said with a faint smile as he walked to the table. Spreading out a piece of paper, he raised his pen and his eyes slightly narrowed. When Xiao Ninger looked at Nieli again, she saw that Nieli's entire body seemed to be burning as it was filled with a scorching aura. Furthermore, within that aura, there seemed to be two laws of darkness and light hidden within. That Tao intent gathered on the tip of the brush. Nieli slowly put the brush down and began to write. Xiao Ninger widened her eyes as doubt flashed in her eyes. Previously, when Nieli was writing, she couldn't sense any Tao intent from his body. But now, when he was writing, Tao intent was activated. With her exceptional intelligence, Xiao Ninger immediately understood that Nieli was doing this on purpose. In the tiny world, I comprehended the two laws of darkness and light. I discovered that they contained a mysterious Tao intent, the coldness of darkness and the heat of light. Naturally, this is only the Tao intent that I comprehended. Compared to the Tao intent that almighty expert comprehended, it's too different. Long Tianming wanted to get words from me without paying anything. That's why it said that cheap goods aren't good, Nieli said with a faint smile. When he wrote, he concealed the Tao intent contained within the laws of darkness and light. Therefore, the words he wrote naturally didn't contain that almighty expert's Tao intent. If he wanted to write the Tao intent of that almighty expert's words, then he had to enter that mysterious realm when writing. Hearing Nieli say that cheap goods aren't good, Xiao Ninger couldn't help covering her mouth as she chuckled. Nieli was indeed someone who wouldn't take a loss. No wonder Nieli agreed to give those words to that group of people so easily. In any case, it wouldn't take much time to write a word. After writing the word sword, Nieli pondered for a moment and smiled. Only writing one word doesn't seem sincere enough. I'll write two more for him. Including the word sword, Nieli had written a total of 3 words. He lightly smiled. One more than Yin Yang and Mingwe Wushuang. Now, they should be able to feel my sincerity. Hearing Nieli's words, Xiao Ninger couldn't help chuckling. Nieli was truly too wicked. Although she had seen Nieli's craftiness, Xiao Ninger still felt that Nieli was the most reliable person. That's because Nieli's wickedness was directed towards his enemies. Towards the people around him, Nieli treated them with sincerity. Nieli walked to the door with the calligraphy and handed it over to Long Yu. The 3 of you, I have finished writing it. Long Yu took Nieli's calligraphy and carefully looked at it. He could only sense a faint trace of Tao intent from it. It wasn't a big deal. He couldn't help furrowing his brows. Nieli couldn't have faked it, right? However, he had heard that ordinary people wouldn't be able to sense the Tao intent from Nieli's calligraphy. This matter had already spread outside. Long Yu was a little unwilling. After all, he was a Heavenly Star Realm expert and an elite of the Heavenly Dragon Guards. Could it be that even he couldn't comprehend the profundities within? Long Yu was a little annoyed as he put away the calligraphy and glanced at Nieli. I'll be taking this calligraphy. Let's go. Long Yu waved his hand and left with the other 2. Xiao Ninger slightly furrowed her brows. This person was so rude. He took something from someone else and didn't even say a word of thanks. Nieli didn't care about this. In any case, the calligraphy he gave was fake. Who cares? Not long after Long Yu and the other 2 left, someone knocked on the door. Nieli opened it and saw Venerable Red Soul. May I ask why Venerable Red Soul has come to my place? Asked Nieli respectfully. He was still very polite to Venerable Red Soul. After all, Venerable Red Soul was his teacher on the surface. Venerable Red Soul appeared very humble. His expression and attitude were like a spring breeze. He smiled and said, "I'm very sorry to disturb you outside of class. I've been entrusted by a great person to ask for calligraphy from you. If you're willing to give it to me, I can purchase it for 150,000 spiritual stones." Venerable Red Soul is too serious. How can a teacher spend money to ask for calligraphy from a student? I'll just write a few and give them to Venerable Red Soul. May I know who entrusted this to Venerable Red Soul? Asked Nieli very politely. Venerable Red Soul was a teacher in the Sky Soul Institute and had students all over Hagami Myunmun. He had a wide network of connections. For Venerable Red Soul to be addressed as a great person, that person shouldn't be simple. How could Nieli miss out on such an opportunity? In any case, it was just a few words. He wouldn't lose anything. This great person has always been in seclusion. Even if I told you, you wouldn't know him. The outside world calls him Hierarch Skycloud, said Venerable Red Soul. Hierarch Skycloud had been in seclusion for many years, so the younger generation shouldn't know of him. Nieli's heart couldn't help jumping. Hierarch Skycloud was one of the 5 major figures of Hagami Myunmun. How could Nieli not know of such a figure? Hierarch Skycloud was the only one among the 5 major figures of Hagami Myunmun that didn't fight for power. However, in his previous life, when the Hagami Myunmun split, Hierarch Skycloud was powerless to reverse the situation. Furthermore, he was already old at that time, and his cultivation had gradually started to decline. However, Hierarch Skycloud was still an influential figure in Hagami Myunmun. Since that great person likes my calligraphy, I'll do my best so that Venerable Red Soul can give an account when he returns. Nieli slightly bowed and said, "In any case, it won't take long for me to write a few words. I'll just give it to Venerable Red Soul." "Thank you. I'll pass on your message to Hierarch Skycloud." Venerable Red Soul looked gratefully at Nieli. Since Hierarch Skycloud wanted Nieli's calligraphy, Venerable Red Soul couldn't refuse. However, he also couldn't bring himself to accept his student's calligraphy for free. Thus, he could only gather 150,000 spiritual stones and buy it from Nieli. However, he never thought that Nieli would be so willing to give it to him. Venerable Red Soul thought for a moment and said, "I won't accept your things for free. With Hierarch Skycloud's protection, you won't have to worry about any family pressuring you, at least within the Sky Soul Institute." Hearing Venerable Red Soul's words, Nieli was slightly happy. This gift was much more valuable than 150,000 spiritual stones. Then I'll have to thank Venerable Red Soul in advance. Chapter 321. If one had Hierarch Skycloud as their backer in the Hagami Myunmun, they would definitely be able to avoid a lot of trouble. This wasn't to say that Hierarch Skycloud had a supreme status, but rather that his identity was too special. None of the aristocratic families wanted to offend such an expert. In his previous life, Nieli had heard that Hierarch Skycloud liked to protect the geniuses that hadn't joined the aristocratic families yet. This included Nieli's master, Engueru. It was also because of Hierarch Skycloud's secret protection that no one dared to touch Engueru. However, 100 years later, Hierarch Skycloud had gradually aged, and the internal strife within the Hagami Myunmun had become increasingly intense. That was when Engueru's troubles gradually came. "Please wait a moment, Hierarch Skycloud. I'll be right back after I write a few words." Nieli returned to his room. This time, he was much more serious. He wrote a total of 5 words. The Tao intent contained in these 5 words was much more profound than the ones he had given to Yin Yang and Mingyue Wuxuan. After Nieli finished writing, he handed it over to Hierarch Red Soul. "Thank you," Hierarch Red Soul said with a faint smile. "You're too polite, Hierarch Red Soul." Nieli smiled and replied humbly. After receiving Nieli's words, Hierarch Red Soul bade farewell and left. After Hierarch Red Soul left, a few more people came to ask for words. Naturally, Nieli wouldn't reject them. Based on his impression of them from his previous life, some of them wrote seriously, while others used ordinary calligraphy to brush him off. Dragon Seal Family. Long Tianming study. Long Tianming slowly unrolled the scroll in his hand. There were 3 words written on it. He was very satisfied. This kid, Nieli, was indeed tactful. He had given 2 words to Yin Yang and Mingwe Wushuang, but only 3 to Nieli himself. His gaze fell on the center of the scroll. A bold and forceful character, sword, reflected in his eyes. This sword character was exactly the same as the one he had seen before. Previously, both Yin Yang and Mingwe Wushuang had seen through the profundity of the word. Only he hadn't, which made Long Tianming extremely unhappy. Could it be that his talent was truly lacking compared to Yin Yang and Mingwe Wushuang? Maybe it was because he didn't put in too much effort before. Long Tianming focused his attention on the word sword on the scroll and sensed the Tao intent within it. He sensed traces of Tao intent, the warmth of the light and the coldness of the darkness. Although it was only slightly inferior, he still captured it. Sure enough, he could easily sense the Tao intent in the word sword. It seemed like he wasn't much inferior to Yin Yang and Mingwe Wushuang. The only reason he hadn't sensed it before was because he hadn't been paying attention. Long Tianming faintly smiled as he continued to probe deeper. The word sword contained only a trace of Tao intent. Just this wisp of Tao intent shouldn't have moved Yin Yang and Mingwe Wushuang so much, right? Could it be that he'd only sensed a trace of the sword intent? Could there be another profundity hidden within the word? Long Tianming continued to probe deeper, trying to figure out where the profundity of the word lay. However, he quickly discovered that apart from that trace of Tao intent, he couldn't sense any other Tao intent. That's impossible. Could it be that I'm so lacking compared to Yin Yang and Mingwe Wushuang? He continued to try, but to no avail. Long Tianming was furious. He thought that Nieli might have done something to it, but the word was completely consistent. He didn't feel that Nieli had done anything to it. Furthermore, he'd clearly sensed a trace of Tao intent. However, that trace of Tao intent had disappeared in a flash, and he couldn't sense it anymore. A long time passed. 1 hour. 2 hours. No matter how carefully Long Tianming tried, he still couldn't sense the profundity within. Damn it! Long Tianming clenched his fists and slammed them on the table. The feeling of being inferior to Yin Yang and Mingwe Wushuang surged up. As the #1 genius of the Dragon Seal family, Long Tianming was extremely proud. He had always regarded Yin Yang as one of his competitors. However, he was unable to comprehend Tao intent from this piece of calligraphy. It was a huge blow to him. Did that brat tamper with it or not? Long Tianming knitted his brows. He couldn't be sure. Nieli wrote 3 words, all of which were vigorous and forceful. He looked very serious, and it didn't seem like he was being perfunctory. Instead, it was as if he was deliberately trying to curry favor. Long Tianming felt that as a newcomer, Nieli shouldn't dare to offend him, so these 3 words shouldn't be a problem. There was only one reason, and that was that he couldn't sense the Tao intent within it at all. With Long Tianming's arrogant personality, he wouldn't be able to verify it with others. He definitely wasn't willing to tell others that he was inferior to Yin Yang and Mingwe Wushuang. Bastard! This piece of calligraphy doesn't contain any Tao intent at all. Long Tianming threw the piece of calligraphy to the side in annoyance. Long Tianming had been angry for a long time. After sitting down for a while, the anger in his heart slowly subsided. After a brief moment, Long Tianming unwillingly picked up the piece of calligraphy. He calmed his heart and tried to sense the Tao intent within it. Skycloud Hall. After Hierarch Skycloud received the piece of calligraphy, he tried to comprehend the Tao intent within it. A brief moment later, a profound light flashed through his eyes. I never expected that these simple words would contain the comprehension of the grand Tao of heaven and earth. Although it's possible that he wasn't the one who created these words, it's already amazing that he was able to write them down at such a young age. If you want to comprehend the Tao intent within the words, then you must comprehend the Tao intent within them. Hierarch Skycloud sighed with emotion. This kid's talent was extraordinary, and he might even grow into a giant in the future. Even Hierarch Skycloud didn't dare to say that he could completely copy these words. A new genius from the tiny world. Interesting. Hierarch Skycloud murmured as a trace of a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The tiny world is truly a place that produces geniuses. I wonder if this kid can grow up to be like that person. In Xiaoyu's courtyard, in Nye Li's room, Plume Flame Godnese had already awoken from her cultivation. After a long time, no one came to ask for calligraphy. Only then did Nye Li spread out the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting on the table. Nye Li, what's this? Plume Flame Godnese greeted Ning Er. When she saw the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting that Nye Li had spread out, she immediately flew over. Gazing at the myriad miles of rivers and mountains in the painting, she felt as if she was looking at a boundless space-time. Even Plume Flame Godnese was startled. This item is called the Myriad Miles, Rivers, and Mountains painting. It contains many mysteries. Ning Er, Big Sister Plume Flame, stand guard for me. If anyone comes, tell them that I'm not here. I'm going to break the seal inscription patterns on this painting, said Nye Li. Ning Er looked at Nye Li in astonishment. She never thought that the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting that Gu Bei had won would end up in Nye Li's hands. Even the higher-ups of the divine sect couldn't decipher its function. Could Nye Li really decipher the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting? However, she still chose to believe in Nye Li. All right, I understand. I'll stand guard outside. Big Sister Plume Flame, you can stay in a room. Ning Er nodded. Nye Li was waiting for no one to visit before finding the time to decipher the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting. He was probably worried that someone would interrupt him. Ning Er and Plume Flame Godnese stood guard at the door, while the other walked into the courtyard to stand guard for Nye Li. Nye Li started setting up inscription pattern arrays around the room, using the dragon, bloodline, demon, beast, demon blood. The inscription pattern arrays were extremely tight. Once they were activated, they would instantly isolate him from the outside world. Walking to the front of the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting, Nye Li gazed at it. He sensed every strand of aura within the painting and observed the seal inscription patterns. The outermost layer was the myriad spiritual lock. The myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting seemed to be sealed within a sturdy city wall. Those on the outside wouldn't be able to sense what was happening inside. Only by slowly breaking through the sturdy city wall would one be able to find out the true uses of the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting. Just as Nye Li was carefully examining the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting with his intent, a hidden Tao intent attracted Nye Li's attention. This Tao intent was left behind by an expert. Based on the strength of the Tao intent, this expert should be a martial ancestor realm existence. Nye Li retracted his intent and bitterly smiled. I knew it. A higher echelon of a divine sect wouldn't sell such a shocking treasure for a few 100,000 spiritual stones. Even if they didn't know the uses of this treasure, they would definitely keep it for themselves. That was because it was too difficult for a martial ancestor realm expert to make a breakthrough in their cultivation. It wasn't easy for them to obtain an ancient divine artifact that could possibly help them make a breakthrough. How could they give it up so easily? This guy left his Tao intent here so that he could find the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting at any time. Is he waiting for someone to figure out the uses of the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting before snatching it? Nye Li's gaze was deep. If it was anyone else, they would definitely be plotted against. It was a pity that this guy ran into Nye Li. Nye Li's perception was still very sharp. He could sense the Tao intent's location. The reason why that higher echelon put the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting up for auction was probably because there were many people at the auction. There were bound to be one or two people who knew their stuff. Once someone spent a lot of money to buy it, it might be someone who knew the uses of the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting. The other party was a martial ancestor realm expert. Nye Li couldn't erase the Tao intent on the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting for the time being. That was because the moment the Tao intent was erased, that expert would definitely be alerted and immediately search for the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains paintings' whereabouts. With Nye Li and Gu Bei's strength, there was no way they could contend against a martial ancestor realm expert. What should I do? Nieli propped up his chin with his right hand as he carefully pondered. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in Nieli's mind. Got it. Since I've already written something, let's make a painting. Nieli took out a piece of paper and cut it to look exactly like the Myriad Miles Rivers and Mountains painting. After a bit more processing, it quickly looked exactly the same as the Myriad Miles Rivers and Mountains painting. Afterwards, Nieli quickly drew on the paper according to the Myriad Miles Rivers and Mountains painting. Very quickly, a vivid and lifelike Myriad Miles Rivers and Mountains painting was completed. Nieli used demon blood to write inscription patterns. The demon blood turned into inscription patterns and entered the Myriad Miles Rivers and Mountains painting. Chapter 322. Nieli laid down inscription pattern arrays on the fake Myriad Miles Rivers and Mountains painting. These inscription pattern arrays concealed layers upon layers of inscription pattern locks. The outermost ring was the Myriad spiritual lock. If one wasn't particularly proficient in inscription patterns, even a martial ancestor realm expert would find it hard to break it. There were still many more hidden inscription patterns inside. 2 hours later, an identical Myriad Miles Rivers and Mountains painting appeared on the table. Nieli then slowly guided the Tao intent of the expert from the real Myriad Miles Rivers and Mountains painting into the fake one, passing off the fake as the real one. Not bad. Nieli smiled as he looked at the new fake. He thought to himself, I'll find some time to have Gu Bei's people bring the Myriad Miles Rivers and Mountains painting to the outside world and pretend to be injured to escape. The Myriad Miles Rivers and Mountains painting will be snatched by experts from other sections. After some time, that martial ancestor realm expert won't be able to guess where the real one is. Whether or not that martial ancestor realm expert can tell that this Myriad Miles Rivers and Mountains painting is a problem. However, Nieli didn't dare to underestimate a martial ancestor realm expert. After all, a martial ancestor realm expert's methods were very profound. They might really be able to track him down. At the very least, this fake can buy me some time. That martial ancestor realm expert sold the Myriad Miles Rivers and Mountains painting. As long as he senses the existence of the Tao intent, he should wait for some time for someone else to discover the Myriad Miles Rivers and Mountains painting's functions. Adding on the time it takes to track him down, it should take some time for him to track me down. It's best if this Myriad Miles Rivers and Mountains painting changes hands a few times. That way, it'll be safer. Nieli thought to himself. Nieli placed the fake Myriad Miles Rivers and Mountains painting into his interspatial ring and faintly smiled. He started using his intent to probe the various sealing inscription patterns on the real Myriad Miles Rivers and Mountains painting. The Myriad spiritual lock was only a part of it. Even martial ancestor realm experts will be able to sense it. However, the Myriad Miles Rivers and Mountains painting also contained many sealing inscription patterns aside from the Myriad spiritual lock. Rashly breaking the Myriad spiritual lock would likely result in a backlash. There were traces of someone tampering with the 10,000 spirit lock seal inscription pattern, which proved that someone had tried to open it. However, the person who tried to open the seal of the 10,000 spirit lock must have suffered quite a bit, because within the Myriad soul lock seal inscription pattern, there was an even more profound seal inscription pattern formation concealed. Once he tried to open the 10,000 soul lock, he would trigger the rebound force of the seal inscription behind it, even if it's a martial ancestor realm expert. If you don't have 50 to 60 years of research on inscription patterns, you're just asking for trouble if you want to open the inscription patterns on it. Nieli lightly smiled. This was also the reason why that martial ancestor realm expert had no choice but to transfer the Myriad Miles Rivers and Mountains painting. In the past, there was a mighty figure who said that the treasures of heaven and earth were all treasures. Actually, this saying was wrong. It should be said that those who were capable should be the ones to be in charge. Only those with sufficient ability would have the qualifications to use treasures. That martial ancestor realm expert was destined to have no fate with this treasure, since he couldn't even open the seal inscription patterns on the Myriad Miles Rivers and Mountains painting. If it wasn't for the fact that Nieli had spent hundreds of years in the temporal demon spirit book space, Constantly studying inscription patterns, it would have been a little difficult for him to open the inscription patterns on the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting. Nieli picked up the brush, dipped it in demon blood, and started writing inscription patterns one after another. These inscription patterns emitted a brilliant radiance as they continuously entered the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting. Boom, boom, boom. After these inscription patterns entered the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting and collided with the inscription patterns on the painting, they constantly exploded and dissipated into thin air. Nieli's writing speed increased. Each inscription pattern was like a river that continuously flowed into the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting. Boom, 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 boom. The myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting constantly emitted dazzling rays of light as boundless energy swept out in all directions. Nieli felt an enormous impact and couldn't help taking a step back. He used his hand to cover the light. This was merely the energy emitted by the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting, yet it was already so astonishing. Fortunately, he'd set up a barrier. Otherwise, it would have been easily sensed by the outside world. Although Nieli took a step back, he still continued writing inscription patterns. I'm almost done. Nieli's heart pounded wildly. He didn't dare to pause for even a moment. If he did, the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains paintings sealing inscription patterns would all be locked back. This was an extremely complicated process. Nieli's brain was also operating at lightning speed. Buzz. A surge of boundless energy spread out. This boundless energy was like a raging wave that slammed towards Nieli. Nieli felt like he was about to be devoured and destroyed by this boundless energy. An intense pain spread throughout his body as his soul realm violently shook. Just a trace of the ancient artifact's pressure was already unbearable for Nieli. He felt like all the bones in his body were about to be crushed. However, the moment Nieli retreated, all his previous efforts would go to waste. How could he let all his efforts go to waste at this time? Nieli endured the terrifying pain as his right hand continued to draw. Afterwards, he bit his left thumb, causing blood to gush out. Nieli quickly pressed his thumb onto the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting. The instant all the inscription patterns were completed, Nieli pressed his left thumb onto the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting. A surge of energy fused with his bloodline surged towards the painting. In an instant, Nieli's body felt as though it had been emptied, leaving him powerless. Huff! Nieli gasped for air as he sensed the connection between him and the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting. Gradually, energy flowed back into his body, and he felt a little more at ease. He bitterly smiled. I've finally subdued this fellow. The myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting was finally connected to his bloodline. Nieli formed a trace of connection with the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting. With a wave of his right hand, the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting entered his body and floated above his soul realm. As expected of an ancient treasure, the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting The myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting had already established a spiritual connection with Nieli. It had turned into a soul form and fused with Nieli's soul realm. As long as a trace of Nieli's soul remained, the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting would exist alongside Nieli's soul. Unless Nieli's soul disintegrated, the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting would search for a new owner. With a wave of his right hand, Nieli summoned the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting. The myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting quietly floated in front of him. With a thought, he turned into a streak of light and entered the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting. Inside the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting, Nieli stood in the air. Beneath his feet was an endless mountain range with a slowly flowing river. This was an extremely vast space that stretched for tens of thousands of miles. Mountains rose and fell, rivers flowed, and plants grew. It was like an independent miniature world. The heavenly energy here was extremely dense, almost like a spiritual well. The mountain range even nurtured large amounts of spiritual herbs. Not only was this a space, but it was also a domain. For the time being, Nieli could only freely enter and exit the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting. Nieli still couldn't utilize many of the painting's functions. Legend had it that the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting was an extraordinary divine artifact that had caused countless battles. It had changed owners several times, and all the previous owners had died. Therefore, the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting could be considered an inauspicious artifact. However, Nieli didn't have such taboos. He could slowly explore the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting's functions in the future. I can let Golden Egg and Plume Flame Godnese cultivate in this space. Nieli couldn't help thinking. He suddenly thought of something else and took out the Nightmare Demon Pot from his interspatial ring. The Nightmare Demon Pot spun and flew into the air, as if some kind of energy had been activated. The pot's body shone brightly, and the image of the dragon bloodline demon beast was dazzling. Wisps of smoke were emitted from the pot's mouth, spreading into the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting. Aside from that, a mysterious energy entered the Nightmare Demon Pot and nourished it. Legend had it that the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting could nourish other ancient divine artifacts. Indeed, it was true. Nieli could feel that although the Nightmare Demon Pot was constantly overflowing with energy, the energy within it was constantly increasing. In the future, if he wanted to integrate with a demon spirit, he could come here. Nieli pondered for a brief moment, then took out the Thunder God's meteorite sword. The moment the Thunder God's meteorite sword appeared, Leju energy converged from all directions and bombarded the Thunder God's meteorite sword. The Thunder God's meteorite sword instantly emitted a dazzling light and turned into a huge lightning sword. Just like the Nightmare Demon Pot, it hovered in the air. With Nieli's current heavenly fate realm strength, the might of the Thunder God's meteorite sword would be quite astonishing. However, he decided to leave the Thunder God's meteorite sword here to nourish it for now. Nieli was looking forward to seeing some of the miraculous uses of the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting. Both the Thunder God's meteorite sword and the Nightmare Demon Pot were ancient artifacts. The other items in Nieli's interspatial ring were too inferior. These three items would be the foundation of Nieli's strength. Although, right now, Nieli couldn't unleash even a 10,000th of their power. With a thought, Nieli exited the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting. At this moment, Plume Flame Godnese, who was standing guard for Nieli, was stunned. Just what kind of treasure was the painting that Nieli brought back? It could actually enter and exit at will? Nieli opened the room's barrier and saw Plume Flame Godnese's shocked expression. He smiled and said, "Big Sister Plume Flame, this treasure is called the Myriad Miles Rivers and Mountains painting. There's a huge space inside. In the future, you can cultivate in the Myriad Miles Rivers and Mountains painting. There's an independent space inside this painting. I can even go in and cultivate." Plume Flame Godnese was stunned for a moment. Living things couldn't enter the space inside an interspatial ring. However, Nieli's painting could actually allow one to enter and cultivate. No wonder Nieli was so cautious in setting up the barrier. This painting was indeed extraordinary. "Then I'll go in and take a look." Plume Flame Godnese smiled sweetly. She was also filled with intense curiosity towards the space inside the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting. Nieli spread out his right hand and let Plume Flame Godnese stand on it. Afterwards, he picked up the golden egg that was sleeping in the corner of the room and turned into a streak of light, entering the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting. Chapter 3:23. Over this period of time, Nieli had been using spiritual stones to lure the golden egg. He'd already formed a strong connection with the golden egg and basically didn't have to worry about the golden egg escaping his control. When the golden egg entered the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting, the dense heavenly energy immediately woke it up. It was extremely excited and opened its mouth to suck in the energy. In an instant, it turned into a huge ball and doubled in size. Its face had shrunk to the point where it couldn't be seen anymore. The little guy had turned round and couldn't walk anymore. It landed on a flat piece of land in the mountains. It would probably take a long time for it to digest all the heavenly energy in its body. The little guy's ability to absorb heavenly energy was too powerful. Nieli was originally worried that the terrifying glutton, the golden egg, would absorb all the heavenly energy in the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting. However, he discovered that the golden egg had only absorbed a small portion of the heavenly energy in the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting. The myriad miles rivers and mountains painting was still continuously producing heavenly energy. Although the golden egg was still in the form of a little guy, Nellie estimated that the little guy's strength wasn't any weaker than a 3-fate expert. Furthermore, the little guy's physical body was practically invincible. At its current stage, even martial ancestor realm experts would find it hard to kill it. Right now, the little guy's body and limbs weren't fully developed, so it couldn't fight at all. Nellie wanted to wait for the golden egg to absorb more heavenly energy. Who knew when it would be able to participate in a fight? As for Plume Flame Godnese, she was also very excited after arriving here. Her entire body was blazing with golden flames that were several times more intense than when she was outside. Plume Flame Godnese cultivation was rising very quickly. She was already above 3 fate, but Nieli wasn't too sure about her exact realm. Furthermore, the power of the golden flames that Plume Flame Godnese released was also extremely shocking. Nieli didn't know its origins. Sister Plume Flame, you can cultivate in the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting for now. Nieli smiled. Okay. After opening her eyes, Yuyin pursed her lips into a smile and nodded her head. Nieli gazed at the vast rivers and mountains. These rivers and mountains were equivalent to his own territory. There were many things he could do in the future. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Nieli smiled. He already had a plan. After exiting the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting, Nieli walked out of his room. Xiao Ninger was still guarding outside the door. Seeing Nieli come out, Xiao Ninger finally relaxed and asked, Nieli, how is it? It's done. It is already fused with my soul realm. Nieli nodded. Xiao Ninger was a little astonished. She never thought that Nieli would actually be able to open the seal on the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting. Her admiration for Nieli grew even more. That was something that not even the higher-ups of the divine sect could accomplish. Since the beginning, whether it was in the tiny world or the draconic ruins realm, Nieli had always been like a leader, leading them. Her heart was filled with admiration for him. For the entire day, Nieli and Xiao Ninger stayed together. They tactfully declined all the gatherings. Xiao Ninger especially cherished the time they had together. Nieli and Xiao Ninger went to Gu Bei's courtyard together. Nieli handed the fake myriad miles rivers and mountains painting to Gu Bei and carefully instructed Gu Bei on how to quietly get rid of it. When she found out that Nieli had found the remnant Dao intent of a martial ancestor realm expert in the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting, as well as the fact that Nieli had created a fake myriad miles rivers and mountains painting, Gu Bei was shocked. She couldn't help feeling admiration for Nieli. She never thought that Nieli would actually come up with such a method. I understand. Leave it to me. This is the latest ordinary growth rate dragon bloodline demon spirit. Gu Bei handed an interspatial ring to Nieli, then went to work. After taking a few more ordinary growth rate dragon bloodline demon spirits from Gu Bei, Nieli found a secluded place. He integrated another god-level growth rate dragon bloodline demon spirit into the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting. Dust descended. It was a little different from the previous nights. Tonight, the Sky Soul Institute was especially lively. Students could be seen walking along the small paths in the forest. Almost all the students of the Institute had been mobilized. The geniuses of the Skyblaze sect and Hagami Myunmyun seemed to be holding a grand gathering. It was said that there would be a competition between geniuses. The upper echelons of the 3 major sects had even set up some bets. The winners would receive generous rewards. However, Nieli had no interest in such a competition. Just as Nieli and Xiao Ning returned to the courtyard, they saw Xiao Yu hurriedly walking over with her head lowered. Xiao Yu raised her head and saw Xiao Ning. Ning, you're here too? You're here as well? Xiao Yu was slightly stunned as an awkward and unnatural expression appeared on his face. Xiao Ning pursed her lips and smiled. Yeah, Xiao Yu. We meet again. Xiao Yu, where have you been for the past 2 days? Why haven't I seen you around? Nieli suddenly sensed that there was something wrong with Xiao Yu's aura. He slightly furrowed his brows. Something's wrong. You've already reached 4 fate. Why did you return to 3 fate? Did you go to the outside world? Yeah. Xiao Yu replied with a bitter smile. She originally wanted to hide it, but Nieli still saw through it. Nieli's face instantly darkened as he emitted a chilling, killing intent. Who did it? Nieli thought about it again. The only person who would send someone to kill Xiao Yu was Hua Ling. It was Hua Ling. After experiencing all sorts of calamities in his previous life, the one thing Nieli couldn't tolerate the most was someone taking action against his friends. That's right. Xiao Yu knew that she couldn't hide it any longer and bitterly smiled. I went to the outside world to deliver something to an uncle of mine. I never expected that Hua Ling would track me down. After a few twists and turns, I was still killed by his subordinates. Fortunately, Xiao Yu had already placed his soul remembrance in the Sky Soul Institute's Soul Hall before heading to the outside world. How many forces does Hua Ling have in the outside world? Where's his stronghold? Nieli furrowed his brows. Hua Ling's forces in the outside world are mostly gathered near the Ling Jade deity's lake in the north. There's about 60 of them, all of whom are Heavenly Fate Realm experts. Over 90% of them are from the Little Heaven Realm. Xiao Yu's heart trembled at the sight of Nieli's enraged expression. Nieli was truly enraged. Xiao Yu was worried that Nieli would do something irrational. Forget it. They have too many people. With our strength, there's no way we can fight against them. Xiao Ninger also comforted Nieli. Nieli, you're not yet a 2 fate. It'll be dangerous for you to go to the outside world. Not to mention that they have so many people. Nieli knew about the Ling Jade deity's lake. It was a low-grade deity's lake that was nearing exhaustion. Originally, with Hua Ling's forces, he didn't have the qualifications to occupy a deity's lake. The Ling Jade deity's lake only produced a small amount of spiritual stones every year, which was why it was occupied by Hua Ling. In the outside world, all sorts of forces were fighting over deities' lakes. The more deities' lakes they occupied, the more subordinates they could recruit and expand their forces. For example, Hua Ling's small force was practically the lowest existence in the outside world. Since they killed my men, how can I not make them pay the price? A chilling light flashed through Nieli's eyes as he patted Xiao Yu's shoulder and said, Don't worry, I'll get justice for you. Being patted on the shoulder by Nieli, Xiao Yu's face turned slightly red as she squirmed a little in embarrassment. Nieli and Xiao Ning but didn't notice Xiao Yu's expression. Nieli, what are you going to do? Asked Xiao Ning, as she looked at Nieli. She was worried that Nieli would act out of loyalty. After all, Nieli was only a 1 fate. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I won't take action myself. Nieli pondered briefly before he continued. Come with me to see someone. Nieli brought Xiao Yu and Xiao Ning towards Li Xingyun's courtyard. In Li Xingyun's courtyard, Nieli, Xiao Yu, and Xiao Ning were led inside by Li Hu, one of Li Xingyun's subordinates. From afar, they could hear arguments coming from the living room. Does young Master Li have a guest? Asked Nieli in doubt as he looked at Li Hu. Yes. Li Hu nodded. He didn't seem to be in a good mood as he said to Nieli, Please wait outside. Nieli looked towards the living room and listened attentively. In the living room, there were 2 old men wearing luxurious robes. One of them was arguing with Li Xingyun. Xingyun, even we have to admit that your talent is indeed not bad. However, your talent is still too far away from Li Yufeng's. Among the 10 elders of our Ashen Flames family, 6 of them have already confirmed that Li Yufeng will be the next patriarch. Among the remaining 4 elders, 2 of them support Li Lushui, 1 of them supports you, and 1 of them has forfeited. Li Lushui has already decided to withdraw from the fight for the patriarch's position and fully support Li Yufeng. We all hope that you can consider the big picture. One of the old men said in a deep voice. Li Xingyun's face was filled with unwillingness as he said, Third elder, since Li Lushui has withdrawn from the fight, then I will also withdraw from the fight. However, I absolutely cannot agree to your request. Why should the forces that I, Li Xingyun, establish in the outside world, and the businesses that I control, all be under Li Yufeng's jurisdiction? What qualifications does he, Li Yufeng, have to take over my subordinates and businesses? The third elder coldly said, Our Ashen Flames family only needs one patriarch. I've never said that our Ashen Flames family needs two patriarchs. However, there has never been a precedent of the patriarch taking over the forces of other successors. When it comes to me, what qualifications do I have? Li Xingyun proudly said. Li Xingyun, are you pretending not to know? Pretending not to know? I just don't understand. Although Li Yufeng's strength is higher than mine, his subordinates are still not enough. Let all my subordinates follow him? That's fine. However, my subordinates must be willing. No matter what conditions you give, as long as they are willing to leave, I, Li Xingyun, will not stop them. Li Xingyun solemnly said, looking straight at the third elder. The third elder frowned his brows. Even he had to admit that Li Xingyun's subordinates were indeed capable. His subordinates were dead set on Li Xingyun. They had tried many methods, such as threats and promises, but no one was willing to join Li Yufeng. Chapter 3:24. The geniuses in the side chamber were still in a daze. Nieli put away the calligraphy and prepared to return to his seat. Nieli glanced at Long Yuan in the distance and smiled. He knew Long Yuan's character like the back of his hand. Aside from teaching Gu Bei sword intent, this word had also successfully piqued Long Yuan's curiosity. It wouldn't be long before Long Yuan would naturally come knocking on his door to get to the bottom of it. At that time, he would patiently guide Long Yuan. This would slowly change Long Yuan's mind. It was too easy to control a martial arts fanatic like Long Yuan. Apart from these two goals, Nieli also successfully attracted the interest of Yin Yang and Mingyue Wushuang. Nieli didn't believe that Yin Yang and Mingyue Wushuang would give up on getting to the bottom of it. Wait! Yin Yang suddenly called out to Nieli. Everyone looked at Yin Yang in confusion. Nieli had put away the calligraphy. What else did Yin Yang want? Nieli looked at Yin Yang and asked, May I ask what else senior brother Yin Yang wants? I want to buy this calligraphy. Is junior brother Nieli willing to part with it? I'm willing to pay 100,000 spiritual stones. Yin Yang said. He originally wanted to say 50,000 spiritual stones, but after thinking about it, 50,000 spiritual stones was too insincere. So, he offered 100,000 spiritual stones. Yin Yang was willing to pay 100,000 spiritual stones to buy the calligraphy that Nieli had just written. The whole hall was in an uproar. All the geniuses in the side chamber were shocked. 100,000 spiritual stones for a single character. Hearing Yin Yang's words, Nieli hesitated. 100,000 spiritual stones was definitely a big temptation. After all, it was just a character. He wouldn't lose anything even if he sold it. Should he sell it? Long Tianming was also shocked by Yin Yang's words. Before he could see through the profundity of the calligraphy, Nieli had already rolled it up. He had no idea what was hidden within it. However, he never imagined that Yin Yang would be willing to pay 100,000 spiritual stones for Nieli's calligraphy. Could it be that Yin Yang felt that the true intent contained within Nieli's calligraphy was far more than 100,000 spiritual stones? Mingyue Wushuang's clear eyes fell onto Nieli. Although she couldn't figure out what to do, she could still sense the boundless sword intent contained within Nieli's words. She could definitely buy it for more than 100,000 spiritual stones. Seeing Nieli's hesitation, Yin Yang said, If junior brother Nieli isn't willing to sell, then how about I offer 150,000 spiritual stones? Although this price was comparable to the value of the calligraphy. However, I still hope that junior brother Nieli will be willing to part with it. Yin Yang's eagerness to obtain this calligraphy was understandable. After all, Nieli knew the true value of this calligraphy. It would be strange if Yin Yang wasn't anxious when Nieli put the calligraphy away. It would be strange if Yin Yang wasn't anxious. Long Tianming heard Yin Yang's words. Long Tianming's brows twitched as he lightly smiled. Since junior brother Nieli isn't willing to sell, then junior brother Yin Yang doesn't need to force it. Long Tianming could sense that Yin Yang was extremely anxious. His desire for Niel Li's calligraphy was even greater than the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting. As long as he left this calligraphy behind, Long Tianming would have a million ways to get his hands on it. He wouldn't let it fall into Yin Yang's hands. Naturally, Nili wouldn't let Long Tianming have his way. He immediately waved his hand. Senior brother Long and Yin Yang are exaggerating. I can write dozens of these in a day. It's just a piece of calligraphy. If senior brothers and senior sisters want it, I can give each of you one piece. Long Tianming and Yin Yang were stunned. Both Long Tianming and Yin Yang were stunned for a brief moment. That's right, Nieli could write a lot of characters in a single day. That's because he didn't need to use his Tao intent when he wrote. Long Tianming didn't want Yin Yang to obtain this calligraphy because he could faintly sense that Yin Yang could comprehend profound Tao intent from it. Yin Yang could comprehend an extremely profound Tao intent from this word. However, Nelly had said that he could write a lot in a day. He no longer had any way to stop Yin Yang from obtaining the word. Long Tianming felt depressed in his heart. In the end, Nelly didn't have that in his head. Or was he pretending to be ignorant? Yin Yang took a deep look at Nieli. He knew the meaning behind Nieli's words. Indeed, Nieli could write a lot of words. However, he couldn't deny the value of this calligraphy. Regardless of how many words junior brother Nieli can write in a day, I'm still willing to buy it for 150,000 spiritual stones. Yin Yang calmly said. This was his style of doing things. Gentlemen should treat each other with sincerity. How could Yin Yang accept such a precious calligraphy from Nieli for no reason? Looking at Yin Yang's serious expression, Nieli pondered for a moment. He originally wanted to befriend Yin Yang. If he only wanted to sell the calligraphy, then it would be meaningless. After pondering for a moment, he said, "How about this? Since senior brother Yin Yang is willing to spend so many spiritual stones to buy it, then I'll give senior brother Yin Yang a word." Nieli turned around and walked to the table. He spread out the calligraphy and quickly wrote the word Marshall on the bottom right corner. He then rolled it up and handed it to Qinyu. "Miss Qinyu, please give it to senior brother Yin Yang." The Tao intent contained in this Marshall word was much more profound than the sword word. Qinyu was overwhelmed by the favor and respectfully received it. She held the calligraphy with both hands and walked towards Yin Yang. Previously, she had looked down on Nieli, but now, Qinyu could no longer see through Nieli. She felt a faint sense of reverence towards Nieli, treating Nieli as an equal existence to Yin Yang's trio. Yin Yang took the calligraphy from Qinyu's hands. He looked at the sword word and then the martial word on the bottom right corner. A majestic feeling washed over him, causing him to be slightly startled. He paused for a moment before rolling up the calligraphy. "Thank you, junior brother Nieli." The shock in Yin Yang's heart was indescribable. This martial word seemed to be much more profound than the sword word. He never imagined that Nieli would give him such a big gift. He picked up an interspatial ring and earnestly said, "Compared to these two words from junior brother Nieli, all the ordinary things are too insignificant. From today onwards, junior brother Nieli is a friend of Yin Yang." Yin Yang looked at Qinyu and said, "Miss Qinyu, please pass this to junior brother Nieli." After receiving the interspatial ring from Qinyu, Nieli put it away and said with a faint smile, "Then I, Nieli, also befriend senior brother Yin Yang." Everyone's hearts itched. They didn't know what Nieli had written for Yin Yang. They couldn't see it, but from Yin Yang's expression, it shouldn't be something simple. However, they couldn't even understand the sword word. Even if they saw the second word, it wouldn't be of much use. Long Tianming felt extremely depressed in his heart. Not only did he let Yin Yang obtain Nieli's word, but he also seemed to have obtained two words. I wonder if junior brother Nieli is willing to write one for me? I'll also pay 150,000 spiritual stones. Mingwei Wushuang sweetly smiled. "Sure. In order not to discriminate, I'll also write two words for senior sister Mingwei." Nieli wrote the word sword and the word jiao, implying a woman as bright as the moon. In terms of artistic conception, it wasn't much different from the martial word he had written for Yin Yang. Nieli received another 150,000 spiritual stones from Mingyue Wushuang. Junior brother Nieli seems to have a soft spot for junior sister Ninger. From now on, I'll take good care of Ninger. Mingyue Wushuang smiled as she glanced at Xiao Ninger in the distance. Hearing Mingyue Wushuang's words, the girls of the Heavenly Note sect immediately looked at Xiao Ninger with envy. Mingyue Wushuang's position in the Heavenly Note sect was extraordinary. She was the holy maiden of the Heavenly Note sect. With Mingyue Wushuang's care, Xiao Ninger would definitely have a boundless future in the Heavenly Note sect. Although Xiao Ninger's talent was extremely astonishing and had attracted the attention of the upper echelons, it was different with Mingyue Wushuang's care. Then, I'll have to thank senior sister Mingyue, Nieli said as he cupped his hands. Inwardly, he was thinking that he'd managed to form 2 connections by writing a few words. Furthermore, he'd even obtained 300,000 spiritual stones. This was a pretty good deal. Why did he feel that selling words was more profitable than selling high-grade demon spirits? Seeing Nieli talking to Yin Yang and Mingyue Wushuang with ease, Yixian suddenly had the illusion that he and Nieli weren't in the same world. Just a moment ago, he was mocking Nieli in his heart for being poor. In the end, Nieli had obtained 300,000 spiritual stones just by writing 2 words. Seeing that Yin Yang and Mingyue Wushuang had both obtained Nieli's words, Long Tianming slightly knitted his brows. He couldn't stop Yin Yang and Mingyue Wushuang from obtaining Nieli's words, so he could only give up. As for Nieli's side, it was absolutely impossible for him to spend 150,000 spiritual stones to obtain words from Nieli. Nieli was a disciple of Hagami Myunmyun. All he had to do was send someone to ask for words from Nieli. Would Nieli refuse? Not only would Nieli have to give it to him, he would have to give even more. Unless Nieli didn't want to stay in Hagami Myunmyun any longer. Long Tianming started to examine Nieli. If Nieli was truly talented, it wouldn't be a bad idea to recruit him. As for suppressing Nieli, he didn't have that thought for the time being. After today's events, the higher-ups of the Divine Feathers sect would definitely take some of Nieli's words back to study. With Nieli's abilities, it should be a simple matter for him to build a relationship with 1 or 2 higher-ups of the Divine Feathers sect. In Hagami Myunmyun, Long Tianming still couldn't cover the sky with one hand. What Long Tianming was curious about was Nieli's talent, aside from writing those strange words. After all, when Nieli wrote those words, he didn't use any Dao intent. Therefore, Long Tianming couldn't see through his cultivation. Even if he was the number 1 genius of a new batch of students, he still couldn't attract Long Tianming's attention. However, if Nieli had such a profound comprehension of Dao intent, why hadn't he reached the heavenly fate realm yet? Could it be that Nieli was hiding his abilities? Long Tianming couldn't see through Nieli, so he decided to send someone to probe Nieli. Nieli walked down from the stage and returned to the table. He exchanged glances with Ning, Gu Bei, and the others and smiled. Whether it was Gu Bei or Li Xingyun, both of them were completely convinced by Nieli. When Murong Yu saw that Nieli had returned, he gnashed his teeth in his heart. Back in the ghastly ruins, he had done everything he could to prevent Nieli from obtaining spiritual stones. In the end, after all his efforts, Nieli had casually written a few words and obtained 300,000 spiritual stones. Murong Yu had failed at the last step. Chapter 325. As long as you wholeheartedly support Li Yufeng, then everyone else will naturally listen to you, the third elder said, a little annoyed. If he wants me, Li Xingyun, to be loyal to the family, I can do it. But if he wants me to become Li Yufeng's lackey, he doesn't have the qualifications. In recent years, our Ashen Flames family has only hunted 1 dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit. Honestly speaking, didn't Li Xingyun's talent surpass Li Yufeng's back then? That dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit should have been integrated with me, but because he was the son of the previous patriarch, he used despicable means to bypass the family's rules and integrated with that dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit first. I admit it. Over the years, my strength has indeed been falling behind him, but I refuse to accept it. Li Xingyun's voice carried a trace of anger. Originally, from Li Xingyun's position, these words shouldn't have come out of her mouth. However, Li Xingyun was a hot-blooded person, so she couldn't hold it in. The third elder's face darkened as he said, Li Xingyun, are you still unwilling to accept what happened back then? Back then, the test results showed that your talent was indeed inferior to Li Yufeng's. What you think is just a misunderstanding. Whether it's a misunderstanding or not, I'm not willing to pursue it any further. Even if it's you elders, don't you have your own forces under you? Why should Li Yufeng take in my brothers? Li Xingyun looked at the other elder beside her and asked, Fifth elder, why don't you tell me the reason? Does our Ashen Flames family have such a rule? Li Xingyun, this is the family's decision. The forces under your control will be an unstable factor in the future of the Ashen Flames family. The fifth elder said with furrowed brows. Haha, you finally said what's in your heart. Although that brat Li Yufeng is stronger than me, he is not popular. No one is willing to listen to him. You are worried that when my brothers grow up, I will compete with him for the position. So you want to eliminate the threat in the cradle first, right? Li Xingyun sneered. You are really working hard for Li Yufeng to take the position. The two old men frowned. Li Xingyun was too unruly. It would be difficult to force Li Xingyun to agree. After all, there was an elder behind Li Xingyun. They couldn't be too ruthless. However, Li Xingyun was indeed a factor that caused the family to feel uneasy. Especially since Li Xingyun had recently spent a large amount of money to purchase a large number of demon spirits, which greatly increased the strength of her subordinates. The future risks would be even greater. Hearing the conversation from outside, Nelly faintly smiled. So the real situation was like this. According to the development of his previous life, Li Xingyun would eventually leave the family. She was probably forced into a corner. However, such a thing wouldn't happen for the time being because Li Yufeng has yet to become the patriarch. Li Xingyun would only leave the Ashen Flames family after Li Yufeng became the patriarch. Nieli still admires Li Xingyun. There's a reason why Li Xingyun was able to gather a group of brothers who were so loyal to him. Li Xingyun was very loyal. Sometimes, a group of people would follow someone. It wasn't because that person was strong, but because that person was reliable and wouldn't treat them unfairly. Li Xingyun coldly snorted, Elders, please return. No matter what, it's impossible for me to hand over my brothers and become Li Yufeng's lackeys. Li Xingyun, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. The third elder said angrily. I, Li Xingyun, have not violated any family rules. Third elder, fifth elder, are you trying to pressure me? Li Xingyun's eyes flashed with a cold light. Then you should go and talk to my uncle. Li Xingyun's uncle was the second elder of the Ashen Flames family, an existence second only to the patriarch. You'll regret it one day. The third and fifth elders stood up angrily and walked out of the living room. They walked out of the living room. After the third and fifth elders left, Nieli and the other two walked in. Brother Nieli, I didn't expect you guys to come. Li Xingyun's stiff face revealed a trace of a smile as she spoke. It's rare for you to still be able to smile. Nieli laughed. What can I do? Should I cry? It seems that you guys heard it from outside. But it's fine even if you heard it. It's just a small family scandal, and I've let you guys laugh at it. Li Xingyun shrugged and said, I don't know why Brother Nieli is here, but I've already prepared 100,000 spiritual stones. Li Xingyun threw a spatial ring to Nieli. Nieli caught the spatial ring and swept his eyes over it. There were 100,000 spiritual stones inside. He lightly smiled and said, You're not afraid that I won't do anything for you after taking the money? What a joke. I, Li Xingyun, don't have any other abilities, but I'm very good at judging people. I believe in Brother Nieli's character. Li Xingyun said with a bright smile. I've already gotten what you wanted. Nieli moved his right hand and threw a demon spirit stone to Li Xingyun. So fast. Li Xingyun was stunned for a moment when she caught the demon spirit stone. She originally thought that it would take at least 10 days to half a month to get a dragon bloodline god level demon spirit. She glanced at the demon spirit stone in her hand. It was a scarlet-blooded gold Jiao dragon. It was indeed a dragon bloodline god level demon spirit. Nieli said with a smile. Furthermore, this is a mutated one. I guarantee that it's stronger than Li Yufeng's dragon bloodline god level demon spirit. Li Xingyan clenched her right fist tightly as she took a deep look at Nieli. After a brief moment of silence, she said, I won't say too many words of thanks. As long as I, Li Xingyun, am of use, Brother Nieli, please don't hesitate to ask. Nieli looked at Li Xingyun and said, I'm here because I need your help. A friend of mine was killed by Hua Ling's subordinates in the outside world. I want you to send some people to me. I want to exterminate all of them. Brother Nieli's friend is my friend. How many people do you need? When do you need them? Just tell me. Li Xingyan looked at Nieli and said straightforwardly. Nieli said, at least 200 people. It's best if there are a few Heavenly Star Realm experts. I need them the day after tomorrow. Li Xingyun's brows twitched as she said, don't worry, just leave it to me. I'll send a few Heavenly Axis Realm brothers over. Sure enough, the forces under Hua Ling's control couldn't be compared to Li Xingyun's. Nieli lightly smiled. Then many thanks. Is there a need to thank me? If there's a need to thank, then how much do I have to thank Brother Nieli? Li Xingyun smiled. One had to know that Nieli had helped him a lot. The reason why he wasn't strong enough was because he only had an extraordinary level growth rate demon spirit. But now he finally had a god-level growth rate demon spirit. Sooner or later, he'd prove to everyone in the Ashen Flames family that he, Li Xingyun, wasn't inferior to Li Yufeng. He'd trample that despicable bastard Li Yufeng under his feet. Nieli's group chatted with Li Xingyun for a while before leaving Li Xingyun's place. Knowing that Nieli had used Li Xingyun's power, Xiaoning felt a lot more at ease. However, Nieli was only a one fate. It was too dangerous for him to head to the outside world. After all, there were frightening demon beasts that would appear from time to time. Even a Heavenly Axis Realm expert could be killed at any time. Nieli, are you going as well? Xiaoning asked with concern. Of course. But don't worry, I'll advance to 2 fate in the next 2 days. My cultivation has recently reached the pinnacle of 1 fate. With a few more catalysts, I'll be able to break through to 2 fate in a few hours. Nieli nodded. That's right. Nieli lightly smiled. After merging with the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting, Nieli could feel a clear increase in his strength. He was just a little bit away from breaking through. A few hours of cultivation in the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting would be enough. Hearing Nieli's words, Xiaoning faintly smiled and felt a lot more at ease. As long as he reached 2 fate, even if an accident happened in the outside world, it wouldn't be a big deal. At most, he'd lose a level of cultivation. Knowing that Nieli had stood up for her, Xiaoyu felt very touched. However, when she saw the tacit understanding and compatibility between Nieli and Xiaoning, she felt very complicated. When Nieli and the rest returned to the courtyard, they saw Gu Bei anxiously waiting for them. When she saw Nieli and the rest return, Gu Bei's brows finally relaxed. I've been waiting for you guys for a long time. Gu Bei said excitedly. Why are you waiting for us here? Nieli asked as he looked at Gu Bei. I'm bringing you guys to watch a good show. Gu Bei smiled mysteriously. Hurry up and follow me. Although they didn't know what Gu Bei was talking about, Nieli and the other 2 still followed Gu Bei. I've already sent someone to handle the matter you gave me. Don't worry, I'll definitely get it done. Something will happen tonight. Gu Bei revealed a meaningful smile as a trace of coldness flashed through her eyes. Hearing Gu Bei's words, Nieli vaguely understood. The 3 of them followed behind Gu Bei. Sky Soul Institute, Martial Practice Field. Tens of thousands of people had gathered here. The entire place was brightly lit, and there were roughly 50 to 60 matches. There were also many spectators. This was a grand occasion for the geniuses of the 3 major sects to exchange pointers. This way, Gu Bei said with a smile. Nieli immediately saw Gulan sitting in a chair with a blanket covering her legs. Gulan's face wasn't as pale as before. Instead, it had a rosy complexion, making her seem more spirited. They walked to Gulan's side. Sister Gulan's complexion is getting better and better, Nieli said with a smile. I still have to thank Mister for the gift. Gulan lightly nodded as her gaze fell on Xiao Yu and Xiao Ning, who were behind Nieli. She smiled and nodded her head in greeting. Nieli looked inside and saw that the crowd was surrounding a martial stage. There were still people fighting on the stage, and the crowd outside was cheering loudly. Gulan and Gu Bei were both here. They were probably going to do something, right? Nieli thought, as he couldn't help smiling. Around here, more than 90% of the people are from the Gu clan. Furthermore, there are a few elders among them. Right now, the Gu clan's newest batch of students are competing. Gu Bei said in a low voice. Oh, Nieli nodded and looked into the distance. At the front of the stage, Gu Heng sat beside a few elders, smiling as he chatted with them. Those old men should be the elders of the Gu clan. Chapter 3:26. Although Gu Bei's progress in cultivation was rather slow, it was all because of Gu Bei's efforts. Most of the time, Gu Bei had been cultivating his sword intent under Gu Lan's guidance. His sword intent had already reached an extremely shocking level. As long as he didn't intentionally suppress his cultivation, he could immediately display the strength of a heavenly fate realm. This was also the reason why he was able to integrate with a dragon bloodline demon spirit. Just as Gu Quan's sharp claws were about to land on Gu Bei's head, Gu Bei slightly shifted his body and dodged Gu Quan's attack. Both of his hands grabbed onto Gu Quan's claws and slammed him into the ground with lightning speed. Asterisk boom. Asterisk Gu Quan's head heavily slammed onto the ground, causing the inscription patterns on the stage to spread out. If it wasn't for the inscription pattern arrays, the entire stage would have been smashed to pieces. However, it was precisely because of the inscription pattern arrays that the ground became extremely firm, causing Gu Quan's injuries to be even more severe. The characteristics of a demon's spirit rapidly disappeared from Gu Quan's body. He laid on the ground, unable to get up, and fainted. This was a complete suppression in terms of strength. At the sight of this scene, the eyes of Guya and the other elders lit up. This brat, Gu Bei, already had the strength of a heavenly fate realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to knock out Gu Quan, who was at the pinnacle of the Earth Fate realm and had integrated with the Ironback Goshawk demon spirit in one move. The Gu clan's disciples were all dumbfounded. They never imagined that Gu Bei would actually be able to deal with Gu Quan in one move. Wasn't this brat's footsteps weak when he went up? The entire place was in silence. It was as if this was the first time they'd met Gu Bei. Looks like this brat was still hiding his strength. Guya couldn't help lightly laughing. He was rather gratified to see that the younger generation of his family wasn't the trash that others had described. Gu Quan still hadn't tested Gu Bei's true strength. Guya glanced at Gu Heng and said, Gu Heng, send another one fate to test this brat. Gu Heng was about to go crazy. He thought that Gu Quan would go up. He would have been able to give Gu Bei a good beating. However, he didn't expect that Gu Bei would play the pig to eat the tiger and beat Gu Quan to the ground with a single move. He could hear the hint of admiration in Guya's tone. Although Gu Bei's strength wasn't much, she was still young. Once Gu Bei displayed enough talent, the family would definitely pay attention to her. In another 10 or 20 years, when it was time to hand over the position of the head of the family, Gu Bei might even be a threat to him. Gu Bei was Gu Lan's younger brother. He didn't dare to look down on them, and he absolutely couldn't tolerate them. Gu Yun, you go up. Gu Heng coldly snorted. Gu Yun was in existence at the pinnacle of the One Fate realm. Yes. Gu Yun nodded and leaped onto the stage. Gu Quan, who had fainted, had already been carried down. Gu Yun swept a glance at Gu Bei and lightly snorted. I never thought that a silk pants like you would have some ability. However, when it comes to me, you won't have the chance anymore. I don't just have some ability. Didn't you see it earlier? Did you see that I beat him to the ground with a single move? Gu Bei did a back throw, looking extremely weird. Don't you worship me at all? Gu Yun curled his lips towards Gu Bei, who was pretending to be a fool. I want to see just how much ability you have. Gu Yun leaped up and swung his fist towards Gu Bei. His fist energy violently rubbed against the air, causing blazing sparks to erupt. Gu Yun didn't seem to have any intentions of merging with his demon spirit. He was only a step away from Two Fate. He could completely crush Gu Bei. The instant Gu Yun made his move, Gu Bei straightened her body. Her expression turned extremely serious as she placed her right hand in front of her chest. She raised 2 fingers. At this moment, Gu Bei's entire body was enveloped in sword intent. His fingers were like an unsheathed sword. Ever since he went back and read the word sword that Nieli had written for him, he'd gained a new understanding of sword intent. At the moment when Gu Yun attacked, whoosh, Gu Bei's body turned into a streak of light as she passed by Gu Yun. The sword intent from those 2 fingers directly pierced through Gu Yun. Gu Yun originally thought that with his strength at the pinnacle of one fate, he could easily beat Gu Bei to the ground. Therefore, he didn't have any intentions of merging with his demon spirit. He never thought that he wouldn't even be able to see how Gu Bei made her move. Go down. If this was a real battle, you would already be dead. Gu Bei didn't even turn her head as she spoke in a low voice. A light breeze blew the hair in front of her forehead. Her expression carried a hint of cold arrogance. The group of girls below the stage cried out in surprise. Gu Bei's move was too cool. They didn't even see how Gu Bei made her move. Seeing Gu Bei's move, Gu Ye's eyes flickered with a divine light. He never imagined that Gu Bei's sword intent would reach such a level. Just based on this sword intent, even a 2 fate might not be Gu Bei's opponent. It's easy to raise one's cultivation, but something like sword intent is extremely difficult to cultivate. Once it's successfully cultivated, as long as Gu Bei was willing, her cultivation would soar by leaps and bounds. It seems like they've all underestimated Gu Bei. They thought that Gu Bei was a silk pants. But unbeknownst to them, Gu Bei had already cultivated such a powerful sword intent. With this sword intent, there would definitely be a spot for Gu Bei among the successors of the Gu clan. Gu Yin was a little unconvinced. He still hadn't figured out Gu Bei's move, so he turned his head and wanted to continue fighting with Gu Bei. Gu Yin, come down. You're not Gu Bei's opponent, Gu Yin said with a trace of joy in his voice. The other elders also looked at each other and saw the pleasant surprise in each other's eyes. It was as if they could see the rising genius of the Gu clan, and this person was the hedonistic son of a rich family that they had always looked down upon. Gu Heng's grip on the armrest slightly tightened as the veins on his arm popped out. Only now did he realize that he'd severely underestimated Gu Bei. It turned out that the focus of Gu Bei's cultivation had always been on sword intent. The cultivation of sword intent was the most time-consuming. But once it was successfully cultivated, the results would be extremely shocking. Once the sword intent was successfully cultivated, one could even challenge experts who were a few levels higher. Although Gu Bei's sword intent hadn't reached the pinnacle, it was already very shocking for Gu Bei's current age. Gu Heng instantly felt a great threat. Once Gu Bei continued to display a stronger talent, she would definitely become one of the successors. Whether or not she would push him down from his position as the first successor was still a problem. Nieli slightly smiled. All of this was within his expectations. Gu Bei's sword intent was even more refined than before. At this time, in the distant crowd, Long Yuan was quietly watching the battle stage. This place allowed outsiders to spectate, so when Long Yuan saw Nieli from afar, she also came over to watch. She saw the scene of Gu Bei defeating Gu Yun. Long Yuan was basically sure that Gu Bei's strength was already above hers. But before, Gu Bei's strength was far from being her opponent. Could it be that this sword intent was comprehended from Nieli's sword character? Her hands slightly clenched into fists. She also wanted to see what the sword intent of the sword character was, but Nieli refused her, which made her very depressed. But Nieli's sword character had already been sold for 150,000 spirit stones. Why should she ask Nieli for it? Therefore, Long Yuan's heart was extremely depressed. She had an incomparable desire to obtain Nieli's character. The corner of Gu Ye's mouth curved into a gratified smile as he waved his hand. Gu Bing, go up and spar with Gu Bei. Gu Ye called over another of Gu Heng's subordinates. This Gu Bing was a 3-fate expert. Gu Bei exercised a little on the stage. His eyes flickered with unswerving determination. In fact, he was extremely excited in his heart. Ever since his sister's cultivation had been crippled, he'd been acting like a grandson in front of others. Every time he fought, he'd be taught a miserable lesson. Now, he finally didn't have to suppress himself anymore. All of the emotions in his heart had exploded out. He wanted to ruthlessly trample on Gu Heng's subordinates. Gu Bing flew onto the stage. This time, he no longer dared to underestimate Gu Bei like the other two from before. Even he felt a little fearful of Gu Bei's sword intent. Gu Bing solemnly said, "I admit that we've underestimated you too much. Your strength has exceeded all of our expectations. Since Elder Guya sent me up, then I won't hold back." "Whatever." Gu Bei shrugged his shoulders as he quietly stared at Gu Bing. Feeling the indifferent aura coming from Gu Bei, Gu Bing didn't know why, but he felt a little nervous in his heart. He coldly snorted and started to integrate with his demon spirit. The demon spirit he integrated with was an ordinary god level growth rate demon spirit. It was a 3-fate scarlet blaze bear that was 3 meters tall and covered in blazing flames. A frightening heat wave blew over as Gu Bing's terrifying aura pressed down on Gu Bei. Gu Bei finally felt a huge pressure from the strength of a 3-fate. However, Gu Bei's heart was boiling as his fighting spirit soared. He no longer hid his strength and suddenly burst forth with the strength of a 1-fate. However, Gu Bei's aura didn't stop. Under the pressure of a 3-fate, the boundary within Gu Bei's soul realm was finally broken. Gu Bei let out a pained roar as the energy in his body surged. His cultivation had finally stepped into the 2-fate realm, and his second fate soul was slowly condensing within his soul realm. Finally, the opportunity to break through had arrived. A divine light flashed through Gu Bei's eyes as he suddenly integrated with his demon spirit. His body rapidly grew and turned into a huge dragon-bone winged tiger. This dragon-bone winged tiger was 5 meters tall, with huge bone wings burning with black soul flames, giving off a huge pressure. A god-level growth rate dragon bloodline demon spirit, dragon-bone winged tiger. Although the dragon-bone winged tiger's strength had just reached the 2-fate realm, it still had an absolute advantage against the scarlet blaze bear, which was 1 rank higher than it. Asterisk roar. Asterisk the dragon-bone winged tiger furiously roared. In front of it, the scarlet blaze bear was like an underage child. These were 2 completely different types of powers. Chapter 3:27. The colossal scarlet blaze bear trembled with fear. Under the terrifying pressure of the dragon-bone winged tiger, it couldn't even budge an inch. The dragon-bone winged tiger raised its huge paw and slammed it towards the colossal scarlet blaze bear. Asterisk boom. Asterisk under the frightening power. The colossal scarlet blaze bear was flattened to the ground, its thick legs twitching nonstop. A god-level growth rate colossal scarlet blaze bear was only slightly inferior to an excellent level growth rate dragon bloodline demon spirit. Furthermore, Gu Bing was already a 3-fate expert. The colossal scarlet blaze bear he'd fused with was also a 3-fate. However, under the attack of the dragon-bone winged tiger, the colossal scarlet blaze bear was beaten to the ground. At the sight of this, Guya abruptly stood up. With his sharp eyes and keen senses, how could he not feel that Gu Bei's dragon bloodline demon spirit was definitely a god-level growth rate demon spirit? He couldn't conceal the shock in his heart. He understood what a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit meant. A dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit represented a pinnacle pillar of strength. Once it matured, it would definitely be a pivotal existence in the Hagami Myunmyun. In recent years, the Gu family had been constantly hunting demon beasts in the outside world. However, they'd only managed to hunt 2 dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirits. One of them was given to Gulan. However, Gulan's meridians had been crippled, so she couldn't give the dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit to anyone else. The other one was given to Guheng. However, Guheng's talent was still a level lower than Gulan's. But now another dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit had appeared in the Gu clan out of nowhere. Where did Gu Bei get her hands on a dragon bloodline, god, level growth, rate demon spirit? Under normal circumstances, dragon bloodline, god, level growth rate demon spirits were in the hands of the major families, since they were too hard to obtain. Basically, after hunting tens of thousands of dragon bloodline demon beasts, there would only be one extraordinary level growth rate demon spirit. As for a god level growth rate demon spirit, it was purely based on luck. The entire family would have to constantly hunt dragon bloodline demon beasts. Only after several years would they be able to hunt a god level growth rate demon spirit. However, Gu Bei actually had a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit. Although he didn't know where Gu Bei's dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit came from, he didn't know. However, one thing was certain. With a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit, Gu Bei would definitely become the second successor of the Gu clan. Furthermore, the position of the first successor would also have to be carefully considered. A dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit. Although it was extremely rare, there might be someone with heaven-defying luck who managed to hunt a dragon bloodline demon beast and obtain one. After all, it was a matter of probability. It didn't matter how Gu Bei got it. What was important was that another genius had appeared in the Gu family. This matter would definitely shake the entire family. Gu Heng couldn't contain the shock in his eyes any longer. Gu Bei actually obtained a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit. Gu Heng suddenly had a feeling that his position wasn't as stable as before. All along, Gu Heng hadn't placed Gu Bei in his heart. But now, Gu Bei had suddenly become a great threat. Two siblings. One was crippled, yet she was still unwilling to accept it. The second one also wanted to give it a try. A vicious light flashed through Gu Heng's eyes. Since Gu Bei had decided to fight for the position, she must have some confidence. Since that's the case, I'll play with you. Gu Heng knew that it was no longer possible to poison Gu Bei. Firstly, Gu Bei would definitely be on guard. Secondly, both siblings' meridians were blocked. There would definitely be a problem, and the family would definitely investigate to the end. Furthermore, he would also be identified as a suspect, which would affect his prestige in the family. He had to think of another way. He had to stop Gu Bei from growing. If Gu Bei wanted to fight for the position, she would definitely have to go to the outside world to establish her power. Once she reached the outside world, Gu Heng definitely wouldn't give Gu Bei a chance. Sitting on the chair, Gu Lan's gaze swept past Gu Heng. Her expression was calm, and no one knew what she was thinking. Gu Heng probably never expected that Gu Bei would have already recovered. His enemy wasn't Gu Bei alone, but the two siblings, Gu Bei and Gu Lan. The three fake Gu Bing had also lost. The surrounding Gu clan's disciples all looked at Guya. They wanted to see if Guya was going to send someone else to test Gu Bei. However, Guya waved his hand and laughed. Let's end the test for Gu Bei. We're going to hold an emergency meeting of the elders. All disciples of the Gu clan, listen up. Gu Bei will be the successor of our Gu clan. As for the successor position, we'll decide on it later. Gu Heng stood up and laughed. Congratulations to cousin Gu Bei for obtaining a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit and establishing yourself as the successor. I never imagined that cousin Gu Bei would give us such a big shock. Hearing Guya's words, many of the Gu clan's disciples couldn't help discussing amongst themselves. Gu Bei's dragon bone winged tiger is a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit. Where did he get his dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit? I never imagined that our Gu clan would have another genius who integrated with a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit. Although his cultivation is far from the other successors, he'll probably be the second-in-line successor with a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit. The second-in-line successor position would probably belong to Gu Bei. After all, in the entire Gu clan, there were only two juniors who'd integrated with a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit. Very quickly, the news of Gu Bei integrating with a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit and being confirmed as the successor quickly spread. Even the other families knew about it. Some people were happy, while others were depressed. Those who were happy because the Hagami Munyan had another genius in the younger generation. Those who were depressed because the Gu clan's strength had increased once again. Gu Bei and Gu Heng's gazes met. Both of their eyes were filled with raging, fighting intent. The two of them would undoubtedly fight to the death for the successor position of the Gu clan. Gu family Guya and the rest quickly returned to the Gu family. The Gu family's elders' assembly immediately convened. Dozens of elders sat in the Gu family's main hall. Seated at the front was the Gu clan's patriarch, Gu Tianlong. Gu Tianlong swept his gaze across the elders and asked, "What do you guys think about this matter with Gu Bei? We must investigate this matter thoroughly. Exactly where did Gu Bei get her hands on a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit?" The third elder, Gu Yu, said in a solemn voice. Furthermore, he disregarded the clan's rules and integrated with a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit without informing the clan. He should be punished. Otherwise, wouldn't it be against the clan's rules if someone else learns from him and integrated with a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit on their own? Guya lightly smiled as a light flashed across his eyes. Third elder, are you going to punish a genius that is just integrated with a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit? Gulan's meridians are blocked. As Gulan's brother, Gu Bei has also suffered quite a bit. Furthermore, he endured silently and kept a low profile. In the end, he managed to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. If we still want to punish him, wouldn't it be disappointing? However, it's true that Gu Bei has violated the clan's rules. There are many who have violated the clan's rules. Guya looked at Gu Yu as a cold light flashed across his eyes. Gu Heng is also one of them. When has Gu Heng ever violated the clan's rules? Gu Yu's brows slightly twitched. If you don't want others to know, then don't do it. Third elder, do you still want me to continue? Guya glanced at Gu Yu. Gu Yu opened his mouth, but in the end, he remained silent. In his heart, he was puzzled. Could it be that the matter of Gu Heng poisoning Gulan was already known by Guya? Many of the elders started arguing one after another, but Gu Tianlong kept silent and pondered for a long time. One of the elders looked at Gu Tianlong and said, "This matter still has to be decided by the patriarch. I feel that although Gu Bei looks like a silk pants, he's actually extremely hard-working and diligent. In addition to the fact that he has integrated with a dragon bloodline god-level growth rate demon spirit, he's completely qualified to be the second-in-line successor." I agree as well. Very quickly, more than half of the elders agreed that Gu Bei would be the second-in-line successor. Everyone looked at Gu Tianlong. In the end, Gu Tianlong still had to make the final decision. Gu Tianlong calmly said in a low voice, "I've decided to make Gu Bei the first-in-line successor. What do you guys think?" Hearing Gu Tianlong's words, more than half of the elders were stunned. Making Gu Bei the second-in-line successor was already shocking enough. But now, Gu Tianlong actually made Gu Bei the first-in-line successor. Just what was going on? The third elder, Gu Yu, immediately stood up and said, "Patriarch, Gu Bei's cultivation isn't high enough, and he hasn't established his own force in the outside world. Isn't it a little too rash to appoint him as the first-in-line successor of our Gu clan?" Gu Tianlong glanced at Gu Yu as his voice carried a trace of sharpness. Gu Heng's character isn't proper. Although his strength and talent are passable, he's still not qualified to be the first-in-line successor. For the time being, he'll be demoted to the second-in-line successor position. We'll have to observe him. Hearing Gu Tianlong's words, Gu Yu no longer dared to argue and sat down, feeling a little depressed. The other elders also discussed in low voices as they secretly conversed. There must be a reason for the patriarch to make such a decision. Gu Tianlong had said that Gu Heng's character wasn't proper. Normally, Gu Heng's performance had never been a problem. However, when they thought of Gulan, who had become a cripple due to her blocked meridians, and Gu Bei, who had suddenly appeared after enduring for so long, they quickly understood. I agree with the patriarch's decision. I agree with the patriarch's decision. Very quickly, almost 90% of the elders agreed. Although Gu Bei's strength was far from enough, he was still only the first-in-line successor. There was no harm in giving the first-in-line successor position to Gu Bei. It could be considered as compensation for Gu Bei's suffering over the years. Chapter 328. Gu Hong felt that he'd poisoned Gulan and blocked her meridians without anyone knowing. However, Gu Tianlong and the rest had already found out the truth. It was just that after Gu Lan's meridians were blocked, Gu Hong had become the only member of the Gu family to possess a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit. If this matter was exposed, Gu Hong would completely lose his prestige in the Gu family. If no one could replace Gu Hong, then the Gu family's future decline would be inevitable. After all, a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit wasn't easy to obtain. What made Gu Tianlong, Gu Ye, and the rest feel gratified was that Gu Bei stood out at this moment. Not only did she cultivate sword intent, but she also possessed a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit. At this moment, they no longer had any misgivings like before. They wanted to remove Gu Hong from the first-in-line successor position first. They wanted to knock some sense into Gu Hong. Otherwise, Gu Hong would really be out of control. The meeting ended. A few hours later, the decision of the Gu clan's elder council spread throughout the Gu clan. Every member of the Gu family was stunned. They originally thought that Gu Bei would be the second-in-line successor of the Gu family. However, they never imagined that Gu Bei would actually be the first-in-line successor. This was something that none of the Gu clan's members could react to. Some of the Gu clan's members vaguely realized something. However, they didn't say anything. After all, this matter could be considered a family scandal. They never imagined that the patriarch would make such a swift decision. The news quickly spread to the stage. Although Gu Hong was a little depressed when Gu Ye and the rest left, he didn't think much of it. He felt that it was enough for the patriarch to arrange a second-in-line successor for Gu Bei. His first-in-line successor position was still stable. However, when he received the news, he could no longer remain calm. He never imagined that the Gu family would remove his first-in-line successor position. One must know that Gu Bei had yet to establish any forces in the outside world. What qualifications does Gu Bei have? Gu Hong was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. The blood in his body surged, and he really wanted to argue with the family head. But after a long time, his rationality gradually returned. It seemed like the patriarch knew something and was trying to warn him. Gu Hong was depressed. He glanced at Gu Bei in the distance. This time, Gu Bei would be proud of himself. However, even if Gu Bei became the second Gulan, so what? Gu Hong narrowed his eyes slightly. He had helped that person pull Gulan down from her position in the past. This time, that person should also help him. It was impossible for Gu Bei to rise again. At this moment, Nieli was chatting with Gu Bei and the others. I never imagined that the patriarch would actually appoint me as the first-in-line successor. Gu Bei was astonished and puzzled in her heart. The corner of her mouth curled into a faint smile as she narcissistically said, "Could it be that the patriarch has seen that I'm a one-in-a-million genius, the only man that can save the Gu family?" Nieli couldn't help rolling his eyes at Gu Bei's words. "You're thinking too much. The fact that the Gu clan's patriarch is supporting you is secondary. Even if your talent is high, there's no need for him to make you the first-in-line successor. It's probably just a warning to Gu Hong. The things that Gu Hong did to your sister back then have already been known by your patriarch. It's just that Gu Hong is the only person in the Gu family with a dragon bloodline god-level growth rate demon spirit, so he can't suppress him. But now that you've risen and become the second person in the Gu family with a dragon bloodline god-level growth rate demon spirit, they're worried that Gu Hong will use the same trick he used to deal with your sister back then. Therefore, they're using this method to knock Gu Hong down, so that Gu Hong will have some fear." Gu Bei smiled. Gu Hong deserves it. His first-in-line successor position is in danger. That should be enough to make him depressed for a while. Gulan looked at Gu Bei and said, "Although Gu Heng's first-in-line successor position is in danger, he still has a deep influence in the outside world. Since you haven't established your own influence in the outside world, when it's time to inherit the patriarch's position, Gu Heng will still be the first-in-line successor. Gu Heng is still the first in line, because the position of patriarch cannot be passed to someone without any foundation. Gulan was warning Gu Bei not to let her guard down, just because she's the first-in-line successor. "I understand, big sister." Gu Bei nodded. Although they now had some capital to contend with Gu Heng, their foundation was still too shallow. They could only establish their own influence in the outside world. Only then would they be considered to have a firm foothold. In Gu Bei's heart, she couldn't wait any longer. Nieli, Ning, and Xiao Yu, along with Gu Bei and Gu Lan, went to another place to watch the competition. Gu Heng's gaze followed Nieli's group as they left. Looking at Nieli's back, his expression was gloomy. That brat Nieli refused a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. He'd been hanging out with Gu Bei and Gu Lan since a long time ago. He couldn't deal with Gu Bei and Gu Lan for now, but dealing with Nieli wasn't a problem. Gu Heng coldly snorted and said, "Let's go." With that, he led the group away. Xiaoning raised her head and looked at Nieli with tears flickering in her eyes. She was extremely reluctant to part with him. "Nieli, it's almost dawn. I have to return with the Sisters of the Heavenly Notes sect." "Okay, take care of yourself in the Heavenly Notes sect." Nieli patted Xiaoning's shoulder as he lightly smiled, although there was some sadness in his heart. After all, he'd experienced so many years and had already seen through many things. Xiaoning looked at Nieli and tiptoed to give Nieli a light peck on his cheek. Her face was boiling hot as she turned around and was about to run. However, she was pulled back by Nieli. He shoved an interspatial ring into Xiaoning's hands and said, "There are some spiritual stones and some extraordinary level growth rate dragon bloodline demon spirits inside. You can split them among yourselves." Xiaoning kissed Nieli and felt embarrassed to death. In the end, she was pulled back by Nieli to talk about this and that. "Right, there are also some words that I've written inside. If there's anything else that's missing, you can tell me now." Nieli pulled Xiaoning's hand. He had to admit that Ning's hand was really smooth and soft. Looking at Xiaoning's embarrassed expression, Nieli couldn't help smiling. Xiaoning's face was boiling hot as she couldn't help stomping her feet. "There's nothing else. I'll be leaving first." Xiaoning felt embarrassed to death. She didn't dare to raise her head to look at Nieli's eyes. Looking at Xiaoning's departing figure, Nieli couldn't help lightly smiling. A girl's heart was like a pure piece of unpolished jade, truly beautiful. Whether it was Ziyun or Xiaoning, they were both people that he would not hesitate to protect with his life. The disciples of the Heavenly Notes sect and Sky Blaze sect gathered together. Xiaoning waved goodbye to Nieli from afar. Mingyue Wushuang couldn't help taking a glance at Nieli before looking at Xiaoning. She revealed a faint smile. It seemed that Nieli and Xiaoning had a very good relationship. In the distance, Yin Yang walked towards Nieli and smiled at Nieli. "Junior brother Nieli, it's a pity that time was too tight. I wasn't able to have a good chat with you. Let's part ways for today. If fate wills it, we'll meet again in the future. If you come to the Skyblaze sect, feel free to look for me. We can have a good chat." "Many thanks, senior brother Yin Yang. I'll definitely pay you a visit." Nieli lightly cupped his hands. No matter what, it was absolutely right to have a good relationship with Yin Yang, the future patriarch of the Skyblaze sect. Yin Yang wasn't as hard to get close to as the rumors said. What Nieli didn't know was that Yin Yang couldn't be bothered to pay attention to ordinary people, even people like Long Tianming. However, Yin Yang looked at Nieli in a different light. Seeing how polite Yin Yang was to Nieli, the Skyblaze sect's disciples silently memorized Nieli's appearance. In the future, if they met Nieli, they wouldn't have any conflicts with Nieli. It would be best if they could give Nieli some convenience. After all, Nieli was someone that the Holy Sun valued. Even the Holy Sun owed Nieli a favor. If they provoked Nieli, they would probably be taught a miserable lesson by the Holy Sun. In the Skyblaze sect, Yin Yang's status was extraordinary. "I'll take my leave first." Yin Yang nodded his head and left with the sky ablaze sex disciples. Yi Xian coldly swept a glance at Nieli before leaving with Yin Yang. Xiao Ning, and Nieli had been alone for an entire night. This had become a knot in Yi Xian's heart that was difficult to untie, filling his heart with rage. However, he couldn't do anything to Nieli, so he could only secretly support Murongyu to deal with Nieli. Lu Piao and Xiao Shui also reluctantly said their goodbyes in the distance. As the two sex disciples left, Nieli watched as Xiao Ning waved her hand and disappeared at the end of the road. Xiao Yu watched as Nieli and Xiao Ning bid each other farewell. She couldn't help sighing in her heart. The two of them were truly a good match. His gaze was distant, and no one knew what he was thinking. After sending off Ning, Nieli retracted his gaze. For Ziyun and Ning, for his clansmen, for his friends and brothers, Nieli understood that he had to quickly expand his strength. He was about to reach Tu Fate, and he had to head to the outside world outside of Hagami Myunmyun to manage his own forces and fight for power in Hagami Myunmyun. Together with Xiao Yu and Lu Piao, Nieli returned to the courtyard. Nieli immediately entered the myriad miles rivers and mountains, painting to cultivate. After several hours of cultivation, Nieli's aura suddenly burst forth as two fate souls slowly formed in his soul realm. To Nieli's surprise, the second life soul was blue. The two life souls, one red and one blue, left Nieli a little stunned. He had no idea what had happened. An ordinary person's fate soul was colorless. As he cultivated, Nieli opened his eyes. Just as he'd expected, with the help of the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting, he only needed a few hours to complete his breakthrough. However, the situation after his breakthrough left him extremely confused. But since he couldn't figure it out, he decided not to think about it. Nieli consolidated his cultivation and glanced at Plume Flame Godnese and Golden Egg, who were cultivating. Whether it was Plume Flame Godnese or Golden Egg, their cultivations had increased a lot compared to before they entered the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting. After he finished cultivating, Nieli made a trip to the Soul Hall and placed one of his fate souls there. After reaching Tu Fate, he could finally head to the outside world. The real show was about to begin. Chapter 329. Great World, north of Hagami Myunmyun, Lingyu Deity's Lake. The Ling-Jie Deity's pool was located on a small floating mountain. Spring water flowed down from the small mountain. In the middle of the small mountain, there was a pool of water. From time to time, some spirit stones would emerge from the pool. The deity's lake would absorb a large amount of heavenly energy from its surroundings and produce spiritual stones. Due to the existence of a large number of deities' lakes in the Draconic Ruins realm, the heavenly energy between the heavens and earth was extremely thin. However, people could still obtain spiritual stones that contained a large amount of heavenly energy from the deity's lakes. A deity's pool was the same as a plant. It had a certain lifespan. A deity's pool would be at its peak within 3,000 years. It would produce the most spiritual stones every year. Once 3,000 years passed, the deity's pool would slowly dry up. The Ling-Jie deity's lake had existed for over 5,000 years. In a year, it would only produce a few thousand spiritual stones at most. Generally, the bigger forces wouldn't care about the Ling-Jie deity's lake. Therefore, this deity's lake was occupied by Hua Ling's group. It just so happened that Hua Ling was patrolling the Ling-Jie deity's lake. Recently, he'd received 2 pieces of good news. It could be considered a double blessing, so he was in a good mood. One was that the Ling-Jie deity's lake was slowly showing signs of recovering. The other was that his people had surrounded and killed Xiao Yu. This made Hua Ling very happy. Hua Ling had been unhappy with Xiao Yu for a long time. Every time, Xiao Yu would look at him coldly and arrogantly. Moreover, as a grown man, he actually looked more handsome than a woman. Every time he appeared, women would scream, making him very annoyed. Xiao Yu asked for it. If he dares to come to the outside world in the future, I'll kill him every time I see him. Who asked his old man to fight with my father for the throne? Hua Ling coldly snorted. He turned his head and glanced at the Ling-Jie deity's lake. The Ling Jade deity's lake was the foundation that allowed him to gain a foothold in the outside world. Every year, it produced several thousand spiritual stones. Although it wasn't a lot, it was still pretty good. There were more than 60 of them in total, and each of them could get quite a lot of money every year. And usually when they were on guard duty. After all, there were basically no powers that would try to snatch the Ling Jade deity's lake from them. Naturally, they were not the only experts from the Little Heaven realm. In the depths of a distant great world, some experts from other small heaven worlds had also occupied some deities' lakes. Just as the group of them were cultivating, 3 auras flew over. Hualing fixed his gaze on her, and a cold light flashed through his eyes. Then he laughed loudly and said, "Xiaoyu, that idiot. She actually dared to appear here. She really doesn't know how she died. Did she think that she could do anything to us just because she brought 2 people?" Hualing was well aware of the strength behind Xiaoyu. The tiny world's talents had withered, and there were only a few people from the entire Hagami Myunmyun that came from the tiny world. Even if he killed Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu would have no place to cry. But this time, Xiaoyu still dared to come. Her brain must have been caught in the door. Nieli, Xiaoyu, and Lu Piao stood in the air. He looked down at the people around the Ling Jade deity's lake. Nieli's gaze fell on a Hualing. "Hualing, come out." Lu Piao yelled towards the Ling Jade deity's lake. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Over 60 figures flew into the sky. Hualing's gaze fell onto Xiaoyu's group of 3 as a cold smile appeared on the corner of his lips. "Xiaoyu, it looks like you want to die again. Not only did you come to die, you even brought 2 short-lived ghosts with you. Hualing, you're bullying Xiaoyu with so many people. You're too shameless." Lu Piao placed her left hand on her waist and pointed at Hualing with her right. "How do you think we should resolve this matter? Should we pay up, or should we kowtow and admit our mistakes?" "Pay up, kowtow, and admit our mistakes?" Hualing laughed as if he'd heard a hilarious joke. "Are your brains flooded with water? Did you think that coming to the outside world would be the same as in the Sky Soul Institute?" 3 idiots. Everyone behind Hualing burst out in laughter. Nieli's group of 3 really didn't know what they were talking about. The 3 of them actually dared to be so arrogant in front of them. "You have to pay a price for injuring my people. Leave everything on you. Consider it compensation for Xiaoyu's loss. I can spare your lives." Nieli appeared calm as he swept a sharp gaze across Hualing's group. Hearing Nieli's words, Xiaoyu's face couldn't help burning slightly. She lowered her head, who knew what she was thinking. "Don't know what you're talking about. You actually want us to pay up? In this outside world, the strong prey on the weak. You don't even have the strength, yet you still dare to be so arrogant. You won't even know how you died." Hualing waved his hand and barked, "Brothers, make these idiots scram back to the Soul Hall." 60 people quickly surrounded Nieli and the other 2, forming an encirclement. Nieli shrugged his shoulders as he coldly looked at Hualing. "You're the one who said that the strong prey on the weak. Since that's the case, then there's no other way." The instant Nieli's voice landed, a powerful aura locked on a Hualing and his men, rendering them unable to move. This was an absolute power that could crush everything. Li Xingyun had sent a group of Heavenly Star Realm experts. There was even a Heavenly Axis Realm expert that listened to Nieli's orders. On the other hand, Hualing's men were only a group of Heavenly Fate Realm experts. They weren't on the same level. Hualing turned his head with difficulty and discovered that they were already surrounded by a group of people. There were no less than 200 people on the other side, and Hualing could recognize the few people in the lead. They were Li Xingyun's men. "Hualing, you don't seem to have learned your lesson. Boss Xingyun told you guys to stay away from Nieli. Since you guys didn't listen, then don't blame us." Li Hu said in a solemn voice as a terrifying pressure pressed down on Hualing and his men. Under that terrifying pressure, Hualing nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. He was depressed in his heart. Nieli actually called for reinforcements. Even if Nieli and Li Xingyun had some friendly relations, how did Nieli manage to get Li Xingyun to send so many people to stand up for him? Hualing couldn't figure it out. After all, Nieli didn't have any background or power. Li Xingyun's Tianqing League was an extremely powerful force amongst the younger generation. It wasn't something that Hua Ling could go against. Hua Ling looked at Li Hu and asked in a slightly depressed tone, I have no enmity with Boss Xingyun. Why would Boss Xingyun help them deal with me? That's not something you should care about. We're now listening to young Master Nieli's orders. Your fate is completely in the hands of young Master Nieli. Li Hu said with a little disdain. If it wasn't for Li Xingyun's orders, a person of Hua Ling's level wouldn't even be worthy of him taking action. Kill them all, Nieli said in a solemn voice. Indeed, it was as Hua Ling had said. In the outside world, the strong preyed on the weak. Countless people competed and killed each other, all for the sake of obtaining more resources and making themselves stronger. If Xiao Yu was killed by Hua Ling, and they didn't return the favor, Hua Ling and his men would definitely take a mile after taking an inch. Li Xingyun's men slowly approached Hua Ling and his men. For safety's sake, Li Xingyun had sent over 200 men to Nieli. Among them, there were a few Heavenly Star Realm experts and one Heavenly Axis Realm expert, Li Hu. Hua Ling understood that it was useless to be humble at this moment. He coldly looked at Li Hu and said, I don't understand why Li Xingyun would help these three brats deal with me. What I want to say is that our little heaven realm isn't easy to bully. If you guys kill us, it's the same as starting a war with all the experts of our little heaven realm. Isn't he afraid of the experts of our little heaven realm taking revenge? Li Xingyun is only the third successor of the Ashen Flames family. If he makes too many enemies, it'll be detrimental to his competition for the Patriarch's position. Hua Ling tried to persuade Li Hu, but it was useless no matter what Hua Ling said. If it was anyone other than Nieli, Li Xingyun definitely wouldn't spend so much effort to eliminate Hua Ling and his men. However, Nieli was different. Compared to the dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit that Nieli had given him, what was this little help? Li Hu smiled indifferently and said, Are you threatening us? Our Tianqing League has never been afraid of anyone. If you want to start a war, then bring it on. Since that's the case, then I, Hua Ling, have fallen today. However, I'll definitely get my revenge sooner or later. When Hua Ling heard Li Hu's words, he finally severed his last bit of hope. Li Hu waved his palms through the air. Boom, boom, boom. Hua Ling and his men exploded one by one as blood splattered everywhere. This was simply a one-sided massacre. Lu Piao was speechless in his heart. After interacting with Li Hu for so long, he only knew that Li Hu was extremely loyal to Li Xingyun. Beside Li Xingyun, he was like a servant. However, he never imagined that Li Hu would be so powerful. Even with so many Heavenly Fate Realm experts, he was still able to kill them all in a matter of minutes. Li Hu's strength had completely crushed Hua Ling and his men. Killing Hua Ling and his men could be considered as helping Xiao Yu vent her anger. Young Master Nieli, these are the interspatial rings that Hua Ling and his men left behind. Li Hu made a grabbing motion and collected the interspatial rings that Hua Ling and his men left behind, then handed them over to Nieli. After dying in the outside world, everything on one's body, including interspatial rings, artifacts, and so on, would be snatched away by others. Therefore, most people wouldn't dare to bring their precious things out. Hua Ling and his men also didn't have many good things in their interspatial rings. Nieli looked at Li Hu and said with a faint smile, Many thanks to the brothers from the Tianqing League for lending a hand. Since the brothers from the Tianqing League came to help, how could I let them return empty-handed? Why don't you distribute these things to the brothers? Nieli's right hand moved, and threw an interspatial ring filled with a large amount of spiritual stones to Li Hu. Li Hu hastily said, Our young master sent us here. How could we have the nerve to accept your things? You're welcome. This is what I should do. Since you helped me run an errand, you should at least give me some travel expenses. Otherwise, wouldn't I seem too stingy? I will talk to Li Xingyun. If you don't accept it, then you're not giving me any face, Nieli said with a bright smile. After thinking about it, Li Hu didn't refuse and accepted the interspatial ring. You guys wait here. I'll be right back. Nieli leaped towards the Lingyu deity's lake in the distance. Chapter 330. Initially, the members of the Tianqing League had some complaints in their hearts. To deal with Hua Ling's group, Nieli had actually sent over 200 of them. What a waste of time. However, since it was Li Xingyun who had sent them, they didn't dare to say anything. However, when Li Hu distributed the spiritual stones that Nieli had given to the members of the Tianxing League, none of them had any complaints. Nieli was truly generous. He had given out so many spiritual stones in one go. When it was distributed to everyone, there were actually over 50 spiritual stones in total. Every single one of them was extremely happy that they could get such a high profit from this trip. This was even more than what they could earn in a month. Thinking about it, this young master Nye, Li had actually given out 10,000 spiritual stones in one go. My God, his wealth was simply too shocking. Just to help Nieli obstruct Hua Ling's group, Li Xingyun had sent over 200 people. This showed how much importance Li Xingyun had placed on Nieli. This young master, Nieli, definitely wasn't simple. They had been in the Draconic Ruins realm for so many years. Thus, all of them immediately retracted their contempt and no longer had any complaints about this operation. Seeing Nieli heading towards the Ling Jade deity's lake, Li Hu and the rest looked at Nieli in doubt. What was Nieli doing in the Ling Jade deity's lake? Although the Ling Jade deity's lake produced spiritual stones, it only produced a few thousand a year. Nieli had given out 10,000 spiritual stones in one go, so why would he care about that little bit of spiritual stones? Xiao Yu and Lu Piao originally wanted to follow him, but they were stopped by Nieli. Thus, Nieli arrived at the Ling Jade deity's lake by himself. In the Ling Jade deity's lake, Nieli's feet were immersed in the water as he swiftly wrote down inscription patterns. One inscription pattern after another descended. Boom, boom. These inscription patterns continuously bombarded the bottom of the Ling Jade deity's lake, causing water to splash everywhere. The bottom of the Ling Jade deity's lake rapidly formed a mystical inscription pattern array, causing the entire lake to violently tremble. The inscription pattern seal array continued to emit dazzling rays of light. Immediately after, a black shadow slowly rose from the depths of the pool. This black shadow looked a little like a snake, but it wasn't one. This was the origin of the deity's lake. The legendary deity root. The depths of the Draconic Ruins realm would give birth to a mysterious spiritual object, known as the deity root. The deity root would be nurtured underground for tens of thousands of years, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. At a certain time, it would slowly rise into the air with a small hill of soil, forming a divine pool that would continuously absorb the heavenly energy between heaven and earth. As it nurtured the spirit stones, its body was also growing. Ordinary people did not know about the existence of the deity root. It was hidden deep in the soil and was extremely spiritual. It was very difficult to find. Moreover, once the deity pool dried up, the deity root would also disappear into thin air. Only a special inscription pattern array could slowly pull the deity root out of the soil. Nieli extended his hand and grabbed onto the deity root. The deity root was constantly struggling, as if it wanted to escape. It wanted to run. Not so easy. Nieli moved his right hand and threw the deity root into the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting. He had finally captured the first deity root. The captured deity root would continue to be nurtured in the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting. Although the deity root in the Ling Jade deity's lake was already in a weakened state, it was still better than nothing. Nieli flew back. Li Hu seemed to have seen Nieli take something out of the Ling Jade deity's lake, but he didn't pay attention to what it was. Nieli flew back and smiled. Let's go. A group of people flew away. After Li's group left, the Ling Jade deity's lake that was floating in the sky rapidly collapsed and fell from the sky. The Ling Jade deity's lake had completely disappeared. Several days later, Hua Ling returned with a large group of people. But where was the Ling Jade deity's lake? Seeing this, Hua Ling roared in anger. Veins popped out all over his body. Nieli, Li Xingyun, it's fine if you killed me, but you actually destroyed my deity's lake. I'm not done with you. Hua Ling couldn't understand it, no matter how he thought about it. Why would they destroy a deity's lake? Who would destroy a deity's lake after killing someone? Wasn't this too much of hatred? The Ling Jade deity's lake only produced a few thousand spiritual stones every year. Was there a need to be so ruthless? There were many cases of major forces fighting over deities' lakes in the outside world, but no one had ever seen anyone destroy a deity's lake after killing someone. Just what the hell was going on? Hualing's lips trembled in anger. This was utterly devoid of conscience. Without the Ling Jade deity's lake, it would be difficult for Hualing to support his subordinates with his income. He didn't even have the strength to fight for a new deity's lake. Destroying my deity's lake is an irreconcilable enmity. Whenever Hualing thought of his deity's lake being destroyed, he had the urge to vomit blood. Xiao Yu's courtyard Nieli was quietly cultivating in the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting. The deity root he had plundered earlier had already formed a small floating mountain with a small deity's lake forming on top of it. Furthermore, Nieli could sense that the deity root had received a great amount of nourishment from the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting. The heavenly energy in the Draconic Ruins realm was extremely thin, so the amount of heavenly energy that the deity root could absorb was extremely limited. On the other hand, the heavenly energy in the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting was practically endless. The heavenly energy surged towards the deity's lake like a tidal wave. As for the deity root, once it received the nourishment of heavenly energy, it would flourish and grow. The deity's lake was already constantly producing spiritual stones. Furthermore, the output was much higher than before. Sure enough, the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting was more suitable to nurture a deity's lake. For some reason, the previous expert that possessed the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting didn't nurture a deity's lake within it. However, what Nieli didn't know was that the last time an expert possessed the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting, the scenery within the painting wasn't like this. However, after several battles, everything within the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting had returned to its original state. While Nieli was concentrating on cultivating, the Sky Soul Institute's Union Hall happened to be open to the public today. There were people everywhere, as many forces were recruiting new members. Gu Bei and Lu Piao were loudly shouting. The Demon League is recruiting. We'll provide 20 spiritual stones every month, as well as all sorts of allowances. Those with Earth spiritual roots and above will receive 30 spiritual stones every month. Those with Heaven spiritual roots will receive 40 spiritual stones every month. There's no need to wait past the deadline. Those that sign the contract will immediately receive a subsidy of 30 spiritual stones. Once a person signed a contract, they would be bound by the contract. However, the majority of newcomers would still choose to join a major force. Once they reached 2 Fate, they could head to the outside world. If they wanted to head to the outside world, they couldn't rely on fighting alone. In order to obtain resources, they had to become a member of a major force. Hearing Gu Bei and Lu Piao's shouts, many people rushed towards Gu Bei. Many people rushed over to Gu Bei's side. Most of the newcomers who joined other forces received very low treatment. It was already very good if they could get 10 spiritual stones a month. However, Gu Bei, Lu Piao, and the others were actually able to provide several times that amount every month. However, many people were still hesitant. Before joining a force, these newcomers had to make their own choices. They wanted to follow a boss with a better future. After all, the moment they signed the contract, it would be in effect unless there were special circumstances. If they were to break the contract, it would be very difficult for them to gain a foothold in Hagami Myumyan. They would be cast aside. The surrounding newcomers were all discussing amongst themselves. Where did those two come from? You don't know? That youth is Gu Bei. He's just been confirmed to be the first in-line successor of the Gu family after integrating with a dragon bloodline god-level growth rate demon spirit. Hearing this, the eyes of the newcomers lit up. The first in-line successor of the Gu family might even become the patriarch of the Gu family in the future. Furthermore, Gu Bei still hadn't established a force in the outside world. If they joined now, and Gu Bei became the patriarch of the Gu family, they would be her subjects. This was definitely a huge temptation, not to mention that Gu Bei had given them such a tempting condition. Very quickly, One newcomer after another signed a contract with Gubei. However, these newcomers discovered that the boss of the Demon League wasn't Gubei, but someone else. They were a little curious about this mysterious person, just who could make someone like Gubei willingly submit to him. The various forces that were in the midst of recruiting were dumbfounded as they watched the endless stream of newcomers flocking to Gubei and Lu Piao's side. The number of people coming to their side were few and far between. After all, the difference in treatment was too great. Looking at the treatment they were giving, and then looking at the treatment that Gubei and the rest were giving to the newcomers, they were completely speechless. Even those in charge of recruiting simply wanted to join the Demon League. Slow down, slow down. Feeling that there were too many people squeezing their way, Lu Piao hastily shouted. However, his face was filled with excitement. He didn't expect that so many people would come to the Demon Alliance as soon as it opened. Looking at the overcrowded scene, Lu Piao could imagine the spectacular scene when he fought for hegemony in the great world in the future. With a wave of his hand, thousands of experts would cover the sky and earth. Just thinking about it made him a little excited. Gubei proudly said, "As long as you do your best for our Demon League, we definitely won't mistreat you. As long as you join our Demon League, we'll give everyone a suitable martial ancestor realm cultivation technique. When you reach the Heavenly Star Realm, you'll get a Grade 3 artifact. When you reach the Heavenly Axis Realm, you'll get excellent and extraordinary growth rate dragon bloodline demon spirits. I, Gubei, will keep my word." Hearing Gubei's words, everyone boiled with excitement. Wasn't this treatment a little too frightening? Not only would everyone get a martial ancestor realm cultivation technique, but they'd also get artifacts and excellent and extraordinary growth rate dragon bloodline demon spirits. My God, everyone felt their blood boiling. The geniuses that were still hesitating all made up their minds. Following Gubei was definitely the right choice. When the other forces saw their side being deserted, while the Demon League's front was a boiling cauldron of voices, every one of them felt depressed. How could this be? There were no rules at all. Wasn't Gubei afraid that he'd play the Gu clan until they went bankrupt? Chapter 331. After an entire day, Gubei's group recruited over 600 people. Most of them were in the Heavenly Fate realm, and 3 of them were in the Heavenly Star realm. Due to various reasons, those 3 hadn't joined any other forces. However, when they saw how generous the Demon League's conditions were, they decided to join. The other forces only recruited a few dozen people in an entire day. In just one day, the Demon League had over 600 people. That was more than enough to occupy 1 or 2 deities' lakes. Gubei's newly established force immediately attracted the attention of the other forces. However, because of Gubei's identity, they didn't dare to clash with the Demon League. Gubei was the first-in-line successor to the Gu family. If they provoked Gubei now, what if one day Gubei became the Gu family's patriarch? Wouldn't they have to face a storm of revenge? Nelly had also considered this point, which was why he had Gubei recruit with great fanfare. Those who weren't on good terms with her, like Gu Heng and Murongyu, would come knocking on her door regardless of whether she recruited or not. Those forces that didn't have any conflicts with her wouldn't want to offend Gubei for no reason. On the contrary, they'd send people to contact her because of the Demon League's rise. When the Demon League expanded like crazy, Gu Heng, Hualing, Murongyu, and the others were envious. The Demon League had just been established, yet it had already expanded to this extent. Would there still be a place for them in the Hagami Myunmyun in the future? The depression in their hearts was indescribable. In Xiaoyu's courtyard, after implanting the deity root into the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting, Nelly had even more ideas. One deity root wasn't enough. He needed to get a few more. That way, he'd have an endless supply of spiritual stones. Then, he could use those spiritual stones to support an enormous force. After experiencing defeat in his previous life, Neely understood one thing. Fighting alone wasn't enough. If he wanted to go against the Holy Emperor, he needed to establish an enormous force that could contend against him. Only then could he break through the endless space-time sealed by the Holy Emperor's will. The Holy Emperor controlled the endless space-time of the Draconic Ruins realm. He was the true ruler of the ancestral demonic Saintland. In his previous life, only the mysterious ancestral godland could contend against the Holy Emperor. However, the saintess of the ancestral godland had suddenly disappeared in his previous life. The entire ancestral godland was burned to ashes by the golden flames, and the Holy Emperor became an existence that could cover the sky with one hand. Before the ancestral godland was destroyed and darkness descended, Nelly had to build up enough power to resist the Holy Emperor. The first step, he must first become the patriarch of Hagami Myunyan. In the following month, Nelly, Gubei, and Lu Piao worked together to reorganize the newly established Demon Alliance. They taught these members the martial ancestor realm cultivation technique, and then selected those with good character. Geniuses worthy of being nurtured were prepared to become the true elites and backbone of the Demon Alliance. The entire Demon Alliance was immersed in intense training. During this period of time, Li Xingyun came over a few times to discuss with Gu Bei and Lu Piao on how to lead their subordinates, how to be fair in rewards and punishments, and how to advance and retreat together with their subordinates. This caused Gu Bei and Lu Piao to grow quite a bit. Although the Demon Alliance had yet to officially enter the outside world, they had already stirred up a storm in the Sky Soul Institute and received a lot of attention. Nieli, the Yin Alliance has spread the word. If we dare to enter the outside world, they will start hunting us. Gubei looked at Nieli and bitterly smiled. Yin Alliance? Nieli furrowed his brows for a brief moment. What force is that? It's a force that belongs to the Yin clan. The Yin clan is an existence that's second to the three major families. The leader of that force is called Yin Wufeng, the first-in-line successor of the Yin clan. He's roughly at the heavenly axis realm and has a close relationship with Gu Hong. Gu Hong is hindered by the fact that he's from the Gu clan, so it's not convenient for him to show himself. He probably wants to use the Yin Alliance to suppress our Demon Alliance. Said Gubei, I understand, but it's nothing much. If we want to gain a foothold in the outside world, we'll definitely have to go through a fight. Right now, it's still a little too difficult to deal with the Yin clan. We can only use Li Xingyun's hands to slowly expand. I've already talked to Li Xingyun. Li Xingyun's subordinates will bring you guys into the outside world. What about you? Gubei asked in puzzlement. I'm going to do something. Nieli mysteriously smiled. Gubei was a little puzzled. She didn't know what Nieli was going to do, but she didn't ask any further. The sky gradually darkened. Nieli arrived at Li Xingyun's courtyard. After that, he left for the outside world with Li Xingyun. Brother Nieli, I've already contacted a buyer for you. Why are you buying those deities' lakes from them? Li Xingyun asked in puzzlement. A deity's lake that was about to dry up would, at most, produce a few thousand spiritual stones a year. Furthermore, they had to send people to guard it. Naturally, this was only for people like Li Xingyun, who were rich and overbearing. For people like Hua Ling, a deity's lake that was about to dry up was extremely important. I have my own uses for it. I hope that Brother Li can keep it a secret. Nieli smiled. Ever since he placed the deity root from the Ling Jie deity's lake into the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting, it formed a new deity's lake that could produce 2,000 to 3,000 spiritual stones every month. Furthermore, it wasn't just spiritual stones. What shocked Nieli the most was that ordinary deities' lakes rarely produced spiritual stone essences. Only high-grade deities' lakes had a 1 in 1,000 chance of forming spiritual stone essences. However, the deity's lake in Nieli's myriad miles rivers and mountains painting actually produced 3 spiritual stone essences in a month. A single spiritual stone essence was equivalent to 1,000 spiritual stones. Based on this calculation, the deity's lake's production rate was simply astonishing. Even if it was expensive to buy a deity's lake that was about to dry up, 6,000 to 7,000 spiritual stones would be enough. On the other hand, Nieli would only need 2 months at most to recoup his losses, and he might even make a profit. Under Li Xingyun's lead, Nieli met with a youth in blue robes. The youth pointed at the floating mountain in the distance and said, That's the fiery rain deity's lake. Since you're boss Xingyun's friend, I'll get straight to the point. That deity's lake doesn't have much of a future. At most, it can produce 2,000 spiritual stones a year. If you want it, I'll sell it to you for 5,000 spiritual stones. The youth in blue robes brought over 70 people to guard the deity's lake and rely on it to earn some spiritual stones. Tung Zhe, Nelly is my brother. 3,500 spiritual stones. No bargaining. Li Xingyan looked at the youth in blue robes and said. Hearing Li Xingyun's words, Tung Zhe thought about it carefully and smiled bitterly. All right then, since boss Xingyun has already said so. Nieli handed over 3,500 spiritual stones to Tung Zhe and completed the transaction. Tung Zhe then left with his people. This group of people is guarding the deity's lake. Although the fiery rain deity's lake is close to drying up, there are still people who want to snatch it. Who knows when it will fall into someone else's hands? Giving them 3,500 spiritual stones would be more than enough for them. Li Xingyun smiled and said, although we can snatch the deity's lake from their hands, they're doing the right thing. A just cause enjoys support, while an unjust cause finds little support. We can't bully them just because they're weak. Nieli smiled and nodded his head. He soared into the sky and landed on the deity's lake, sending inscription patterns into the deity's lake. Li Xingyun's eyes widened. Just what is Nieli trying to do? Seeing Nieli grabbing the deity root and quickly storing it, Li Xingyun asked in astonishment, what is this thing? She never imagined that there would be something like this in the deity's lake. This is a deity root. Without it, the deity's lake will quickly collapse. However, this matter must not be told to anyone else. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire. Nieli warned in a serious tone. Understood. Li Xingyun couldn't help being a little shocked, but he solemnly replied. Another deity root was taken in, and it wasn't through the use of force, but through such a method of exchange. It was fast and convenient, and it wouldn't offend anyone. With Li Xingyun's help, Nieli took in another 7 deity roots. Adding the 2 from before, he now had a total of 9 deity roots. These deity roots would grow in the myriad miles rivers and mountains, painting and provide a steady stream of spiritual stones for Nieli in the future. Of course, Nieli wasn't prepared to stop here. He still wanted to continue collecting deity roots. Brotherly, do you have any deity's lakes that you can sell to me? Nieli asked Li Xingyun after pondering for a moment. Li Xingyun had a difficult expression on her face as she said, I won't hide it from Brother Nieli. I control a total of 3 low-grade deities lakes, and they're pretty good. They can produce 20 to 30,000 spiritual stones every year. These 3 deities lakes are the reason why I'm able to control such a large force. Of course, if Brother Nieli wants one, I can gift one to Brother Nieli. Who asked Nieli to gift him a dragon bloodline, god, level growth, rate demon spirit? How could a deity's lake compare to a dragon bloodline, god, level growth, rate demon spirit? There's no need to gift one. I'll buy one for Brother Xingyun. As for the price, how about 100,000 spiritual stones? He wondered how many spiritual stones the deity's lakes would produce in the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting, since they weren't completely exhausted yet. There's no need for that. I'll give it to Brother Nieli. Brother Nieli gave me a dragon bloodline god, level growth rate demon spirit. If I, Li Xingyun, can't even take out a deity's lake, then I'd be too stingy. Coincidentally, I found an ownerless deity's lake in the depths of the outside world. Furthermore, it seems to be a mid-grade deity's lake. However, it's guarded by some dragon bloodline demon beasts. I haven't made up my mind to attack it yet. It just so happens that I can bring some people over and occupy that mid-grade deity's lake. Li Xingyun smiled. Although Li Xingyun had a relaxed expression on his face, Nieli understood that the fact that Li Xingyun hadn't attacked that mid-grade deity's lake proved that the dragon bloodline demon beasts there were extraordinary. Nieli pondered a while and said, I'm a little interested in that mid-grade deity's lake. Can Brotherly bring me over to have a look? Hearing that, Li Xingyun was slightly startled and immediately said, Brother Nieli, it's best if you don't go. That place is too dangerous. Chapter 332. Nieli looked at Li Xingyun and lightly smiled. Danger is unavoidable. No matter what, I'm still a 2 fate, so there's nothing for me to worry about. If Brother Xingyun can escort me to the center of the deity's lake, that would be for the best. Hearing Nie Li's words, Li Xingyun's heart trembled. He glanced at Nie Li and understood Nie Li's intentions. Nie Li had a way to absorb the deity root. All he had to do was escort Nie Li to the center of the deity's lake, and everything would be settled. Taking down that medium-grade deity's lake would be a little difficult, since there were many heavenly Axis Realm Dragon Bloodline Demon beasts there. There was even one at the Tao of Dragon Realm. If Li Xingyun wanted to take down that medium-grade deity's lake, he wouldn't be able to do it with his own forces. He'd have to ally with other forces. But if he allied with other forces, then he wouldn't be able to decide how to split the medium-grade deity's lake. This was also the reason why he hadn't attacked that medium-grade deity's lake yet. Compared to that, sneaking into the center of the deity's lake was much easier than attacking it. Since Nie Li needed his help, how could he refuse? Li Xingyun nodded. All right, since Brother Nie Li needs it, then I'll bring some men with me and help Brother Nie Li obtain the deity root of that deity's lake. When do we set off? 2 days from now, Nie Li said after some thought. Once a medium-grade deity's lake was placed in the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting, the spiritual stones it would produce would definitely be shocking. It was definitely worth a risk. Li Xingyun nodded. All right, then I'll go gather some men and strive for success. Nie Li followed Li Xingyun and arrived at a deity's lake. There were 500 to 600 people gathered here, all of whom were Li Xingyun's subordinates. This deity's lake was one of Li Xingyun's bases in the outside world. Li Xingyun began to gather people from various places. Ever since he obtained those deity roots, Nie Li felt strands of energy gushing out from the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting, nourishing his soul. He suddenly had some enlightenment. He sat down in an empty spot near the deity's pool and began cultivating the Heavenly God cultivation technique. Among all the cultivation methods, Heavenly God cultivation technique was undoubtedly one of the most powerful cultivation techniques in the world. As time passed, Nie Li slowly floated into the air, and a majestic power surged violently. In his soul realm, one after another, complex inscription patterns circled around the mysterious vine. On the vine, the first flower slowly bloomed. A refreshing fragrance filled the entire soul realm. Then the 2 life souls suddenly became blazing hot. The impurities were slowly eliminated, and it became incomparably pure. The moment the fragrance was released, Nie Li felt his whole body heat up, as if he was in flames. Boom! His soul realm felt like it was about to explode. Nie Li's face turned pale from the pain, and beads of sweat dripped down. Although he didn't know what kind of cultivation path he'd embarked on, Nie Li still relied on his intuition and continued to refine his life soul. The 3 demon spirits in his soul realm also continued to refine. Time passed. 1 hour. 2 hours. Another life soul ignited in Nie Li's soul realm. He never thought that he'd step into the 3 fate realm so quickly. Furthermore, this life soul was actually yellow in color. 3 colors, 1 red, 1 blue, and 1 yellow. This miraculous life soul made Nie Li confused. He felt that his cultivation was completely out of his control. Sometimes it was shockingly slow. No matter how many spiritual stones Nie Li absorbed, it was hard for his cultivation to advance. It was very difficult for him to improve his cultivation. Sometimes he would inexplicably break through at some point without any warning. Could it be because of the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting? However, it was always a good thing that his cultivation had increased. Nie Li continued to refine his cultivation. He stabilized his cultivation at the 3 fate realm. Suddenly, a lithe figure flew over from outside the deity's lake. It was a beautiful girl. Who are you? Li Xingyun's subordinates surrounded the girl. My name is Long Yuan. I'm here to look for Nie Li. I'm his disciple. Long Yuan stopped. She looked at the group and said. Everyone exchanged glances. They'd heard that Long Yuan was from the Dragon Seal family. As for whether Long Yuan was Nie Li's disciple, they didn't know. However, Long Yuan's cultivation was only at the heavenly fate realm. It was completely within their control. A Heavenly Star Realm expert said, "Young Master Nieli is currently cultivating. You can't approach him. You can only sit here and wait for him to finish." "All right." Long Yuan nodded. Long Yuan sat down on a rock a few dozen meters away from Nieli. She looked at Nieli, who was cultivating. Nieli's aura made her feel a powerful pressure. She wondered what cultivation technique Nieli was cultivating. During this period of time, Long Yuan had thought it through. After everything that had happened, Long Yuan was certain of one thing. Nieli's understanding of the martial Tao had reached a realm that ordinary people couldn't even imagine. Aside from her original master, Nieli was the only person in history that could make her feel convinced. Only Nieli could lead her to the pinnacle of the martial Tao. Therefore, she decided to take Nieli as her master. Even if Nieli was Ing Yueru's disciple and the seniority wasn't right, she couldn't care less. How could these worldly views stop her determination to pursue the martial Tao? At this moment, Nieli was still cultivating. She could only obediently wait to the side. Nieli was still immersed in his cultivation, constantly urging his 3 fate souls. The power of his fate souls surged and surrounded the vines. He felt a surge of energy enter the blood-winged Saint Dragon. The blood-winged Saint Dragon's strength rapidly increased. 1 fate, 2 fate, 3 fate. Gradually, it surpassed Nieli's own strength. It didn't stop until it reached 5 fate. Fortunately, the vines were binding it. Otherwise, the blood-winged Saint Dragon would have definitely broken free. Nieli hurriedly condensed his cultivation and gathered his strength. He couldn't let the blood-winged Saint Dragon continue to grow, or else it'd break free from his control. A dragon bloodline god, level growth rate demon spirit, was indeed impressive. Although the Fang Panda and Shadow Devil were both around 5 fate, the blood-winged Saint Dragon's combat strength was definitely several times stronger than the Fang Panda's. After a long time, Nieli finally opened his eyes. The moment he did so, Long Yuan's beautiful face entered his vision. "Why are you here?" Nieli asked, puzzled. Long Yuan straightened her body and puffed out her chest. She had a serious expression on her face as she said, "I've thought about it for a long time. I want you to take me as your master. Please accept me as your disciple." Nieli looked at Long Yuan's serious expression and was slightly stunned. He lightly smiled and said, "That's against the rules. You're my master's junior sister, and you want to take me as your master?" Nieli waved his hand and said, "Forget it." Finishing his words, Nieli turned around and walked away. "Wait!" Long Yuan hastily called out to Nieli. "That's not a problem. On the path of martial Tao, the one who succeeds is the master. Let's talk about friendship, so please accept me." Turning around, he saw Long Yuan's anxious and stubborn face. Nieli understood that once Long Yuan had decided on something, even 9 bulls couldn't pull her back. This woman was truly obsessed with the martial Tao. However, Long Yuan must have felt it. Aside from Nieli, no one could guide her on the martial Tao. "Are you joking?" Nieli smiled as he walked. He'd already thought it through in his heart. There's no harm in taking Long Yuan as his disciple. "I'm not joking. I'm serious." Long Yuan hurriedly followed and said, "As long as you're willing to accept me as your disciple, I'll do anything you want me to do." "Are you sure?" Nieli looked back at Long Yuan and said with a faint smile, "I'm sure." Long Yuan nodded. After a moment of hesitation, she said, "As long as it's not a betrayal of Hagami Myunmyun or a betrayal of the family." "Really?" Nieli took a few steps towards Long Yuan. He was only 1 step away from Long Yuan, almost touching Long Yuan's chest. The corners of his mouth curled into a slight, evil smile. He lowered his head to look at Long Yuan, his face just inches away from Long Yuan's face. Looking at Nieli's appearance, Long Yuan's chest heaved up and down. Her pretty face blushed all the way to her neck. She lowered her head, her heart thumping wildly. She clenched her fists tightly, and her breathing quickened. However, after thinking about it, she still raised her head and looked at Nieli stubbornly. Long Yuan's skin was whiter than snow. Her features were picturesque, and there was a faint fragrance of a young girl coming from her body. It had to be said that aside from her fiery temper, Long Yuan was definitely a beauty. Nieli was just teasing Long Yuan. Looking at Long Yuan's nervous appearance, Nieli couldn't help but laugh. He withdrew his gaze and turned around, saying, "All right then." Although Long Yuan's temper was stubborn and fiery, she was still a young girl who hadn't experienced much of the world. "What?" Long Yuan raised her head and asked with a trembling voice. She was a little excited. She didn't think that Nieli would agree so readily. "I can accept you as my disciple, but what happens next depends on your performance. If I'm not satisfied, I can expel you from the sect at any time," Nieli said with a smile. The development of the matter was basically within Nieli's expectations. He knew that Long Yuan would come looking for him. Moreover, once Long Yuan decided on something, she basically wouldn't give up. However, what Nieli didn't expect was that Long Yuan would take the form of apprenticeship. Looking at Nieli's back, Long Yuan happily quickened her pace and followed. Chapter 333. Then, "Master, can you write the word sword for me to see?" Long Yuan said as she gritted her teeth. "You're not suitable to cultivate sword intent. I'll write another word for you, so you can slowly comprehend it." Nieli smiled. He knew that Long Yuan had been struggling with this matter. "But I still want to give it a try," Long Yuan said. She was still a little unconvinced in her heart. Why was it that Gu Bei could comprehend it, but she couldn't? All right then. However, there are tens of thousands of people in the martial Tao. Everyone has their own area of expertise. It's foolish to use your weakness to compete with someone else's strength. Nieli earnestly instructed as he continued. Once an obsession is formed, it's very likely that you'll forever be stuck in that area, unable to advance. Hearing Nieli's words, Long Yuan's heart trembled as she nodded her head. Yes. Seeing Long Yuan's serious expression, Nieli smiled. He couldn't help thinking that Long Yuan was still an inexperienced girl. Just what had happened to her in her previous life? Why did she turn into such a ferocious person? However, Nieli had no way of investigating this. After his rebirth, he could reform Long Yuan, which could be considered as a pretty good fortune. Next up was how to guide Long Yuan to participate in the competition for the patriarch of the Dragon Seal family. Nieli looked at the distant sky with a grave expression and sighed. "In this world, there are many things that you guys don't know." "What are you talking about, Master?" Long Yuan asked in puzzlement. "Aren't you curious that I'm the same age as you guys, but my comprehension of the realm far surpasses yours? That's because I know many things that others don't know about. Martial Ancestor Realm isn't the pinnacle of the martial Tao. In this world, there was a supreme existence called the Sage Emperor. He had sealed off the endless space-time and controlled the 3 large worlds, including the Draconic Ruins realm. If anyone dared to show their head and go against his absolute authority, they would be killed. He would die a horrible death. For thousands of years, countless people with lofty ideals had divined the mysteries of heaven and reversed time and space. It was to fight against him. Hearing Nieli's words, Long Yuan's eyes widened. What Nieli told her was completely unimaginable. Nieli continued, "There are many things that you don't know. Only those who had learned the Heaven's divination technique would be able to come into contact with it. Hagami Mianmian's ancestral master Formless, ancestral master Xiankong, and even your master, Venerable Witch Feather, are all people who have grasped the Heaven's divination technique. The Heaven's divination technique is constantly evolving within their bodies, and before it reaches its peak, they must die. Otherwise, it will bring a calamity upon Hagami Mianmian, because the Holy Emperor would be able to deduce their existence. Those who have learned the Heaven's divination technique are the enemies of the Holy Emperor. For thousands of years, the number of super geniuses that have died in the hands of the Holy Emperor is in the millions, and the number that have died because of the Holy Emperor is also innumerable. It's all because he wants to maintain his supreme hegemony. Naturally, the resistance has never stopped. Many geniuses who have grasped the Heaven's divination technique have constantly used various methods, even reversing time and space to fight against the Holy Emperor. However, no one has ever succeeded." Hearing Nieli's words, Long Yuan vaguely understood. Back then, When her master, venerable witch Feather, died, he had once said to her, "If the heavens are lawless, humans will break through it. Millions of souls will not die unjustly." Long Yuan, every life has its end. Everyone's life is just a node in the endless space-time, so there's no need to feel sad for your master. However, no matter what, you must not learn the Heavens Divination Technique. The Heavens Divination Technique only needs one inheritor. The Heavens Divination Technique was one of the most powerful techniques. Long Yuan had once been extremely curious about it and wanted to learn it. However, it had been taken away by Ing in the end. She couldn't study it anymore. So this was the truth. Long Yuan's heart was moved, and her eyes flickered with tears. Didn't that mean that Senior's sister, who had learned the Heavens Divination Technique, could die at any time? As the doubts in her heart were dispelled, Long Yuan's misunderstanding of Ing was finally dispelled. She couldn't help but worry for her. Nieli looked at Long Yuan and said in a low voice, "Long Yuan, what I'm going to do next is to fight against the Holy Emperor. Are you willing to help me?" Hearing Nieli's words, Long Yuan looked deeply at Nieli. So it turned out that Nieli was such a selfless and great person. No one had ever succeeded in fighting against the Holy Emperor before. However, Nieli was still duty-bound to do it. "No matter what you want me to do, I'll listen to you," Long Yuan said solemnly. Nieli looked at Long Yuan and said, "Long Yuan, if you want to fight against the Holy Emperor, you alone won't be enough. I want you to take control of the Dragon Seal family and become the patriarch of the Dragon Seal family." Hearing Nieli's words, Long Yuan was at a loss. "You want me to become the patriarch of the Dragon Seal family? How is that possible? After all, Long Tianming is so much stronger than me. As long as you're determined to do it, you'll definitely be able to do it. Your talent might not be any worse than Long Tianming's. It's just that he started cultivating earlier than you. Furthermore, you have a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit. With my guidance, you'll definitely surpass Long Tianming in the future. Before that, you still have to establish your own power in the outside world. I'll do my best to help you." Nieli looked at Long Yuan and said solemnly. Hearing Nieli's words, Long Yuan's blank expression gradually turned clear and firm. She nodded her head and said, "All right, I'll listen to you. Your blood dragon bloodline is flowing in your body, but there are still some crucial acupoints that haven't been opened yet. Once you open all of them, you'll be able to unleash all of your potential. Your strength will reach an extremely frightening level, a level that even Long Tianming couldn't touch. Since you've taken me as your master, I'll help you open all of these acupoints. Another day, we'll find a secret place to help you with this matter." Nieli said, "Open the acupoints in my body." Although she didn't really understand, Long Yuan had a feeling that Nieli wasn't lying. After opening the acupoints, what kind of level would her strength reach? Long Yuan couldn't help looking forward to it in her heart. If Long Yuan could help him control the Dragon Seal family, then Nieli would be one step closer to becoming the patriarch of the Hagami Yunyan. If he wanted to fight for the patriarch position of the Hagami Yunyan, he'd have to fulfill many crucial criteria. Only then would he have the qualifications to fight for the patriarch position. Even people like Long Tianming weren't satisfied yet. Therefore, Nieli could take his time. After a brief moment, Li Xingyun returned. When she saw Long Yuan standing beside Nieli, she was stunned for a moment. Then, she suddenly smiled and gave a thumbs up to Nieli. Nieli was truly formidable. He had just sent away Xiao Ning, and he'd actually subdued another beauty. Furthermore, it was the fiery Long Yuan. Looking at Long Yuan's obedient appearance beside Nieli, Li Xingyun suspected that she was seeing things. Indeed, no matter how fierce a woman was, as long as a man could subdue them, they wouldn't be fierce anymore. Nieli knew that Li Xingyun had misunderstood. He bitterly smiled and said, "It's not what you think. She's just taken me as her master." Li Xingyun was stunned for a moment. Then, she nodded her head and smiled. "All right, and here I thought she was your woman." Hearing Li Xingyun's words, Long Yuan's face instantly turned red. She felt extremely awkward. Li Xingyun was truly direct. She completely disregarded Long Yuan's thin skin. Truth be told, Li Xingyun admired Nieli. Not to mention the relationship between Long Yuan and Nieli. He was well aware of Long Yuan's temper. It was said that she had even crippled her fiancé. But now, she was so obedient beside Nieli. Brother Xingyun, Long Yuan has decided to compete for the Dragon Seal family's patriarch position. If Long Yuan wants to establish her own force in the future, I hope that Brother Xingyun can help. Nieli smiled. Hearing Nieli's words, Li Xingyun was stunned for a moment. The more he thought about it, the more astonished he felt. Unknowingly, Gu Bei had already become the first successor of the Gu family. Under Nieli's instigation, Long Yuan had also decided to compete for the patriarch position. Unknowingly, the two great families had already fallen under Nieli's control, and he had also involuntarily participated in the Ashen Flame family's patriarch position. Was this a coincidence? Or did Nieli do it on purpose? If it was intentional, then it was simply too shocking. Li Xingyun pondered a while. The reason why he and Nieli had crossed paths was purely a coincidence. Nieli shouldn't have done it on purpose. Li Xingyun recovered and lightly smiled. Don't worry, leave this matter to me. Before Gu Bei and Long Yuan's forces grow, I will do my best to help them. It's easy to establish a force. My father has some old subordinates. In the past, when I didn't compete for the Dragon Seal family's patriarch position, they were all close to retiring. But once I decide to compete for the patriarch position, all I need to do is wave my arm, and they will definitely return. Long Yuan said. This was also the reason why Long Yuan had such a special position in the Dragon Seal family. Long Yuan wasn't the first-in-line successor to the Dragon Seal family. However, her father was able to leave her a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit. One could imagine how transcendent Long Yuan's father's position was in the past. Because there were some old subordinates loyal to Long Yuan, no one in the Dragon Seal family dared to touch Long Yuan. Even if she was only the seventh-in-line successor, she still didn't put Long Tianming in her eyes. One could imagine how powerful she was. Nieli now understood why his master said that Long Yuan was the key to him becoming the Hagami Mianmian patriarch. If Long Yuan really did compete for the Dragon Seal family's patriarch position, then Nieli's chances of competing for the patriarch position would be much higher. However, if Long Yuan wanted to become the Dragon Seal family's patriarch position, the first hurdle she had to overcome was Long Tianming. However, Nieli wasn't in a hurry. This matter could be taken slowly. After Nieli gave some instructions, he had Long Yuan return to gather her father's old subordinates. 3 days later, Li Xingyun brought Nieli and a group of people towards the depths of the outside world. Chapter 334. Li Xingyun had gathered a total of 500 people. 16 of them were Heavenly Axis Realm, while the other 36 were Heavenly Star Realm. In order to help Nieli obtain that medium gray deity's lake, Li Xingyun had done his best. Brotherly, help me tell your brothers that if this matter succeeds, everyone who contributes will receive 200 spiritual stones. If anyone dies, those in the Heavenly Fate Realm will receive 100 spiritual stones as compensation. Those in the Heavenly Star Realm will receive 200, and those in the Heavenly Axis Realm will receive 500. Nieli said, I'll pay for all of these spiritual stones. Li Xingyun looked at Nieli in astonishment. After thinking about it, Nieli was now a rich man, so he naturally wouldn't be polite and said, Then I'll thank you on behalf of my brothers. It's what I should do. Nieli lightly smiled. Li Xingyun had brought so many brothers to the outside world for an adventure. Although those experts were willing to listen to Li Xingyun, if there wasn't any compensation, they'd definitely be unhappy in their hearts. Although they didn't say it, Nieli had helped Li Xingyun solve this problem. Li Xingyun felt that Nieli was quite to his liking. When they heard Nieli's words, the group became excited. If they succeeded, the rewards would undoubtedly be generous. The group gradually ventured deeper into the great world. Just as Nieli and his group flew, a group of people followed them from afar. The one leading them was Gu Hong, with a total of 700 people. Among them, there were quite a few Heavenly Axis Realm and Heavenly Star Realm experts. The Heavenly Axis Realm expert that Gu Heng had sent out to scout returned. Gu Heng looked at the Heavenly Axis Realm expert and asked, "Did you find out their intentions?" The Heavenly Axis Realm expert immediately reporting to Boss Gu Heng. "I used the sound-gathering technique to eavesdrop on their conversation. They seem to have discovered a medium-grade deity's lake in the depths of the outside world. They should be preparing to take it down." Mid-grade deity's lake? Hearing the Heavenly Axis Realm expert's words, Gu Heng's eyes lit up and the corner of his mouth revealed a trace of a smile. "I never thought that they would actually find a mid-grade deity's lake. A mid-grade deity's lake would definitely be guarded by many dragon bloodline demon beasts. Li Xingyun and the others are like the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. When they're halfway through the battle or when they've conquered the mid-grade deity's lake, we'll make a move and snatch their deity's lake." When Gu Heng's men heard this, they all revealed looks of excitement. It was a mid-grade deity's lake. Its value was extraordinary. "Boss Gu Heng, Li Xingyun's forces aren't small. They're on par with us. Will it attract revenge?" One of them said with a worried expression. "Useless. With a mid-grade deity's lake, what was there to be afraid of? When the deity's lake had just been conquered, there must have been a large number of spirit stones accumulated in it. At the very least, there were tens of thousands of them, and at the very least, there were millions of them. There's also a lot of spiritual stone essence. We'll take these spiritual stones and recruit some experts to guard this mid-grade deity's lake. At that time, what can Li Xingyun do to us?" Gu Heng raised his eyebrows. Although Li Xingyun did have a lot of influence, he had been the first-in-line successor of the Gu clan for so many years. His influence was not inferior to Li Xingyun's. How could he be afraid of Li Xingyun? "Who asked you to protect Nieli? Nieli and Gu Bei must die." Gu Heng led his men. He followed behind them unhurriedly. Nieli and his group flew all the way. A moment later, one of Li Xingyun's subordinates sped up and caught up to them. "Boss Xingyun, we're being followed," the subordinate said in a low voice. "Follow? Who are they?" Li Xingyun asked with a frown. "I'm not sure. There's about 600 to 700 of them. I immediately came to report to you after I sensed them. I didn't want to alert them." "And well done." Li Xingyun nodded and exchanged a glance with Nieli. Although they didn't know who they were, they could be sure that they didn't come with good intentions. Moreover, it was very likely that the news of the mid-grade deity's lake had been leaked. That was why they wanted to follow behind us. "What should we do next? Since we're already here, we can't hide the mid-grade deity's lake anymore." Li Xingyun said. It was too late to retreat now. The location of the mid-grade deity's lake would definitely be discovered. Nelly thought for a moment and said, "There's no rush. In any case, we're not trying to attack the mid-grade deity's lake. We're just trying to obtain the deity root. The other party definitely doesn't know our intentions. They think that we'll fight to the death with the dragon bloodline demon beasts guarding the deity's lake. Since we're on guard, they won't succeed. Indeed, their intentions weren't to attack the mid-grade deity's lake, but to obtain the deity root. The other party definitely wouldn't have thought of it." Li Xingyun thought for a moment. Then his eyes lit up. Since the other party wanted to follow, then so be it. He, Li Xingyun, wasn't someone who was afraid of trouble. The group advanced through the outside world, carefully avoiding the dragon bloodline demon beasts that flew past them from time to time. In the distance, a majestic deity's lake appeared in front of them. This deity's lake was at least 3 times the size of the Ling Jade deity's lake. On this floating mountain, there was a dense forest. There were many red-winged snakes entrenched on it. These red-winged snakes were of different sizes. Some were dozens of meters long, while others were only a few meters long. At the peak of the mountain, there was a huge thunder fire-winged snake. It was dozens of meters long, and its scales glowed with a dazzling red light. Those are thunder fire-winged snakes. They're extremely violent and have a strong sense of territory. They'll immediately attack any living beings of other races that approach. Li Xingyun said, "Among them, there's a thunder fire-winged snake that's at the Tao of Dragon Realm. It's very powerful, and there's also over 30 Heavenly Axis Realm ones." Nieli looked into the distance and said, "We'll follow the plan. You send a few Heavenly Axis Realm experts to lure them out from the west. As long as you lure them out, it'll be fine. Don't fight with them. After that, you take some people and send me in from the east. Li Xingyun nodded his head and said, "All right, leave it to us." Just as Li Xingyun and his group approached the mid-grade deity's lake, Gu Hong and his group slowly surrounded them. However, they only watched from afar and carefully hid themselves. They didn't have any intentions of making a move. Looking at the distant mid-grade deity's lake, Gu Hong felt a little excited in his heart. After all, they'd only occupied low-grade deities' lakes in the past. A mid-grade deity's lake was extremely hard to come by. He didn't know when this mid-grade deity's lake was formed or how old it was. After Li Xingyun and his group made their preparations, they began to move. Gu Hong and his group waited for a long time, but there weren't any big movements from afar. What are they doing? I don't know. They don't seem to have any intentions of attacking the mid-grade deity's lake. Gu Hong couldn't understand the actions of Li Xingyun and his group. Li Xingyun and his group didn't seem to have any intentions of attacking. He suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be that Li Xingyun and his group didn't want to attack the deity's lake and only wanted to steal the spiritual stones that were accumulated in the deity's lake? Gu Hong frowned his brows. If that was the case, then he wouldn't be able to earn anything. The spiritual stones that Li Xingyun and his group stole could be stored in their interspatial rings. Even if Gu Hong had a lot of people on his side, it would still be a little difficult for them to intercept Li Xingyun and his group. Gu Hong pondered a while, then said in a solemn voice, "This won't do. We have to follow them and intercept them before they retreat." Under Gu Heng's lead, the group slowly approached the mid-grade deity's lake in the distance. Beside the deity's lake, Li Xingyun and Nieli exchanged glances and lightly smiled. "Let's begin," Nieli said. On the west side of the deity's lake, the 6 Heavenly Axis Realm experts under Li Xingyun charged towards the mid-grade deity's lake and started their attack. The 6 Heavenly Axis Realm experts relied on their own strength to kill a few low-grade infernal lightning-winged snakes. Very quickly, the surroundings of the deity's lake became chaotic. A group of infernal lightning-winged snakes flapped their wings and charged towards the group of Heavenly Axis Realm experts. The group of infernal lightning-winged snakes was lured away. Not long after, another 6 Heavenly Axis Realm experts charged into the deity's lake and attracted a group of infernal lightning-winged snakes. Asterisk hiss. Asterisk, the 10-meter-long infernal lightning-winged snake at the top of the deity's lake flicked its forked tongue and scanned its surroundings with a deep gaze. Those Heavenly Axis Realm experts weren't enough to threaten it, but it still maintained its vigilance. Whether it's demon beasts or humans, they all wanted to snatch the deity's lake from it. Who knows? There might be experts hidden in the surroundings. If those humans thought that it would fall for their tricks so easily, then they'd underestimated its intelligence. On the east side of the deity's lake, Nieli and Li Xingyun exchanged glances. If that Tao of Dragon Realm infernal lightning winged snake didn't leave, then it'd be hard for them to reach the center of the deity's lake. However, they still patiently waited for the right opportunity. Their plan had just begun. Chapter 335. At this moment, a series of explosions came from the bottom of the deity's lake. The entire deity's lake trembled as if it was about to collapse. Nieli's explosion inscription pattern at the bottom of the deity's lake finally took effect. Although the explosion inscription pattern wasn't able to destroy the deity's lake, it still caused quite a commotion. Finally, the Tao of Dragon Realm infernal lightning-winged snake emperor couldn't hold back any longer. Is someone trying to destroy its deity's lake? Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk, the infernal lightning-winged snake emperor soared into the sky and turned into a streak of light. It wanted to see what was going on at the bottom of the deity's lake. Seeing the infernal lightning-winged snake emperor flying away, Nieli and Li Xingyun immediately took action. They didn't have much time left. When Nieli and Li Xingyun entered the deity's lake, the remaining infernal lightning-winged snake emperors immediately flapped their wings and pounced at Nieli's group. Kill! Li Xingyun barked and charged forward with all her subordinates. Asterisk boom. Asterisk, a chaotic battle broke out. Li Xingyun and the other 500 people surrounded the infernal lightning-winged snake emperors. Brother Nieli will hold them back. You should go in quickly. Okay. Nieli nodded and merged with the Saint Bloodwing dragon. He flapped his wings and dove down. Asterisk boom. Asterisk, Nieli collided with several infernal lightning-winged serpents, causing several muffled sounds to ring out. However, Nieli was still able to rely on his powerful physical body to ram his way through. Asterisk boom. Asterisk, several infernal lightning-winged snake emperors bombarded Nieli's body. However, the Saint Bloodwing dragon's physique had a strong resistance to fire attacks. Therefore, Nieli didn't suffer too much damage. 3 Heavenly Star Realm infernal lightning-winged snake emperors surrounded Nieli in an attempt to stop Nieli. However, Li Xingyun and the rest quickly caught up. The sword light flashed. Pooh! 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 Fresh blood splattered as 3 lightning flame-winged snakes were severed at the waist. They struggled as they fell from the sky. He broke through the heavy siege. Nieli flew into the deity's lake and quickly wrote inscription patterns. These inscription patterns fell and blasted into the deity's lake. Although there were many spirit stones and spirit stone essences scattered in the deity's pool, however, Nieli didn't even bother to look at it. He only focused on quickly writing the inscription pattern. Li Xingyun and the others fell into a bitter battle. From time to time, their subordinates would die in battle, but many infernal lightning-winged snakes were also killed. Just as Li Xingyun and the others were engaged in a bitter battle, a gigantic infernal lightning-winged snake appeared in the distance. It was the Tao of Dragon Realm infernal lightning-winged Snake King. When it discovered that the deity's lake had only been struck a few times, it quickly turned around and saw Li Xingyun and the others attacking the deity's lake. It immediately flew into a rage. The infernal lightning-winged Snake King swooped down with lightning and fire. The scorching flames seemed to be able to melt everything. Li Xingyun and the others didn't expect the infernal lightning-winged Snake King to return so quickly. Their expressions changed as they shouted, "Let's go block it together!" As soon as Li Xingyun's voice fell, whoosh, 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 one figure after another charged at the infernal lightning-winged Snake King. The infernal lightning-winged Snake King hissed as it flicked its tail. Dozens of figures were struck by the infernal lightning-winged Snake King's tail. Instantly, it exploded into pieces and was burned to ashes by the flames. Among them, there were even a few Heavenly Star Realm experts. A Tao of Dragon Realm infernal lightning-winged Snake King's strength had reached an unimaginable level. However, there were still more people that charged at the infernal lightning-winged Snake King. While Li Xingyun and the others were fighting, Nieli was still writing inscription patterns with a focused expression. As the inscription patterns descended, they slowly formed a huge inscription pattern array at the bottom of the pond, emitting a dazzling radiance. As if it had sensed something, the infernal lightning-winged Snake King furiously roared. It dived down toward the pond. Li Xingyun's expression turned cold. She absolutely couldn't let the infernal lightning-winged Snake King get close to Nieli. Otherwise, all their efforts would have been in vain. Attack together! Li Xingyun furiously roared as she led the remaining people to charge towards the infernal lightning-winged Snake King. Everyone else followed suit and charged towards the infernal lightning-winged Snake King. Li Xingyun suddenly roared as she integrated with her dragon bloodline god, level growth, rate demon spirit. The others followed suit. The infernal lightning-winged Snake King furiously opened its mouth and spat out flames that filled the sky. The surroundings turned into a sea of flames, instantly turning hundreds of people into charcoal. At the same time, it opened its mouth and spat out flames towards Nieli. Li Xingyun, in his golden scarlet blood, Jiao Dragon form, waved his sharp claws and dispersed the flames with a single slap. He dispersed the flames with a slap, but his huge palm was also burnt black. Your opponent is me. Li Xingyun coldly stared at the infernal lightning-winged Snake King. Although the infernal lightning-winged Snake King was an existence of the Tao of Dragon Realm, Li Xingyun wasn't the slightest bit afraid. On the contrary, a powerful battle intent surged from his body. The infernal lightning-winged snake king never imagined that an ant would dare to challenge it. Its aura locked onto Li Xingyun as it furiously flapped its wings and dived down. The terrifying might instantly suppressed Li Xingyun, rendering him unable to move. Boss Xingyun, watch out! Two Heavenly Axis realm experts pounced towards the infernal, lightning-winged Snake King. Bang! The two Heavenly Axis realm experts were smashed into pieces by the infernal, lightning-winged Snake King. Li Xingyun managed to escape, but when he saw his two brothers being killed, his eyes instantly turned red. However, the powerful aura of the infernal, lightning-winged Snake King made him understand that with his current strength, it was impossible for him to confront the infernal lightning-winged Snake King head-on. All he had to do was restrain it. Li Xingyun opened his mouth and spat out a dragon's breath. The dragon's breath bombarded the infernal lightning-winged Snake King's body and exploded. However, the dragon's breath didn't cause any damage to the infernal lightning-winged Snake King. The infernal lightning-winged Snake King swept a glance at Li Xingyun. With its intelligence that wasn't inferior to a human's, it could sense that Li Xingyun and the rest were trying to delay it on purpose. The most important thing was the person standing in the center of the deity's lake. The infernal lightning-winged Snake King ignored Li Xingyun and dived towards Nieli. As the infernal lightning-winged Snake King got closer and closer to Nieli, it spat out flames that filled the sky and bombarded towards Nieli. Not good. Li Xingyun wanted to pounce forward to block it, but it was already too late. After all, his speed was still a far cry from the infernal lightning-winged Snake King's. A scorching wave of air assaulted Nieli's face. Just as it was about to engulf him, Nieli calmly continued to bombard inscription pattern after inscription pattern array. Finally, an inscription pattern array was formed. A snake-like object floated up from the deity's lake and continued to struggle. This was the deity root of this deity's lake. Nieli grabbed the deity root, picked it up, and threw it into the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting. It's finally in my hands. The corner of Nieli's mouth curved into a smile. The instant he obtained the deity root, Nieli merged with the shadow devil demon spirit, and his body rapidly turned ethereal. Asterisk boom. Asterisk the flames exploded into the deity's lake, instantly filling the sky with mist. The water within the deity's lake instantly evaporated upon contact with the flames. That was close. After Nieli dodged the flames, he immediately moved towards the outside and rapidly flew. Coincidentally, this fog gave him a good opportunity to escape. The infernal lightning-winged Snake King's body paused for a moment. It clearly hadn't realized what had happened. It thought that Nieli had already been killed. Its gaze swept across the deity's lake. It felt that the deity's lake wasn't the same as before, but it couldn't tell what was different. While Nieli was fighting with the infernal lightning-winged Snake King, Guheng and the rest were watching from a distance. It looks like Li Xingyun's men are being beaten up pretty badly, Guheng said with a smile of schadenfreude. The infernal lightning-winged Snake King was quite powerful. Guheng thought about it and decided that it'd be best not to challenge it. However, Guheng didn't feel happy coming all the way here without doing anything. He could only stare helplessly at the mid-grade deity's lake in front of him, but he couldn't do anything. He was a little depressed. Suddenly, the deity's lake was filled with cracks and started to collapse. What's going on? Guheng was stunned for a moment. Why is the deity's lake collapsing? The infernal lightning-winged Snake King also reacted. Although it didn't know what happened to the deity's lake, it had a feeling that the energy in the entire deity's lake was sucked dry. It was instantly enraged. Someone actually dared to destroy its deity's lake. These damn humans. Just when the infernal lightning-winged Snake King was enraged, it suddenly felt an aura appearing 1,000 meters away. The person standing in the middle of the deity's lake was still alive. That person must have snatched something from the deity's lake. The infernal lightning-winged Snake King immediately flapped its wings and chased after Nieli. Its entire body was scarlet red, and it was obvious that it was even angrier than before. After Nye Li appeared, a pair of black and white wings quickly condensed on his back. Like a shooting star, he dashed away. "Brother Xingyun, don't follow me. Hurry and run with your brothers," Nye Li shouted as he ran. The infernal, lightning-winged Snake King had definitely set its eyes on him. If Li Xingyun and the others followed him, their losses would be even greater. Li Xingyun frowned. Although Nye Li had obtained the deity's root, it was still in his spatial ring. If Nye Li was killed, the deity's root would be gone as well. However, the situation was urgent, and he couldn't afford to think too much about it. He listened to Nye Li and led his men away. What Li Xingyun didn't know was that Nye Li's deity's root wasn't in his spatial ring, but in the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting. The myriad miles rivers and mountains painting had already fused with his fate soul. Even if he died, it wouldn't be lost. Therefore, when he was running, Nye Li was already prepared to die. After all, a heavenly axis realm infernal lightning-winged snake king wasn't that easy to escape. However, when Nye Li saw Gu Heng leading a large group of people to watch from afar, he suddenly had an idea and charged towards Gu Heng's group. Just as Gu Heng was rejoicing in Nye Li's misfortune, he suddenly saw a figure turn into a streak of light and fly towards him. That figure was Nye Li. Behind Nye Li, the huge infernal lightning-winged Snake King was howling in rage. That terrifying beast was emitting a terrifying aura. It was at least an existence of the Tao of dragon rank. Immediately, Gu Heng's smile froze on his face. His face turned black as he cursed. "Nye Li, you bastard! Everyone retreat." Chapter 336. Nye Li sprinted straight into Gu Heng's group. In the blink of an eye, the inferno-winged Snake Emperor had already rushed over and followed Nye Li into the crowd. "Oh my God! Help!" Gu Heng's subordinates were instantly thrown into disarray. Bang! Bang! The infernal lightning-winged Snake Emperor's speed was simply too fast. As soon as its enormous body slammed into these people, dozens of them were instantly smashed into pieces. Flames surged forth, and dozens more were instantly turned into ashes as they screamed in agony. This inferno-winged Snake Emperor was simply invincible. Gu Heng's eyes were filled with horror when he saw this. He turned around and led the group of people to flee. Gu Heng had no intention of fighting back against this inferno-winged Snake Emperor. One had to know that it was a Tao of Dragon Realm existence. Nye Li's eyes swept over Gu Heng with a slight smile. He knew that he was dead for sure, but since Gu Heng was also here, then he'd be sorry. He flapped his black and white wings and turned into a streak of light as he dashed in Gu Heng's direction. "Bastard, don't follow me. If you continue to follow me, you'll die a horrible death. Nye Li, I'll definitely destroy your soul." Gu Heng immediately cursed when he realized that Nye Li was actually following him. Although Nye Li was only at the heavenly fate realm, Nye Li's speed was shockingly fast and not inferior to Gu Heng's in the slightest. What terrified him even more was that the inferno-winged Snake Emperor's speed was getting closer and closer. Nye Li flapped his wings as he chased after Gu Heng. At the same time, he nonchalantly said, "Young Master Gu, I didn't do it on purpose. This infernal lightning-winged snake is chasing me relentlessly. I don't know where to run. If you want to die, then die by yourself. Don't drag me down with you." Gu Heng kept cursing as he flew. I didn't want to drag young Master Gu along. I had no other choice. "Young Master Gu, please send someone to stop this infernal lightning-winged snake. Then I won't follow you," Nye Li said with a smile. He was delighted to see Gu Heng in such a sorry state. Hearing Nye Li's words, Gu Heng's lungs were about to explode. Nye Li was shameless. "You want me to send people to block the infernal lightning-winged snake so that you can escape? Everyone, stop him. Kill him." Gu Heng roared loudly. Several of his men intercepted Nye Li. Powerful auras locked onto Nye Li, causing Nye Li's speed to slow down. After all, Nye Li was only a 3 fate. Many of Gu Heng's men were at the Heavenly Star Realm and Heavenly Axis Realm. This time, they were completely blocked off. It looked like Nye Li couldn't escape. However, it was all within his expectations. It was worth it for Gu Hong to lose so many men. The infernal lightning-winged Snake Emperor quickly caught up and spat out blazing flames. Asterisk boom. Asterisk the blazing flames pierced through Nieli. Nieli's vision turned black as he lost consciousness. This was the first time he died since coming to the outside world. After killing Nieli, the infernal lightning-winged Snake Emperor paused for a moment. Nieli's aura had completely disappeared. However, there was nothing on Nieli's body. The item that Nieli had taken from the deity's lake was still nowhere to be found. The deity's lake that belonged to it had completely collapsed. The infernal lightning-winged Snake Emperor had no idea what had happened. It was filled with rage. Those despicable and cunning humans. When Nieli escaped, he must have passed the item on to someone else. A terrifying light flashed through the infernal lightning-winged Snake Emperor's eyes as it turned into a streak of light. It turned into a streak of light and started slaughtering everyone around it. Seeing that Nieli had been intercepted and killed, Gu Hong breathed a sigh of relief. That hateful fellow, Nieli, was finally no longer chasing after him. That infernal lightning-winged Snake Emperor shouldn't be able to catch up anymore. However, when he turned around, he was scared out of his wits by the scene before him. After Nieli was killed, the infernal lightning-winged Snake Emperor seemed to be even more furious. It started a frenzied slaughter as it chased after his subordinates. It caught up to them and killed them one by one. After all, it was a Tao of Dragon Realm infernal lightning-winged Snake Emperor. His subordinates didn't have the slightest ability to resist. Seeing the infernal lightning-winged Snake Emperor kill dozens of people and charge over, Gu Hong was terrified. "Hurry up and escort me out of here," Gu Hong shouted. A group of people gathered around Gu Hong and began to escort Gu Hong out. After killing dozens of people, the infernal lightning-winged Snake Emperor's gaze fell on Gu Hong's group. It was quite intelligent and could tell that Gu Hong was the most important person in this group. Everyone else was escorting Gu Hong out. The infernal lightning-winged Snake Emperor fiercely flapped its wings and chased after Gu Hong. Seeing this, Gu Hong instantly understood. He gloomily cursed, "No one is allowed to follow me. Lure that snake away." Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The group quickly dispersed. But even after they dispersed, the infernal lightning-winged Snake Emperor still chased after Gu Hong. Gu Hong was speechless. Why did the infernal lightning-winged Snake Emperor have to chase after him when there were so many people? He even had the heart to cry. The infernal lightning-winged Snake Emperor quickly pounced on him. At this moment, Li Xingyun had already retreated with her subordinates. This time, they'd lost over 200 people. As for Gu Hong and his group, Li Xingyun couldn't be bothered to care about them. She'd leave first to avoid being targeted by the infernal lightning-winged Snake Emperor. Sky Soul Institute. Soul Hall. The Soul Hall was an extremely large building with an incomparably spacious space inside. In the middle of the space were huge, pitch-black metal boxes. There were millions of them, forming a strange world. Within one of the metal boxes, a yellow soul flame quietly burned. Suddenly, the yellow soul flame emitted a dazzling light and slowly reformed its body. 6 to 7 hours later, Nieli walked out of the Soul Hall. His cultivation was only at 2 fate. Furthermore, Nieli's fate soul was still in an unstable state. He couldn't place his fate soul in the Soul Hall, so he couldn't head to the outside world. He had to stabilize his fate soul first. Although his cultivation had indeed returned to 2 fate, what made Nieli curious was that Nieli still had 3 fate souls in his body: red, blue, and yellow. However, the yellow one was slightly weaker. Logically speaking, one of the fate souls should have been extinguished when one dropped from 3 fate to 2 fate. However, Nieli's fate soul hadn't been extinguished. Since his fate soul hadn't been extinguished, it looked like he'd be able to cultivate it back soon. Nieli stretched his waist. His harvest from the outside world was quite bountiful. He'd obtained a deity's root from a medium-grade deity's lake. He wondered how many spiritual stones the deity's root would produce in a myriad miles rivers and mountains painting. Even if he died once, it was worth it. When Li Xingyun and the rest saw Nye Li standing at the entrance of the Soul Hall, they immediately went up to greet him. Li Xingyun looked at Nye Li and bitterly smiled. It's a pity that I couldn't protect you. The deity's root must have been lost, right? Nye Li shook his head and smiled. The deity's root is still here. Many thanks, Brother Xingyun. Hearing Nye Li's words, Li Xingyun was slightly stunned. She didn't know how Nye Li had managed to obtain the deity's root after his death. However, since the deity's root was in his hands, this trip wasn't in vain. Let's go to Brother Xingyun's courtyard together. Nye Li lightly smiled. All right. Li Xingyun nodded. Just as they were about to leave, a group of people walked out of the Soul Hall. They were all Gu Heng's subordinates. From far away, they saw Gu Heng walk out of the Soul Hall with a black face. When he saw Nye Li and Li Xingyun, he instantly saw his enemies and his eyes reddened. Seeing Gu Heng's expression, Li Xingyun instantly laughed. Aya, isn't this young Master Gu? What's wrong with young Master Gu? Why did you also come out of the Soul Hall? Li Xingyun, Nye Li, remember this. This debt isn't over. Gu Heng gritted his teeth. Young Master Gu, you're being too serious. How do we offend you to say such heartless words? Li Xingyun pretended to be innocent. In reality, he was overjoyed. Gu Heng and his people wanted to follow behind him to reap the fruits of his labor. In the end, they went for wool and came home shorn. Gu Heng's heart was bleeding. He had brought over 700 people. Although he didn't know how many had died, there were at least 300 to 400 of them. He knew that he would only be mocked by Li Xingyun and Nye Li here. His face darkened. Don't be too happy. Be careful in the future. Gu Heng left with his group of subordinates. Seeing Gu Heng and his people leave, Li Xingyun's mouth twitched. In the outside world, he had experienced at least a few hundred, if not thousands of battles. He truly wasn't afraid of anyone. Nye Li smiled. This time, it's enough to make Gu Heng depressed for a long time. Let's go. Nye Li and Li Xingyun arrived at Li Xingyun's yard. Nye Li calculated the expenses for each of Li Xingyun's subordinates. They spent at least a few 100,000 spiritual stones. However, to Nye Li, it's just a drop in the bucket. After finishing his work, Nye Li returned to Xiaoyu's courtyard and began his cultivation. The sky gradually darkened. The bright moon hung in the sky. Dong, dong, dong. There was a knock on the door. Nye Li opened his eyes, stood up, and opened the door. He saw Long Yuan standing in front of the door. She was wearing a white silk dress. She looked a little different from her usual self. Nye Li almost couldn't recognize her. Usually, she liked to wear tight clothes, which would make her look valiant and heroic. But now, she had a completely different image. The white silk dress made her look a little more gentle and charming than usual. It must be said that Long Yuan was indeed a beauty. No matter what clothes she wore, she would always be able to wear it with some charm. Master, can you help me open my acupuncture points today? Long Yuan's intelligent eyes looked at Nye Li with a trace of hope. Since she knew that Nye Li could open her acupuncture points and stimulate her potential, she, who was obsessed with martial arts, couldn't hold back. When she knew that Nye Li had returned, she couldn't wait to rush over. What kind of feeling would it be to open the acupuncture points? Chapter 337. The cultivation method that Nye Li practiced and some of the martial arts concept that he mastered made Long Yuan full of deep curiosity. This was a martial arts field that she had never been exposed to. Therefore, Long Yuan was completely convinced by Nye Li. Since Nye Li asked her to start competing for the position of the Dragon Seal family, she had already sent a message to some of the servants who had followed her father before. It was estimated that there would be a response soon. Long Yuan looked up at Nye Li. Next, it was time to help Long Yuan open up the acupuncture points. Nye Li took out a pair of golden needles from the space ring. Long Yuan looked a little cramped and nervous. Her cheeks were slightly hot, and she looked a little absent-minded. After all, this was the first time that she was alone in a room with a man at night. After everything was ready, Nye Li looked at Long Yuan and said, "Take off your clothes." Long Yuan was surprised and lost her voice. "If you don't take off your clothes, how can I give you the needle?" Nye Li said. In his eyes, Long Yuan was just a little girl, so he didn't care much. Long Yuan's cheeks were hot, and her neck was red. But after a while, she gritted her teeth and slowly took off the long dress on her body, revealing her round shoulders. The long silk dress fell down. Her chest was tied with a white ribbon. It was very tight, but it still had an amazing arc and curve, full and round. It was hard to imagine what it would be like if she let it go. Long Yuan looked up and bit her teeth. She hesitated for a moment. Seeing that Nieli didn't speak for a long time, she reached out to untie the white ribbon on her chest. "Wait, this is enough." Nieli quickly stopped her. He couldn't help but sweat. This could already be done. If the white ribbon was untied, the scene would be a little out of control. Long Yuan also retracted her hands. At this moment, she was still a little nervous. Fortunately, she didn't have to untie the ribbon on her chest. Otherwise, it would be too awkward. Nieli walked to Long Yuan's side. Long Yuan's skin was glistening under the light of the lamp. She used a light blue ribbon to tie up her hair and put on top of her head, which gave her a different kind of charm. Nieli picked up a long, thin needle and walked behind Long Yuan. His gaze fell on Long Yuan's fair neck. He picked up a thin needle and slowly inserted it into the center of her spine. Yes, Long Yuan couldn't help but moan. Logically speaking, with her blood dragon bloodline physical body, she shouldn't have felt any pain for being pricked by such a thin needle. However, when Nieli inserted the needle, Long Yuan felt an intense pain spread throughout her body. The kind of pain was like thousands of ants biting her body. Following that, a warm current began to flow from her spine. It quickly flowed throughout her body and then rushed to her limbs and meridians. What shocking power! Long Yuan couldn't even imagine that this power was actually hidden in her bloodline. Nieli took out a second thin needle and slowly inserted it into the acupuncture point on Long Yuan's spine. The third, fourth, fifth, very soon, Long Yuan's body was pierced with more than 10 thin needles. Long Yuan's skin flushed red and became boiling hot. Fine beads of sweat seeped out of her body. "I've already used the golden needles to cover the vital acupuncture points. Next, the power of the blood dragon bloodline in your body will slowly awaken. Then, it will rush to your meridians. You can concentrate on cultivating here," Nieli said. He let out a long breath. It was finally done. Helping Long Yuan with the acupuncture still consumed a lot of his energy. Nieli glanced at Long Yuan, who was sitting cross-legged and cultivating. He opened the door and walked out. Then, he gently closed the door. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside Nieli. Nieli was startled. He looked to the side and saw that it was Xiaoyu. "You scare me. What kind of battle skill did you use? You came and went like a ghost." Nieli couldn't help but complain. He wasn't very guarded against Xiaoyu's aura. That was why he was only discovered when Xiaoyu was so close to him. Xiaoyu's face darkened, and she looked very unhappy. Seeing Xiaoyu's angry look, Nieli asked, "What's wrong? You didn't go to the outside world and get killed again, right?" Xiaoyu glared at Nieli and said in a deep voice, "Nieli, you did this kind of thing. Are you worthy of Ning'er? Did this kind of thing? What kind of thing?" Nieli was stunned for a moment. Then, he thought of something and suddenly smiled. "You mean Long Yuan? Haha, what are you talking about? How'd I let Ning'er down?" "You know what you did." Xiaoyu snorted coldly. She turned around and walked outside. "Hey, Xiaoyu, you misunderstood." Nieli hurriedly shouted at Xiaoyu's back. However, Xiaoyu didn't listen to Nieli at all. He quickly returned to his room and slammed the door shut with a bang. Nieli was stunned. What's wrong with Xiaoyu? She didn't give him a chance to explain at all. And this matter shouldn't be handled by Xiaoyu, right? Could it be that Xiaoyu was interested in Long Yuan? If this was the case, then it was understandable for Xiaoyu to be mad. But how many times had Xiaoyu and Long Yuan seen each other? Xiaoyu, this sissy, couldn't be interested in me, right? Nieli couldn't help but feel a chill. Could it be that Xiaoyu had this kind of preference? Not only did she like women, but she also liked men? Nieli also wondered if Xiaoyu was a woman. After all, this guy was a bit too beautiful. But he had already confirmed it. He could only classify Xiaoyu as a sissy. After thinking about it, Nieli quickly withdrew this idea. It should be that he was thinking too much. Roughly an hour later, a powerful aura soared into the sky from Nieli's room. The power of the blood dragon bloodline within Long Yuan's body was completely stimulated. According to this aura, she was at least in the five fate realm. Furthermore, her cultivation would definitely advance by leaps and bounds in the future. Knowing that Long Yuan had finished unblocking her acupoints, Nellie pushed open the door and walked in. "Ah!" Long Yuan screamed. Nellie was stunned for a moment. He raised his head and saw that Long Yuan's clothes had long since been burnt to ashes. She tried to hide her hands from Nieli's gaze, but she couldn't cover her breasts. Nieli quickly retracted his gaze and awkwardly left the room. A brief moment later, Long Yuan wore her clothes again and walked out with her head lowered. Her face was still rosy. The atmosphere was a little strange. Nieli rubbed his head and changed the topic. "How was it? Did you unblock your acupoints?" "Yeah, they're all unblocked." Long Yuan's face slightly blushed as she nodded her head. Nieli's method was too powerful. It allowed her cultivation to increase by several levels. Even now, she still felt like she was dreaming. "It's good that you've unblocked them." Nieli lightly smiled. Long Yuan lightly acknowledged. She was filled with gratitude towards Nieli. Naturally, aside from gratitude, there was also a different feeling in her heart. It's just that she couldn't understand it at the moment. "Go back and consolidate your cultivation. Your cultivation will definitely advance by leaps and bounds." Nieli smiled. "Your cultivation is so powerful that I'm not suitable to be your master anymore." Long Yuan raised her head to look at Nieli and anxiously said, "No matter what your cultivation is, you're still my master." Nieli laughed. "I'm just joking. You should go back quickly. It's so late at night. If others see you, they'll wonder what's going on." "Okay." Long Yuan's face heated up as she nodded her head. She took a few steps forward, then turned around and said, "Master, I'll come back another day." She quickly flew away, as if she was afraid that Nieli would call out to her. She disappeared in a flash. Nieli retracted his gaze and couldn't help smiling bitterly. Xiaoyu had misunderstood him the first time she came. If she came again at night in the future, who knew what would happen? A moment later, Long Yuan returned from Nieli's place and walked along the small path of the Sky Soul Institute. A figure suddenly appeared and blocked Long Yuan's path. It was Hu Yong. Hu Yong's face was dark as he stared at Long Yuan. "Long Yuan, where did you go so late at night?" Hu Yong's hands were clenched into fists, the veins on his arms popping out. His face was filled with rage. "You followed me?" Long Yuan's eyes turned cold. She walked to the side and coldly snorted. "No matter where I go, it's none of your business. If you follow me again, don't blame me for being impolite." "Long Yuan, I've seen through you. You're a lecherous slut. You actually went to find a man in the middle of the night. You're simply shameless." Hu Yong pointed at Long Yuan and cursed. He finally couldn't hold it in any longer. "What did you say?" "Say it again." Long Yuan coldly stared at Hu Yong. Hu Yong pointed at Long Yuan and cursed. "Long Yuan, so what if I'm cursing you? Don't forget that you're my fiancé. If you don't abide by the rules of a woman, I'll kill your man sooner or later." Long Yuan's face turned even uglier. However, she wasn't the kind of person who would quarrel with Hu Yong. Her aura locked onto Hu Yong, and she walked in front of him with a murderous look on her pretty face. Feeling the terrifying murderous aura emanating from Long Yuan, Hu Yong couldn't help but gulp down a mouthful of saliva. Earlier, he was so angry that he had cursed out loud. Now, he finally felt a trace of fear. "You think a piece of trash like you is worthy of me? Don't think that you can do anything just because you have the backing of your family. A weakling like you is also worthy of being my fiancé." Long Yuan walked in front of Hu Yong. Her tight and slender right leg suddenly kicked out. With a bang, it landed on Hu Yong's crotch. Hu Yong's mouth opened into a circle. However, he couldn't make a single sound. His face slowly turned ashen. His hands trembled as he covered his crotch. Both his legs trembled nonstop. With a bang, he fell to the ground. His entire body curled up like a shrimp. His entire body was drenched in cold sweat. Long Yuan's kick just happened to land on his vital spot. It was exactly the same situation as the last time. Poor Hu Yong. He was crippled by Long Yuan previously. It seemed that he hadn't learned his lesson. "Young master, are you all right?" "Young master." A few of his lackeys rushed out from the bushes beside them, shouting and wailing. Glancing at Uyong, who was surrounded by his lackeys, Long Yuan snorted coldly and flew away. Chapter 338. After Long Yuan left, Nieli immediately started cultivating. Even Long Yuan's cultivation had reached the 5-fate heavenly fate realm. If he didn't hurry up and catch up, he'd be left far behind. Nieli entered the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting. The deities' lakes in the painting were already starting to take shape. It wouldn't be long before they started producing a steady stream of spiritual stones. Nieli looked at Plume Flame Godnee's in the distance. The golden flames on Plume Flame Godnee's body were getting hotter and hotter, like a cloud of golden flames in the sky. Nieli had no idea what level Plume Flame Godnee's cultivation had reached. Plume Flame Godnee's was still cultivating, so Nieli wasn't willing to wake her up. As for Jindan, the little guy was already more than twice its original size, and it was still eating and sleeping, sleeping and eating. To it, the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting was like a wonderland. Nieli calmed his heart and began to cultivate. He no longer absorbed spiritual stones like before. Instead, he directly absorbed the spiritual stone's essence. The heavenly energy contained within spiritual stone essences was countless times purer. A single spiritual stone essence was equivalent to 1,000 spiritual stones. Ordinary cultivators couldn't afford it, but it wasn't much to a wealthy man like Nieli. After absorbing the energy from the 3 spiritual stone essences, Nieli's cultivation returned to 3 fate. However, he still took out more spiritual stone essences to absorb. Over the next period of time, Nieli's fate soul was still in an unstable state. He didn't think about heading to the outside world and focused on cultivating to increase his strength. Time flew by. 5 days later, Nieli's cultivation finally stepped into 4 fate after consuming dozens of spiritual stone essences. He'd formed his 4th fate soul, which was black in color. Red, blue, yellow, and black. What color would his 5th fate soul be? Nieli was also a little puzzled. However, Nieli didn't stop after reaching 4 fate and continued to cultivate. In the great world, Gu Bei and Lu Piao finally took down a deity's lake with the Demon League. This was the first deity's lake that the Demon League had conquered since its establishment, even though it was only a low-grade deity's lake. But for Gu Bei and the others, it was already quite good. With the deity's lake as a foothold, they could recruit even more experts. In any case, they didn't lack money at the moment. They only wanted geniuses with strength. The treatment they could offer was definitely more than several times that of the other forces. They were cultivating in the deity's pool when they heard one of their subordinates rushing over. "Bell, there's a power called Gaiyaming that wants to join us." "Gaiyaming? What's their background?" Lu Piao furrowed her brows as she looked at Gu Bei. After coming to the Great World, Lu Piao had finally become a lot more cautious. "It's a small force in the Great World. They have about 60 people, and they're basically all in the heavenly fate realm," replied Gu Bei. "But they don't have any connections with the other forces." After coming to the Great World, Gu Bei had sorted out all the forces in the Great World, big and small. With his amazing memory, he knew all the famous forces in the Great World. "Did you ask them why they want to join us?" asked Gu Bei after a brief pondering. "They said that it's too hard for them to roam the Great World. They've come in contact with some big forces before, but those big forces looked down on them and weren't willing to take them in. They heard that Bell has established a force here, so they came over to ask," reported the subordinate. Under normal circumstances, people with ordinary strength like them wouldn't be willing to take them in. Generally, the big forces were not willing to accept them. After all, quality was more important than quantity. If there were more people, they would have to spend a lot of spirit stones to raise them. After weighing the pros and cons, they naturally wouldn't be willing to take in the weaker ones. Then, should we accept them? Lu Piao looked at Gu Bei and asked. This was the first force that came to join them. "Of course, we'll accept them. Nieli is a rich man anyway." Gu Bei smiled. "Other forces are worried that the burden will be too heavy, but we're different. He's not willing to accept people, but we're different. Nelly said that we'll accept as many people as we can. Soon, Gaiming's group arrived before Gu Bei, Lu Piao, and the others. Bell, my name is Heng Yin. The eldest brother of Gaiming, Heng Yin, slightly cupped his hands towards Gu Bei. He was a young man in his 20s with no family background. However, in front of Gu Bei and Lu Piao, he was neither servile nor overbearing. If you join our Demon League, you'll have to abide by our rules. Do you understand? Gu Bei looked at Heng Yin with a dignified expression. We understand. Heng Yin immediately bowed and said. Joining the Demon League required signing a contract, which was binding. In addition, with his family background, he wouldn't dare to betray Gu Bei. One must know that Gu Bei was the first successor of the Gu clan. All right, then sign the contract, Gu Bei said with a faint smile. Bell, we've taken control of a low-grade deity's lake. Although it's almost exhausted, we've sent more than 10 people to guard it. Do you want it? Heng Yin looked at Gu Bei and asked. Of course. After you join our Demon League, we'll send people to take over your deity's lake. After you join the Demon League, everyone will be treated according to the Demon League's rules. Gu Bei said straightforwardly. Hearing Gu Bei's words, Heng Yin and the others looked at each other, and their eyes lit up. The treatment of the Demon League was great. If they followed Gu Bei, their monthly income would be close to their annual income. How could they not be willing? Very soon, Heng Yin and the others disbanded Gaiming. Everyone signed a contract and joined the Demon League. For Heng Yin and the others, it was definitely a profit to offer a deity's lake that was almost exhausted in exchange for the Demon League's generous treatment. However, for Nelly, it was also a profit to be able to obtain a deity's root in exchange for a small amount of spiritual stones every month as compensation for Heng Yin and the others. The news of Gaiming disbanding and joining the Demon League quickly spread. The other small forces quickly calculated their accounts. Every year, they guarded the deity's lake and worked hard for an entire year to obtain a few dozen spiritual stones. However, if they joined the Demon League, they would be able to obtain a few dozen spiritual stones every month. Some of the leaders of the smaller forces weren't willing to disband their own forces. But when they saw that their brothers were all tempted, they understood that they wouldn't be able to maintain their own forces for much longer. In the end, they decided to disband and join the Demon League. Within a month, several dozen forces disbanded and joined the Demon League. The Demon League's expansion was extremely fierce. Aside from recruiting a large number of members, they also received several dozen deities' lakes. However, these deities' roots were quickly taken away by Nelly. After devouring several dozen forces, the Demon League's members had already expanded to over 3,000. However, their cultivation wasn't very high, and there were only a few dozen Heavenly Star Realm members. However, the fact that they could expand to such an extent in just a few months was shocking enough. The outside world was very puzzled. Could the Demon League afford to pay so many spiritual stones every day? Any force that spent so many spiritual stones to support so many useless people would have collapsed long ago. However, what they didn't know was that not only could Nelly afford it, but the number of spiritual stones was also increasing rapidly. Chapter 339. Deities' lakes floated in Nye Li's myriad miles rivers and mountains painting. Every low-grade deity's lake could produce close to 10,000 spiritual stones per month. As for the only mid-grade deity's lake, its output was even more shocking. It could produce 150 to 60,000 spiritual stones per month, as well as hundreds of spiritual stone essences. As long as Nelly took out a small fraction, it would be enough to supply Gu Bei's 3,000 subordinates. Therefore, Nelly had instructed Gu Bei to recruit as many subordinates as possible. After all, he could afford it. Although Gu Bei's 3,000 subordinates weren't particularly strong, with Nye Li's large supply of spiritual stones, their cultivation speed was naturally much faster than that of ordinary Hagami Nyunyan disciples. For others, it was a little too frightening that Gu Bei's forces had expanded to such a degree in just a month's time. In a courtyard within the Sky Soul Institute, several people were gathered together. Among them were Gu Hong, Mu Rongyu, and a few others, as well as the bosses of several dozen forces. Gu Heng swept his gaze across the crowd and said, I'm sure you all know why I've gathered all of you here. That brat Gu Bei's Demon League has already recruited 3,000 people in such a short amount of time. If we don't suppress the Demon League's growth, then we won't have any say in the Sky Soul Institute anymore. Boss Gu Heng, we've calculated it. Right now, that brat Gu Bei has to spend over 100,000 spiritual stones per month. It'll probably be hard for him to expand. If he keeps expanding, how many spiritual stones would he have to spend every month? It won't be long before he disbands, right? I think so too. 100,000 spiritual stones per month isn't a small amount. How could that brat Gu Bei afford it? These forces all felt that if Gu Bei played like that, it would only be a matter of time before the Demon League disbanded. At that time, they wouldn't even have to do anything. Gu Heng coldly swept his gaze across the crowd and said in a low voice, If you think that way, then you're gravely mistaken. I heard that not only did the Demon League not stop recruiting, they're even expanding. As long as they're 2 fate or above, they'll accept them. How is this possible? The bosses frowned. I've looked into it, and it's true. Morone, you said solemnly. I don't know where they got so many spiritual stones from. For now, their spirit stones showed no signs of drying up. That kid, Gu Bei, had spent nearly 400,000 spiritual stones in a single auction. I reckon that they might have gotten their hands on the treasures of the Ancient Almighty. That's why they're so extravagant. The treasures of the Ancient Almighty? At Murong Yu's words, the eyes of the leaders of the various forces lit up. However, it was a pity that even if Gu Bei and the others managed to obtain the treasures of the Ancient Almighty, they would not be able to do so. He would never bring it to the outside world. It was almost impossible for them to snatch it. Murong Yu swept a glance at everyone's expressions as a smile flitted across the corner of his mouth. What if they really have an endless supply of spiritual stones? Such a high treatment from the Demon Alliance will definitely cause your subordinates to become restless. At that time, will they still be willing to work for you like before? Can you be like the Demon Alliance and offer such high conditions? Morong Yu's right. The Demon League is breaking the rules. If they're allowed to continue like this, they'll definitely be punished. If we let them continue, Gu Bei's innate talent is extraordinary. If she becomes the patriarch of the Gu family in the future, we'll all be finished. Gu Heng said solemnly as he looked at everyone. A trace of ferocity flashed across his eyes. Some of my ideas have gained the support of a certain person. The Demon Alliance won't be able to go far. However, I still need everyone's help. Please speak, Boss Gu Heng. The leaders of the various forces cupped their hands in greeting. Although they didn't know who Gu Heng was talking about, for Gu Heng to hold him in such high esteem, that person shouldn't be simple. If we all join forces, we can mobilize close to 16,000 people. We can definitely crush the Demon Alliance. Let's take advantage of the fact that the Demon Alliance hasn't developed to the point where they can threaten us. We'll strangle them in the cradle. A sinister expression flashed across Gu Heng's face. Hesitation appeared on the faces of the various forces' leaders. Boss Gu Heng, Gu Bei is currently the first-in-line successor of the Gu clan. We can understand your feelings, but we're different from you. We don't dare to offend the heir of the Gu family for no reason. These people could establish their own forces in the outside world. They were all shrewd people. Gu Heng wanted to borrow their strength to deal with Gu Bei. Naturally, it was to fight for the position of patriarch of the Gu clan. Now that Gu Heng was showing signs of falling out of favor in the Gu clan, they didn't want to be dragged into this whirlpool. A cold light flashed through Gu Heng's eyes. He understood that these people wouldn't get up without benefits. He said in a deep voice, "This matter isn't related to my own benefits. If the Demon Alliance continues to develop, none of you will have a good life. Everyone here today is on my side. As long as you're willing to help me eliminate the threat of the Demon Alliance, I can make a copy of the truth formula and give it to you." Hearing Gu Heng's words, the leaders of these forces were suddenly shocked. Is what Boss Gu Heng said true? That's right. Gu Heng nodded and said, "Once a word is said, it can't be taken back. All right, I'll do it. I'll do it too." The leaders of these forces responded one after another. The truth formula was a secret of the Gu clan. It was said that only the most talented geniuses of the younger generation could learn it. This was a secret that couldn't be passed down. Once it was passed down, the Gu clan would clean up the clan. They didn't expect that Gu Heng was actually willing to use the truth formula as the price. Glancing at these people, a cold light flashed through Gu Heng's eyes. In order to mobilize these people to help him, he had given them enough bait. As for the truth formula, what a joke. How could he, Gu Heng, teach it to outsiders? If he gave them a fake, they wouldn't be able to tell. In any case, they hadn't seen the real truth formula before. It was impossible for Gu Heng to take out real money. This bait would allow him to achieve his goal without paying any price. Someone suggested, "Boss Gu Heng, why don't you write a contract? That way, we could trust you more." "I can write a contract, but I'll use an inscription pattern array to seal it. When the time comes, you can take the sealed contract and we'll unseal it together," Gu Heng said after pondering for a moment. Naturally, he had his own plans. All right. The leaders of these forces exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. As long as they had something on Gu Heng, they didn't need to worry. In fact, they also understood that the Demon League was indeed a huge threat. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come here to discuss countermeasures with Gu Heng, Yu, and the others. The only reason they pretended to be indifferent was because they wanted Gu Heng to spit out some benefits. As for Gu Heng acting shamelessly, it wasn't as if they didn't have the means to keep him in check. If Gu Heng were to burn the bridge after crossing the river, then with so many of them, Gu Heng wouldn't be able to sit firmly on his position as the successor of the Gu clan. However, as far as Gu Heng was concerned, he'd deal with it when the time came. Right now, he had to get rid of Gu Bei first. He didn't care about anything else. Soon, Gu Heng began to mobilize the experts of the various forces in preparation to take action against the Demon League. 15,000 to 16,000 experts were more than enough to make it impossible for the Demon League to survive in the outside world near the Sky Soul Institute. Groups of experts left the Sky Soul Institute and headed for the outside world. On top of a floating deity's lake, this deity's lake was also close to drying up. However, there wasn't enough time for Nieli to collect the deity root. Therefore, it became a temporary base for Gu Bei and the others. Over 1,000 members of the Demon League were stationed here, while the others had headed for the outside world to hunt for demon beasts. Gu Bei, Lu Piao, and the others were currently training the newcomers. Without rules, nothing could be accomplished. Only with strict discipline could one have combat strength. In terms of how to handle a situation, Li Xingyin had taught them a lot. Right at this moment, Heng Yin flew over. His body was still covered in wounds, as if he had just experienced a bitter battle. "Bell, we were ambushed. Over 100 people died." Heng Yin gasped for air. His face was filled with pain, and his chest was still dripping with blood. "This is a healing elixir. Hurry up and eat it." Gu Bei threw an elixir to Heng Yin and asked, "Tell me clearly what happened." Heng Yin swallowed the elixir and panted. "We were ambushed by a group of experts. They were all Heavenly Star Realm experts. We couldn't beat them, so I was the only one who managed to escape." "A group of Heavenly Star Realm experts?" Gu Bei furrowed her brows for a moment. The only ones who had a grudge with them were Gu Heng, Yu, and the others. The one with the greatest motive to suppress the Demon League was none other than Gu Heng. Gu Heng finally couldn't hold it in any longer. "Send someone to gather the remaining people. We'll retreat to the Sky Soul Institute first," Gu Bei said after some thought. With their current strength, it would be too difficult for them to contend against Gu Heng. Just as Gu Bei was about to lead his men away, a dense cluster of black dots appeared in the distant sky. Waves of powerful auras surged towards them. Over 10,000 people had surrounded the Demon League, and the one leading them was Gu Heng. "Cousin Gu Bei, long time no see," Gu Heng said to Gu Bei when he was only 100 meters away from Gu Bei. Gu Bei calmly looked at Gu Heng and said, "Cousin Gu Heng, how have you been? You didn't bring so many people to see me just to greet me, right?" "I've come to discuss something with Cousin Gu Bei." Gu Heng's eyes carried a trace of cold arrogance as he looked at Gu Bei. "What is it?" I'd like to hear the details. Gubei swept a glance at the surroundings. Gu Hong had brought too many people with him. It wouldn't be easy for them to leave. Perhaps no one from the Demon League would be able to leave today. If Cousin Gubei is willing to withdraw from the Patriarch position and disband the Demon League, I can let bygones be bygones and control the Gu clan with Cousin Gubei in the future. How about it? Gu Hong narrowed his eyes as he looked at Gubei. Chapter 340. Take control of the Gu clan together? Gubei sneered in her heart. With Gu Heng's character, it would be strange if he was willing to take control of the Gu clan together with others. Gu Hong was the kind of person who couldn't tolerate any sand in his eyes. He had always regarded Gu Bei and Gu Lan as thorns in his flesh. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gathered so many people to destroy the Demon League. I think that disbanding the Demon League is still feasible. I'll go back and think about it for a few days. 3 days later, I'll give Cousin Gu Hong a reply. How about it? Gubei looked at Gu Hong and said with a smile. Gubei wasn't stupid. Since you want to play around, then I'll play with you. Gu Heng's eyes revealed a frightening cold light. 3 days later, he had gathered so many people to surround the Demon League. Was he going to go back and wait for another 3 days? Was this a joke? Cousin Gubei could have chosen any name, but you chose the name of the Demon League. It's really easy to associate it with the Yaoshan sect, Gu Hong said with a smile. With a wave of his hand, the experts under him slowly surrounded Gu Bei, Lu Piao, and the others. In any case, Gu Hong wanted to destroy the Demon League. If the Demon League wasn't willing to disband, then he would besiege the Demon League until it disbanded. As long as the people of the Demon League entered the outside world, there was only one word for them: death. Cousin Gu Hong must be joking. It's just a random name. How could it have anything to do with the Yaoshan sect? Gubei said perfunctorily. She looked at Lu Piao and prepared to lead the Demon League to find a place to break out of the encirclement. In order to prevent Cousin Gu Bei from walking on the evil path, as your cousin, I will naturally take on the responsibility and properly teach you all a lesson. Gu Hong sneered and said. With a wave of his hand, his subordinates charged towards the Demon League. Gu Hong had tens of thousands of subordinates, while the Demon Alliance only had 1,000. Moreover, the strength of Gu Heng's subordinates was clearly much stronger than the Demon Alliance. Kill! In an instant, an intense battle broke out. This was a one-sided encirclement. The members of the Demon League were killed one by one. The disparity in strength was just too great. Bell, Master Lu, will protect you as you leave. Heng Yin snorted coldly. A group of Heavenly Star Realm cultivators brought Gu Bei and Lu Piao out. Gu Heng's palm energy surged. Bang! 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 5 Heavenly Fate Realm experts from the Demon League were killed one after another. Trying to escape? It won't be that easy. Gu Hong snorted and turned into a streak of light as he chased after Gu Bei. Gu Hong was a Heavenly Star Realm expert, and he had reached the peak of the Heavenly Star Realm. Furthermore, he'd already reached the pinnacle of the Heavenly Star Realm. He was much stronger than anyone in the Demon League. When he attacked, the surrounding heavenly energy gathered together and turned into a huge palm that slammed towards Gu Bei. Within that huge palm, silver lightning rained down like a torrential downpour. Boom! 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 2 Heavenly Star Realm experts of the Demon League were instantly annihilated. Watch out, Gu Bei! Lu Piao shouted anxiously. Gu Hong sneered. Gu Bei still wanted to escape from him? What a fool's dream. Gu Bei wasn't on the same level as him. The palm slammed down on Gu Bei, and countless silver lightning bolts enveloped Gu Bei. Gu Bei felt like his body was about to be crushed by the silver lightning and the huge palm. Am I going to be killed by Gu Hong? I can't accept this. Just as he was about to be killed by Gu Hong, the word Nieli had written for Gu Bei suddenly flashed through his mind. Gu Bei's comprehension of sword intent. He was undoubtedly a peerless genius. Nieli's word had given him endless inspiration. At that moment, Gu Bei seemed to have fallen into an extremely mysterious state. Boundless heavenly energy surged out of Gu Bei's body like a surging river. A vast starry sky appeared between heaven and earth. In the center of the starry sky, An ancient sword that was 3 feet long and emitted the aura of the sword ancestor suddenly appeared. It turned out that this was the infinite meaning contained in the word sword. Gu Bei's right hand condensed, and the ancient sword suddenly seemed to have a life of its own as it flew up like a spirit snake. It shot toward Gu Heng's palm. Boom! With a loud sound, the ancient sword pierced through Gu Heng's palm and shot toward Gu Heng's head. He felt an extremely sharp sword intent shooting toward him. The sword intent seemed to be able to pierce through everything. Seeing that the ancient sword was about to hit his head, Gu Heng hurriedly dodged. Swoosh! The ancient sword flew past Gu Heng's cheek and left a bloody mark on Gu Heng's face. Blood splattered. After the ancient sword brushed past Gu Heng's cheek, it instantly disappeared. Gu Bei spat out a mouthful of blood. Condensing this sword intent had exhausted all the heavenly energy in his body. Unfortunately, his comprehension of the sword intent was far from enough. Otherwise, he would have killed Gu Heng long ago. Although his heavenly energy was exhausted, there was an uncontrollable excitement and agitation on his face. This was the first time he had come into contact with the sword ancestor's intent. Even if he died, he would only drop 1 level of cultivation. However, comprehending the sword ancestor's intent gave him endless possibilities in the future. Ha ha! Gu Heng, you didn't expect this, did you? You wanted to suppress me, but you unexpectedly let me comprehend the sword ancestor's intent. As long as I have the sword ancestor's intent, even if my cultivation forever stops at the heavenly fate realm, my strength will surpass yours one day. Can you suppress me? Gu Bei arrogantly stared at Gu Heng. So what if he died here today? Gu Heng recovered from the shock of that terrifying sword intent, but he still had a lingering fear in his heart. He'd almost been pierced through by Gu Bei's sword intent. He never thought that the heavenly fate realm Gu Bei, who was like an ant in front of him, would actually almost kill him. His eyes revealed a deep unwillingness. Sword ancestor's intent. Why was Gu Bei able to comprehend the sword ancestor's intent? Why was Gu Bei the one who comprehended the sword ancestor's intent? That was a domain that only existed in the legends. Once Gu Bei continued to cultivate the sword ancestor's intent and reached a certain level, even if Gu Bei's cultivation was only at the heavenly fate realm, she would still be able to defeat someone stronger than her. The sword ancestor's intent wasn't something that just anyone could cultivate. One had to be a genius who had a deep understanding of the sword Tao. Once the upper echelons of the Gu family knew that Gu Bei had condensed the sword ancestor's intent, there would be no place for him in the Gu clan. What sword ancestor's intent? It's just a child's trick. How dare you pretend to be the sword ancestor's intent? Ha ha ha, what a joke. Gu Heng would never admit that Gu Bei had successfully cultivated the sword ancestor's intent. You're still far from being able to compete with me. Bang! Bang! One by one, the experts of the Demon League were killed. Only 200 of the Demon League's 1,000 people were left. The remaining people wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. Let's see how much more heavenly energy you can condense. Gu Heng condensed the palm energy and grabbed at Gu Bei. Go to hell. Almost killed by Gu Bei's sword ancestor's intent, Gu Heng obviously had scruples when he made his move. He carefully guarded against it. A powerful palm energy blasted at Gu Bei through the air. Seeing that the palm energy was about to land on Gu Bei could no longer resist and could only smile bitterly. All of a sudden, a blast of chi came crashing down. With a bang, Gu Heng's palm energy was shattered, and Gu Heng was forced to retreat. Gu Heng suddenly frowned and looked forward. He saw a young man in white standing proudly in the void. It's you? Gu Heng's pupils contracted slightly. The young man in front of him was Li Xingyun. He saw Li Xingyun standing in the void with his hands clasped behind his back. His white clothes were fluttering in the wind. He was handsome and just standing there casually, but he gave off a feeling of a deep abyss. In the distant sky, figures flew over like meteors. There were at least 2,000 or 3,000 people. All of Li Xingyun's Tianqing League members had come. Chapter 341. Li Xingyun, you want to stand up for the Demon League? Gu Heng stared coldly at Li Xingyun and said, Although Gu Heng's strength was not as good as Li Xingyun's, the forces that Gu Heng mobilized were much stronger than Li Xingyun's Tianqing League. The Tianqing League only had a total of 2,000 to 3,000 people, but they had tens of thousands of people on their side. Gu Heng snorted and said murderously, "If your Tianqing League insists on standing up for them, I don't mind destroying you too." Li Xingyun laughed and said, "I, Li Xingyun, only have one creed, and that is loyalty. I, Li Xingyun, can go through water and tread on fire for my brothers. They're my brothers in the Demon League. Whoever goes against the Demon League will go against my Tianqing League." Gu Heng sneered and said, "Li Xingyun, since you want to put the entire Tianqing League in, then don't blame me for being impolite." At this time, the bosses of dozens of forces under Gu Heng were full of doubts. They could deal with the Demon League, but they had no idea how to deal with the Tianqing League. What kind of person was Li Xingyun? Although the Tianqing League only had more than 3,000 people, Li Xingyun had too many brothers. Many of them were big shots. Once the war with the Tianqing League escalated, the scale of the war would reach an unknown extent. However, there was no turning back. Even if they had scruples, they had to take action. If they were scared off like this, it would be too embarrassing. Moreover, their brothers would also think that they were afraid of the Tianqing League. Since your Tianqing League is determined to stand up for the Demon League, then don't blame me, Gu Heng, for not giving you face, Li Xingyun. A murderous glint flashed across Gu Heng's eyes. He shouted coldly, "Regardless of whether they are from the Demon League or the Tianqing League, kill them without mercy. Go!" Gu Heng's men immediately launched a fierce attack on the members of the Tianqing League. A great battle broke out. 3,000 people against 10,000 people was still an absolute disadvantage. However, although the number of people in the Tianqing League was far from enough, they still had many Heavenly Axis and Heavenly Star Realm experts. Therefore, they weren't that easy to deal with. Both sides exchanged blows, and the place of contact was like a huge meat grinder. Experts fell one after another, and both sides suffered significant losses. Waves of palm energy and sword chi exploded in the sky. The battle became more and more intense, and both sides were in a killing frenzy. Li Xingyun took the lead. Charging at the very front, he killed over 10 experts of the same realm as him. The Heavenly Axis realm experts around him also did their best to protect Li Xingyun as they slaughtered their way through. Not far away, a group of Heavenly Axis realm and Heavenly Star realm experts escorted Gu Bei, Lu Piao, and the rest out of the encirclement. Although the players of the Tianqing League are very brave and fierce, however, they were still at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, and more people died. Boss Xingyun, we're not their match for now. A Heavenly Axis realm expert killed a Heavenly Star realm expert with a single punch, then turned to Li Xingyun. After encountering a fierce siege, everyone was under immense pressure. Brothers were constantly being killed around them. Of course, they also made the enemy pay a terrible price. Li Xingyun furrowed her brows for a brief moment. Indeed, Gu Heng had too many people with him. He'd gathered over 20 forces, and they'd come in a hurry. With just the strength of the Tianqing League, it was impossible for them to fight against Gu Heng's strength. Li Xingyun glanced at Gu Heng, who was overlooking the entire battlefield, and coldly snorted. "Since Gu Heng wants to start a war, then we'll play with him to the end. Today, we'll escort our brothers from the Demon League, and we'll settle the score with him next time. Everyone, follow me closely. Let's charge." Every time the Tianqing League participated in a war, Li Xingyun would bravely charge into the enemy lines. The moment they saw Li Xingyun break through the encirclement, everyone from the Tianqing League followed. "Stop them!" Gu Heng roared. Since Li Xingyun had come, how could she still want to leave? Thousands of people surrounded Li Xingyun's group, wanting to completely surround and kill Li Xingyun's group. Kill! Although the Tianqing League was at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, their morale was still high. Under the leadership of Li Xingyun, they tore through the encirclement and flew away with a group of people. Gu Heng's people chased after them and killed another 500 to 600 people. However, Li Xingyun's group still managed to escape. Seeing the Tianqing League and the Demon League's people leaving, Gu Hong was furious. However, although Li Xingyun's group had escaped, both the Tianqing League and the Demon League had suffered great losses. This was only the beginning. In the future, he would completely wipe out the Demon League and the Tianqing League in the outside world. Sky Soul Institute, Xiaoyu's courtyard. A group of people had gathered here. Nieli had just finished his cultivation. Recently, due to the instability of his fate soul, he did not go to the outside world. It was only when Gu Bei, Lu Piao, and Li Xingyun returned that Nieli knew that something had happened. "How are your losses?" Nieli looked at Gu Bei and asked. Both the Demon League and the Tianqing League had suffered great losses. "We have gathered the information. Everyone in the Demon League was ambushed. Out of the 3,000 people, only a few hundred are still alive." Lu Piao smiled bitterly. She glanced at Li Xingyun and said, "The Tianqing League has also suffered great losses. At least 2,000 people died." Gu Bei said apologetically, "Actually, Brother Yin didn't have to come. You caused the Tianqing League to lose so many people." "What are you talking about?" "In the outside world, as long as our brothers are in trouble, the Tianqing League will know about it. How can we shrink back?" Although the Tianqing League has suffered some losses, Gu Heng's side has also suffered great losses. A rough estimate is that we have killed at least 2,000 people. Li Xingyun smiled proudly. Although Gu Heng's side had the advantage in numbers, the Tianqing League's combat strength was still quite good. Li Xingyun was very open-minded. After all, they had been in the outside world for a long time. They had experienced many similar battles. This was considered a relatively small one. Gu Heng's Blood Moon League has joined forces with dozens of forces to start a war with you. How are you going to deal with it? Li Xingyun looked at Nieli and asked, "If you decide to start a war with them, I can contact some of my brothers to help you deal with the Blood Moon League. Gathering 8,000 to 9,000 people shouldn't be a problem." Gu Bei and Lu Piao also looked at Nieli. They were waiting for Nieli's decision. "I want to deal with Gu Heng's Blood Moon League. As for gathering other forces, there's no need. After all, it's not good to involve more people for no reason. However, I need Brother Xingyun's help. I wonder if Brother Xingyun is willing?" Nieli thought for a while and looked at Li Xingyun. "There's no need to be willing, as long as Brother Nieli says the word." Li Xingyun said proudly, "Are you sure you don't need to gather other forces?" "There's no need for that now." Nieli smiled and said, "Do you have any ideas?" Li Xingyun looked at Nieli and asked doubtfully, "If it was just the Demon League and Tianqing League, they wouldn't have enough manpower. Brother Xingyun, have you seen a fight between gangsters? A group of people ganging up on a single person. How should the weak person fight back?" Nieli smiled and said, "Of course, they will grab the leader and beat him to death." Lu Piao said immediately. Then, her eyes lit up. "That's right. Why do we need to deal with other forces? Anyway, we don't have any deep grudges with them. Why don't we just grab the Blood Moon League and beat them to death?" The corner of Li Xingyun's mouth curled up into a smile. "This is indeed a good idea. If we can deal with the Blood Moon Union, the other forces will be afraid of us. Also, since Brother Nieli can collect the deity's roots, we will deal with all the deity's lakes in the Blood Moon League. They won't even have a place to cry." Li Xingyun was also a smart person and immediately drew inferences. Collecting the deities' roots isn't enough. It's best if we can bribe their inner circle to keep an eye on Gu Hong. If there's a chance, we will kill Gu Hong. We will kill him until Gu Hong doesn't dare to go out." Gu Bei added. The four of them looked at each other and laughed sinisterly. "And then, I'm just chatting casually. In another month, Snail's baby will be born. Although I still don't know if the little fellow is a boy or a girl, Snail is going to be a father soon." Chapter 342. After Li Xingyun, Gu Bei, and the rest made their preparations, they made their move. The life soul was an extremely mysterious thing. A fate soul that was placed in the soul hall was equivalent to a fake body. Once the external body died, the new body would be reconstructed according to the fate soul. However, the reconstructed body would only have 80 to 90% of the original strength, which was also the reason why one's cultivation would plummet. If they hadn't cultivated a fate soul, the human race would have long been extinct in the dangerous draconic ruins realm. With a fate soul, the human race was able to expand into the outside world. In order to compete for the resources of the outside world, spiritual stones, demon spirits, and even the ancient treasures hidden in the outside world, all sorts of conflicts would occur. Only by establishing a stable force in the outside world and dominating a region would one have the qualifications to become the patriarch of the Dragonseal family, Goof family, Ashen Flames family, and other superfamilies. This was also the reason why the heirs of the various families would compete with each other in the outside world. A weak patriarch wouldn't be acknowledged by the family. If the Demon League was destroyed by the Blood Moon League, not only would the family not help, they would even watch from the sidelines. If Gu Bei couldn't find her own way back, then this matter would become one of the criteria to determine if Gu Bei had the qualifications to become the patriarch. In a world where the strong preyed on the weak, only those who could survive were the strong. The Blood Moon League had gathered dozens of forces to suppress the Demon League and flaunt their strength. If the Demon League wanted to survive and gain a foothold in the outside world, then the only way was to give the Blood Moon League a heavy blow and prove their strength. Under the lead of Li Xingyun and Gu Bei, over 500 elites of the Demon League and Tianqing League set off. Their target was the deity's lake controlled by the Blood Moon League. As for Nieli, he remained in the Sky Soul Institute and continued to concentrate on his cultivation. A brief moment later, another guest arrived. It was Venerable Red Soul. "May I ask why Venerable Red Soul is looking for me?" Nieli respectfully asked. "Hierarch Skycloud wishes to see you." Venerable Red Soul lightly smiled as he continued. "Are you willing to make a trip with me?" "All right." Nieli nodded. He already knew that in his previous life. What kind of person was Hierarch Skycloud? He had a good impression of Hierarch Skycloud. After all, Hierarch Skycloud was one of the more impartial people in the Hagamim Union. Nieli followed Venerable Red Soul along the winding path. Heavenly Cloud Palace. An old man with a solemn expression quietly floated in front of the temple, his clothes fluttering despite the lack of wind. Surges of majestic energy surged as the power of the heavenly star constantly transformed around his body. The aura of the entire Skycloud Shrine was under his control. This old man, this person was Venerable Red Soul's master, one of the 5 leaders of the Hagamim Union, Hierarch Skycloud. Apart from Hierarch Skycloud, there were 5 other youths standing around him. Their auras were also powerful and pierced through the clouds. These 5 youths stood on either side of Hierarch Skycloud. They were most likely disciples of Hierarch Skycloud or someone else. Nieli followed Venerable Red Soul into the Heavenly Cloud Shrine. When he looked ahead, he saw that Hierarch Skycloud was also looking in his direction. After seeing Hierarch Skycloud, Nieli's heart trembled. Hierarch Skycloud's aura was a little different from the others. After thinking about it carefully, he realized that it was somewhat similar to Inyuaru's. Could it be that Hierarch Skycloud had also learned the Heaven's divination technique? Nieli only had this thought in his heart. He didn't dare to ask Hierarch Skycloud about it. After all, the Heaven's divination technique was extremely confidential. Hierarch Skycloud smiled slightly and said, "You must be Nieli?" "Yes, Hierarch Skycloud." Nieli bowed slightly, appearing extremely respectful. After all, Hierarch Skycloud was one of the 5 leaders. The 5 disciples under Hierarch Skycloud all focused their gazes on Nieli. They were obviously already acquainted with Nieli. They all looked at Nieli with different expressions. "I've seen the words you wrote. The profoundness of your words even surprised me. With your current cultivation, it's truly amazing that you can write such profound words. I heard that you've already taken Ming from the tiny exquisite family as your master." Hierarch Skycloud looked at Nieli and said amiably, "Yes." Nieli nodded his head respectfully. He had indeed taken the master of the Nether Realm as his master. Naturally, what others didn't know was that he had another master in Yueru. Speaking of which, Ming and I also have some relationship. He's the disciple of an old friend of mine. I want to take you as my 39th disciple. I wonder if you're willing? As for Ming, I believe that he won't refuse. Hierarch Skycloud said with a kind smile on his face. Nieli never imagined that Hierarch Skycloud would make such a request. It was too unexpected for Nieli. Being able to take Hierarch Skycloud as his disciple would definitely be a great benefit for Nieli. If he could obtain Hierarch Skycloud support, then he would be one step closer to becoming the Hagami Myunmyun Patriarch. Master, I'm afraid that this isn't appropriate. A golden-robed youth stood out and coldly swept a glance at Nieli. Hierarch Skycloud frowned his brows and asked, "What's inappropriate about it?" The golden-robed youth said, trying to stop Hierarch Skycloud. "Before we became Master's disciple, we were all well-known figures amongst our peers. Furthermore, our cultivations were at least at the Heavenly Axis realm. Nieli is only at the Heavenly Fate realm. Furthermore, before Nieli came here, he was Chi Mu's disciple. If you accept him as your disciple, wouldn't that mess up the seniority?" The golden-robed youth said, trying to stop Hierarch Skycloud. Venerable Red Soul hastily cupped his hands and said, "Lord Master, although Nieli was my disciple in name, I don't have anything that I can teach him. He's basically been cultivating by himself." Venerable Red Soul bitterly smiled. Even so, the relationship between master and disciple cannot be erased. The golden-robed youth said without any hesitation. Hierarch Skycloud waved his hand and smiled. "You don't have to care about such worldly views. As for cultivation, cultivation is secondary. In terms of Tao intent comprehension, I'm afraid that he's much stronger than many Heavenly Axis realm experts." At Hierarch Skycloud's words, the 5 disciples exchanged glances. It seemed that Hierarch Skycloud was determined to accept Nieli as his disciple. The other 4 didn't have much of an opinion, except for the golden-robed youth, who looked extremely unhappy. "Venerable, who is he?" Nieli secretly transmitted his voice to Venerable Red Soul. "Venerable Flameless is the eldest disciple of my master. He's in charge of the various matters of the Skycloud Hall. When Master is cultivating, he'll be the one managing the Skycloud Hall. It seems that he doesn't like you." Venerable Red Soul transmitted his voice to Nieli and smiled helplessly. He was still very honest. Nieli raised his head and cupped his hands. He said to Hierarch Skycloud, "Many thanks for Hierarch Skycloud's appreciation. I am very willing to become Hierarch Skycloud's disciple. However, I'm used to being free and undisciplined. I don't really know how to obey others. If I become Hierarch Skycloud's disciple, I hope to be able to come and go freely in the Skycloud Hall." "Impudent." Venerable Flameless furiously glared at Nieli and growled. "Master's willingness to accept you as his disciple is already a great gift to you. Instead of thanking him, you're actually talking about conditions?" At Venerable Flameless' words, Nieli furrowed his brows. Nieli didn't have the slightest favorable impression of Venerable Flameless. The reason why he made such a request was because he was afraid of being ostracized by Venerable Flameless in the Skycloud Hall. Although becoming Hierarch Skycloud disciple was extremely beneficial to his future development, if he couldn't stay in the Skycloud Hall, then everything else would be for naught. If he couldn't come and go freely, Nieli would rather not become Hierarch Skycloud's disciple. Chapter 343. Hierarch Skycloud had been paying attention to Nieli's expression and was a little surprised. If it were any other disciple of the Sky Soul Institute, they'd definitely be ecstatic to be accepted as his disciple. However, Nieli's expression remained calm. Hierarch Skycloud really admired Nieli for being able to remain so calm at such a time. Indeed, his character was like his name. Nieli's Tao intent cultivation had definitely reached a certain level of transcendence. Venerable Red Soul transmitted his voice to Nieli and said, "Nieli, don't let your emotions affect your decisions. Becoming a disciple of my master is definitely a great opportunity. You don't have to give up just because of Venerable Flameless. Venerable Flameless' father once saved Master and is also Master's eldest disciple. Master usually takes good care of him. He's a little narrow-minded, but you don't have to worry about it. As long as you become Master's disciple, you won't have to worry about him doing anything to you." Nieli transmitted his voice back to Venerable Red Soul. Venerable, I know what I'm doing. It was impossible for Nieli to compromise. If worst came to worst, he just refused to become Hierarch Skycloud's disciple. Venerable Flameless was also a perceptive person. When he saw that Hierarch Skycloud wasn't speaking, a cold light flashed through his eyes. He coldly laughed and looked at Nieli. What kind of place do you think the Skycloud Hall is? You think you can come and go as you please? What a joke. A heavenly fate realm cultivator really thinks of himself as a big shot? Hearing Venerable Flameless words, Nieli wasn't angry. He replied in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing. Venerable, I respect Hierarch Skycloud and am willing to become his disciple. However, I'm only asking for Hierarch Skycloud's opinion. Whether he agrees or not is Hierarch Skycloud's business. Isn't it a little unnecessary for you to jump around here? You, Venerable Flameless, was furious. If they were in the outside world and a heavenly fate realm ant like Nieli dared to speak to him in such a manner, he'd already be dead. Aside from Venerable Flameless, the other four Venerables couldn't help taking another glance at Nieli. Since Nieli dared to rebuke Venerable Flameless in such a neither servile nor overbearing manner, he probably wasn't just an ordinary Heaven's Fate realm expert. The four Venerable ones were wary of Nieli, but they were not the kind of people who would take the initiative to stir up trouble, so they did not interrupt. He was observing Nieli. Hierarch Skycloud smiled and said, Nieli is right. Recruiting disciples is a matter of mutual consent. Even for me, recruiting disciples depends on whether Nieli is willing or not. There's no need to say anything about the others. But Master, Venerable Flameless was still unwilling. Hierarch Skycloud actually tolerated Nieli's insensible behavior? There's no need to say anything more. Hierarch Skycloud frowned slightly, looking a little displeased. When he saw Hierarch Skycloud's expression, Venerable Flameless immediately stopped speaking. He knew that Hierarch Skycloud was already a little angry. He could only respectfully stand to the side. Hierarch Skycloud looked at Nieli and said with a smile, Nieli, I saw that one of the words you wrote for me was the word will. What do you think of it? He had the intention to test Nieli. This word means that there's a path to inaction, and let nature take its course. Inaction means nothing, and inaction means something, Nieli said. There's a path to inaction? Hierarch Skycloud was clearly stunned. He thought that his comprehension of void and inaction was already quite profound. He did not expect that Nieli's there's a path to inaction would be even more profound. He couldn't help but murmur, there's no inaction means nothing. There's a path to inaction. A moment later, he sighed with emotion. It's indeed profound and profound. I'm truly ashamed of my inferiority. Everyone was stunned when they heard Hierarch Skycloud's words. Even Venerable Red Soul and the others were shocked speechless. Hierarch Skycloud actually said that he was ashamed of his inferiority? Who was Hierarch Skycloud? He was a martial ancestor realm expert. He was one of the 5 giants of the Hagami Munyan. In the eyes of Venerable Flameless, Venerable Red Soul, and the others, Hierarch Skycloud was an invincible existence. But in terms of Tao intent, he actually thought that he was inferior to Nieli. This completely subverted their understanding. This guy must have obtained some secret manual from somewhere. He's just using it to fool people. Venerable Flameless couldn't help thinking that. He didn't believe that a heavenly fate realm ant like Nieli could have such a deep comprehension of Tao intent. If Nieli's comprehension of Tao intent was really that deep, his cultivation would have advanced by leaps and bounds a long time ago. How could he still be in the heavenly fate realm? What Venerable Flameless didn't know was that Nieli's cultivation of Tao intent had indeed reached that level. His cultivation should have advanced by leaps and bounds a long time ago, and he might have already broken through to the heavenly star realm. However, because of the vine in his body, Nieli's cultivation hadn't been able to break through. The other 4 Venerables looked at each other in dismay before they looked at Nieli with a strange expression. No matter what, even their master had admitted that he was inferior. They couldn't help but reevaluate this youth before them. At the very least, they placed Nieli on the same level as them. Hierarch Skycloud, you must be joking. I merely obtained this comprehension by chance. Compared to Hierarch Skycloud, I'm still too inferior, Nieli hurriedly said. He couldn't possibly say that he'd been reborn. You're too modest. Even if one had comprehended it from an ancient book, it was already very impressive for one to be able to write the comprehension from the ancient book into words. Although I don't have much to teach you in terms of Tao intent, I can still give you some pointers on the path of cultivation. If you're willing to become my disciple, you can come and go as you please in the Skycloud Hall from now on. You won't be restricted by anyone. Hierarch Skycloud lightly smiled. Then I'll have to thank Lord Master. Nieli hastily bowed. The Master of the Nether Realm probably wouldn't say anything if Hierarch Skycloud wanted to accept him as his disciple. In fact, he might even be overjoyed. God knows how many people wanted to have a relationship with Hierarch Skycloud, only to retreat because of the disparity in their statuses. Having Hierarch Skycloud as his master would definitely be of great help to him in the future when he'd be able to gain a foothold in the Hagami Myunmyun. Good. Hierarch Skycloud heartily laughed. Without a doubt, Nieli was the disciple he admired the most among all the disciples he'd accepted. Venerable Red Soul couldn't help being somewhat astonished. He never imagined that his master would actually agree to Nieli's conditions. This was the first time in the history of the Skycloud Hall that an exception had been made. Hierarch Skycloud was extremely strict with his disciples, but he seemed to be especially lenient with Nieli. The other four venerables were also a little surprised. It seemed that Nieli would become the most special disciple in the Skycloud Hall. Furthermore, Hierarch Skycloud regarded Nieli with great importance. In the future, they would have to get along well with this junior brother of theirs. Venerable Flameless eyes flashed with a trace of jealousy. Nieli's appearance made him feel a great threat. He had always been the eldest disciple of Hierarch Skycloud, the one that received the most attention. However, Hierarch Skycloud had made an exception for Nieli. It was obvious that Hierarch Skycloud regarded Nieli with great importance. Hierarch Skycloud brightly laughed and said, "Everyone else can leave. I want to stay here and discuss Tao intent with Nieli." After receiving Hierarch Skycloud's instructions, Venerable Red Soul and the others bowed and retreated. Venerable Flameless angrily glared at Nieli and also retreated. Nieli stayed in the main hall and chatted with Hierarch Skycloud. They discussed Tao intent for several hours. Hierarch Skycloud's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Everything Nieli said was beneficial to him. He had truly dug up a precious gem. He believed that with Nieli's talent, it wouldn't be long before he blossomed into a dazzling brilliance. It wouldn't be impossible for him to become Hagami Myunmyun's future pillar. Hierarch Skycloud thought of Hagami Myunmyun's precarious situation and became even more attentive to Nieli.